Well, hello, everybody. Happy Wednesday. Good morning. Good morning, Delaney, Tattoos, KNS, and Southern Gal. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Hey, AT, Caroline, Lori, Michael, Goody, Jor. It's good to see all of you. SoFlo, Mama, Laura, Julie's Crafting, Oh Snap Ginger. How's everybody doing? Mark, I see you, Mark. I try to get so much done in the mornings. Me too. Hey, Megan. I hope you do as well. So there's been a lot of unnecessary drama, once again, pertaining around a missing child. Shocker, I know. And today we're going to discuss a little bit of it. Hey, Catherine. Excuse me, but I heard that Easter baskets were given out, but I didn't get one. Oh boy. Dang Easter. You got to go buy the discounted chocolates now. That's what you need to do. Woohoo! KNS is amazing. Everybody's amazing. So, Oklahoma Mama, Queen Bella, Jor. It feels weird because I haven't been live in a couple days. There's been so many things going on. So I've just been, busy, annoyed. Hey, Nico, Chanley, all the things. What's everybody been up to? Hey, Gary, Lindsay. Woo! How about that? How about the fact that she turned on good old BJ over there? That was hysterical. Hey, Skin the Fool. I did get them tattoos. Oh my goodness. Tessa, cray cray. There's a lot of cray cray people out here. Hey, Willow, that we will be discussing today. Hey, One Red Rose. So I think it's hysterical. Was that Deets? I think it's hysterical when you see you know, voices, like Voices, for example. Voices is calling out Brittany, which good on her. She should have been called out, but she also should have been called out back when you were utilizing her platform to spew your hateful bullshit, including where you said you don't fuck with foreigners, right? So the idea that she's going to act outraged over alleged racism, I mean, whatever. I guess the more people calling it out, the better. But I'm not surprised. Hello, hey Lacey Ann. I used to be cool. Good morning. I didn't know she turned on her, but I was rooting for Voices briefly because I so wish Queen Bee didn't ask her drop off panel for CS to come up. Oh, you're snowed in. We have terrible rain. Hey, Loki's mom. I'll be listening, but not shy. My damn basement flooded and the rain keeps coming, so I'm trying to stay ahead of it. That is the worst, Loki's mom. I'm sorry to hear that. It is pouring rain. It's been horrible. And actually, Alexis, my daughter, has prom coming up. So we have to do all the shebang for that. And with this weather, it's just very depressing. I don't feel like doing it. Um, yeah, sucks. Fixing a snap. Good morning. Beats him made her look like a fool. Voices would have went in on CS for lying. CS flat out lied to Queen Bee and beats him. I didn't watch it, Lindsay. Yes, the high winds. I found my new plant laying in the street broken. Oh, did Molly delete hers? I was in there for a little bit. Couldn't remember the names, but remember you covered it. The one with the woman, two kids found deceased in the house. Yes. Very shady with the ex-husband that discovered them. Just a mom. Good morning. Laura. Hey, Michelle. Good morning. Chicken feet. Unless you live in my house, you are a foreigner. That was just such a stupid comment to make, but she makes a lot of stupid comments. Let's not forget the missing woman whose family didn't want her to advocate anymore. And she went to Britney's platform to trash the fuck out of them. My point being, none of this is new. These people all knew exactly who and what Britney was. And, the temporary hate bonding was more important. So I know. Isn't there such a difference? So, Snap. I'll have to look, Mama. I'm not sure. Hello, beautiful. Having a chill day. Walked my legs off with Winnie. It's so sweet. Excuse me. Won't catch me walking outside today, Michael. Then she will rage quit when mad. Yeah. Right, Jor. I mean, it was just such a stupid comment to me. Anyway, I saw thank you so much, Lacey. Oh, I hope, Lori, that would be amazing. Definitely needs some updating. The QC cartoonish thing isn't working. The outdated 20-year ago photo isn't working. Same here, Candace. Same here. If everybody stays safe where you're at as well. So I did receive a few emails pertaining to what's been going on recently, and one was from Crime Sleuth and herself. Now I won't read that out. I don't read out people's emails. I like to keep them very confidential. What was this? Sorry. Okay. So we know JLR kind of went at Crime Sleuthing a little bit, and she was elated to apologize and receive the extra viewers off of him. But what she did really blew my mind. I'm sure a lot of people are not going to agree with my stance on this, but a parent has no business shaming another parent when their under 10-year-old kids are up at 1:30 in the morning on a school night. Yeah, yeah, I agree actually. Um, ooh, I agree. So let me show you guys this to start. And of course, I look at who shared it, and I'm like, yeah, of course you would. Um, so crime sleuthing, you're welcome to come up. I will treat you with respect. But this was despicable. Not only was it despicable to take a verified Amber Alert and put your own photo on it, but then you made sure to add your name. And that right there told me everything I need to know about what you were trying to do. You don't tamper with official documents from TBI or the government. I've always been the bully to her, Lacey. And didn't you hear the only reason Nonsense is talking about Brittany is because Nonsense likes me? It can't be because your behavior is despicable. No, and once again has to go back to Granny. I'm the only one, ironically, that has not spoken about Brittany and her recent disgusting behavior surrounding this case. I'm the only one that hasn't. And with the history we have, isn't that funny? So here I am today. And Brittany's actually getting her own next. But yeah, so not only did she put an updated photo, which listen, the updated photo is great to have. He looks like a completely different child. They are saying they found glasses. They're not sure if they're his glasses. It's a great thing to have. But the fact that she laid it over the original Amber Alert is what blew my mind. And then to top it off, she wrote her channel name at the top. Either have I chicken feet, and it's disgusting. QB tried so hard not to call it BJ. It was disgusting. Proves again who she is. Well, I heard that she made a comment like, I really liked her. No, you didn't. You never liked her. You've always called her out for being a tragedy pimp. I mean, come on. And it right, it's a newer photo. It's not updated. She called it updated. Flyer does have her name on it. Voices grabbed that from the video that Sleuth made, and that isn't an updated pic. It's older than the original. I'm sorry, I just meant a pic without his photo. So Voices grabbed that from the video that Sleuthen made. So Sleuthen made this video where she had her name at the top that was about the Amber Alert. Am I getting this right? All right, hold on. Let me check. I think I get what you're saying. Okay. Okay. I got it. I got it right here. Please don't strike me.
Welcome back to my channel. So this is a new confirmed photo of Sebastian Rogers. So I wanted to put it out.
A new confirmed photo. What I will say is, again, the photo is appreciated, right? I do think there's a significant difference in the look without the glasses. But I can't believe she did it.
Went ahead and updated the Amber Alert thing on my own.
I went ahead and updated the Amber Alert thing on my own. You can't just do that, girlfriend. You cannot just do that. Oh my goodness.
This is a more full-size view of the photo. That is Sebastian Rogers, and it is confirmed. Also,
I think she's saying confirmed to be Sebastian is what I think she's doing. Hey, Forever Army, Kelly Ford, good morning. The pic on the flyer was from December, while the official TBI poster had a pic from the day before he disappeared. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying, Karma. What I'm meaning is it does show him without glasses, and he does look. Yes, yes.
I have a question regarding the security cam of the trash trucks, right? Will it say that maybe a trash truck? Was it a view like this?
Like this? I like that. I like this or I like that. Who the fuck knows? Why? Do you got something else? You got something else to do? So again, go back here. Okay. This is confirmed new photo and crime sleuthing at the top. Amber Alert.
Hi, guys.
New photo. Big and bold. Kraken, I adore you. Thank you so much. I hope you have a good day at work. Thank you.
Welcome back to my channel. So this is a new confirmed photo of Sebastian Rogers. So I wanted to put it out. I went ahead and updated the Amber Alert thing on my own.
I went ahead and updated the Amber Alert thing on my own. That just takes me out. That is just so ballsy. Man, if I were his parents, I'd be furious. And listen, am I doubting that her intent is in the right place? Sure. But you have no right. You have no right. Where she made the edit, that is not the original video that she made. Oh, very interesting. Okay. Why wouldn't she just post a photo and not touch his Amber Alert at all? Hey, Kayla, good morning. My friend was looking for you. Hey, Grazer. It is in her place. It is not. I don't know. Okay. All right. So let me go over there. She's definitely, I did notice that she did some things to cover her steps, and I'll show you guys that. Is it a small video? No. All right. See, I can't dig through. Anyway, I found that to be like quite like, hey, revival. Quite brazen of her, if you will. The first one she made, she pasted her photo on top of the original photo. Yes, I saw that. I saw that. Which is why I thought when I saw this over here, because of course it'd be shared over here by this person. This is what Crime Sleuthing originally did. She took this photo that she got her hands on of Sebastian and she put it over the original. That's why I thought she wrote Crime Sleuthing up there as well. Thank you so much. All right. Thank you. Thank you. 214. Oh, you actually timestamped it. Okay, Deets, I see you. Wait. Where am I at? Never mind. Hold on, that was funny. Did you guys hear that? Welcome back, you dirty hooker. Thank you. Listen what she says here.
Obviously, I don't feel that way. But I wasn't saying, I'm going to sue you. I'm just saying,
I'm gonna sue you. Welcome, just a mom. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Lacey, thank you so much. Thank you guys. Where'd you go, hooker? Thank you. I'm gonna sue you. All right, so 214. Wait, what am I doing? You did say 214, right? Lord, I'm just losing my mind. 2 hours, 14 minutes. Ooh, okay. So is this where she was on Queens? Okay. Did she go on different panels lying about the phone call? I believe so. She has a boss. She does. And I was one of the people that kind of felt a little bit of sympathy towards her. Who updates an Amber Alert? Who does that? I'm with you.
like a watermark, maybe?
I guess, but why on the flyer?
There we go.
There we go.
No, that's
See, look though. Like I get what you're saying, Tracy, about it being a video, but she definitely put her name on his Amber Alert. That's how I felt. I know you guys. I know live you have no sympathy, but I did feel that way. I felt bad as well. Like I felt bad that she truly believes that she's being like unfairly targeted. Like I don't know if she doesn't realize what she's doing is harmful. I don't know if she doesn't know. I don't know, but I know in her mind she feels like she's being unfairly targeted. And I disagree. I don't think she is. I think she's being fairly, spoken about. She also tried saying that Brittany was being unfairly targeted, and I was like, no, girl, no. Fun band. I donated $100. Ooh, Casa Miriam. This is my backstory. I don't know if I'm banned. I donated hundreds of dollars to Brittany J. And once I conveyed an opinion that Nina Gomez, the ex, could be responsible, the abduction of Sebastian, I was blocked. Because you had a different opinion after donating hundreds of dollars to a woman that says, y'all, can we make it rain? Put some umbrellas in the chat. Wow, I'm sorry to hear that, Casa. So you're not, were you also accused of being a granny troll? That's my favorite. I'm going to get to that, Queen Bella. Yep. From last night, it's around 5:43. I'm so sorry to hear that. And I suddenly realized you were right. Well, that's my favorite. Thank you. I am very, I hate that it takes for you guys to have these personal situations to realize I'm right, but I am grateful that you all realize when I'm right, because this has been going on a long time. Again, I'm one of the only that hasn't called out Brittany for her behavior during this case, but yet I'm still the reason why others are calling her out. It's baffling to me the way she feels the need to always deflect her shit ass behavior onto other people. I wouldn't doubt it. She did claim she's suing me, so we'll see. When you get a member, you must stop everything you're doing and say, this means everything to me from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for becoming a part of the green team. We have a green team membership goal. No. Yeah, I know. But do you see what I'm saying? Where Crime Sleuthin actually did put her name. I get that
that's
it's
in
a
her
video.
live, I think. She
It's
puts
always here.
Yeah, she puts her watermark down in the bottom right-hand corner. I do believe it's
No,
on.
I'm at the top.
See, I'm with Gavel Geeks. It's right there.
Shit. I didn't even notice that. I was looking at the.
So she did put her name there. Now I didn't ask her. She responded to my live stream where I spoke out loud about her putting her name, channel name all over the phone call. And that I can understand. That's because, that's going to rotate. I trolled this channel a lot, but now I'm lost. You trolled me? Say it isn't so. I had a Britney troll.
Her picture down at the bottom.
It stays there.
Why did she watermark the? Yeah, maybe it's just there in her video, but I haven't seen that before. He looks so handsome. He looks a lot older
does.
than his other
He
pictures.
does.
He does.
Oh, such a handsome young man. I haven't seen that flyer yet, though.
It doesn't
Me
exist.
neither. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
see. That is not the flyer on TBI Newsroom.
No, I just pulled that up to look.
No, Deesa's not on panel here. I was playing her video. Hey, Thor. Okay, they go to it. Let's see.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know where it came from. Here's the one on TBI Newsroom.
It says confirm new photo, but why would you put that over the existing TBI photo?
It is.
That's,
Did they drop a new one?
No.
I don't know. That's what I'm looking for.
This is off their website. This is the one and only Amber Alert, official Amber Alert. What she did was reckless. And again, I don't know, maybe in her mind she was doing the right thing. But what in your mind makes you think that you can tamper with official government documents? Because that's what that is.
I'm looking.
They must have.
It's not on Twitter.
You're welcome here,
It is not on
Casa.
their Twitter page.
I'll be honest, I'm not trying
Tracy's
to be
like, I'm
trolled
getting
today.
down here. She's got to keep her mouth shut.
What? No, don't get down.
She's already down. She's like, I know myself. She's going to say something she'll regret. I don't know.
Well, and that's the whole thing, B. That person actually shared it. You know, at their press conference yesterday, them saying they found glasses, but not confirming they were his, she does this. Right. We're going to get to that, Michelle. She went live last night blaming creators for her being unable to go to the ketamine treatment today because they had put her blood pressure up. Yeah, sat on a live all night. Lord, people need to stop blaming others for their mental, physical. Good morning, Pixie. Never go to CX neck of the trash. So I did tune in a little bit. No, I appreciate it. This is the official document. This is off of their website.
I don't know what that is, guys. I hadn't seen that picture or flyer before, so I'm not sure where that comes from.
And then
either. It says
get
confirm
back to
though,
hers.
but make sure you confirm it.
That's the other thing. She wrote like big and stated loud and proud, confirmed. It's not confirmed. The photo's confirmed to be him.
Someone had photoshopped his glasses off.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
So I didn't see where she was on
the
Queens.
Clip.
I didn't see that. I would imagine, Tracy, that's like very dangerous to do. Hey, time traveler. Thor is not. I don't know. Did they confirm it's not? I'm telling you, Joe Madre. I'm telling you. Anyone knows not to mess with it. In the future, everything will be privatized and we will have Amber Alert sponsored by Mr. Beast. Lord.
Yeah, that's what we've been playing.
Oh. My God.
Give you more of the context. But I'm not even the one that brought up Sebastian at all. Everything that you heard, I didn't even go back and like watch. I just saw somebody texted me and said I needed to maybe come over and clear up a couple of things because they were there.
Did you send this to the police?
Yes, I did.
So why would you release it on YouTube if this is evidence to a case?
I don't think it's evidence to a case at all. I think
Well, why did you send it to the police?
Wait.
Right. So that was my thing too, because if you listen to her video where she plays the recorded phone call, she does state that she's going to send it to TBI. He's posted that is confirmed not to be his glass.
Good on you. Like, really? Why would you put this out as it's not? What is if it's not?
And search and rescue, right? They're supposed to be the epitome of hope in finding this baby alive.
No, he's not the epitome of hope. There's other organizations.
I mean, they're added.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, is she serious?
She is, girl. I couldn't believe it myself. She was serious.
About which part?
She literally said in the video that she just went ahead and updated the flyer.
Yeah.
Please play that. We can pause on this. Please play that. She updated the flyer herself.
That's what she said. Okay.
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. So this is a new.
So I'm looking for the update where they confirm that that is not his glasses. Okay. Craddock confirmed that a pair of glasses were found in the last few days, but they're still investigating whether or not it's connected to Sebastian. I don't see the update. And then I saw people asking, like, would they even mention the glasses if they weren't Sebastian's? And it's like, come on. You know what I mean? So then they're like, it must be really his, because why would they even mention it? Where can I find that at, though? Because I don't see anything confirming it. Let me know, Tracy, if you see it, please. I can't find a confirmation. So nonetheless, crime sleuthing, she goes on the panel. She's saying we weren't even talking about Sebastian. She's claiming that Todd knew he was being recorded. You know, all these things. He did not know. It was obvious to see that he did not know, or you would not have started out your stream with, you know, just so you know, it's legal. Don't get on my nerves, girl. Don't get on my nerves. Sumner County did confirm on Facebook, but thank you for the 249. So it was confirmed. Okay, thank you. So on Facebook, it was confirmed that the glasses were not Sebastian's. So now I wonder if Crime Sleuth is going to go back and add a different photo to his Amber Alert. Hey, Chris. L. Siggs, welcome. Thank you so much. All the imbeciles have to do is take the glasses to an... I think they did. I think they did. So they are confirmed not to be Sebastian's. I guess, I don't know if that's a relief or not, because we really have no answers, none at all. It was really was International Fact Checking Day yesterday. Hey, Jennifer. It is. So we're going to go over there. Okay, so this is what they wrote. Attention, everyone. We want to clarify that the eyeglasses recently found are not related to Sebastian Rogers. The search operation planned for today has been in the works for several days. That is fantastic. Again, I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. We have no answers. Okay, so I want to point this out. So Crime Sleuthing goes live. I was actually going to go on her panel the one day, and then I got busy and distracted, and it was for this, the Mean Girls Click. This is where she says that Brittany is being unfairly targeted. And if you think that Brittany's being unfairly targeted, not that she is unfairly targeting the victims of a crime, then obviously there's something, you know, we see things differently. I doubt that's true. I wonder. Hey, Trish Green Eyes. It's good to see you. I doubt that. So anyway, she does this one, and it's Buckle Up Buttercup. And she did that intentionally to be a smartass because of Melissa. And they're saying, no, it was planned in advance. This was a pre-planned search. Has nothing to do with the glasses. Good morning, Mike. Thank you so much. Thank you. She does get a lot wrong. But I found this part of her stream interesting.
As well, because they showed private personal emails of mine when I asked them not to. Hey, Jeff, how are you doing? The person that I sent emails to was, yeah.
Person she sent emails to was, yeah. I'm just pausing because I don't want her to strike me. Again, crime sleuthing, you are welcome to come up on panel if you like to speak.
It's hard though, because when they have a channel that's, 2,000 more subs than me, we hit 8K here, you guys.
Why did you hit the 8K? You hit 8K because JLR called you out. That's where the 8K came from. Anyway.
So we're on our way to 10,000 now. So you start to creep up on them and they get freaked out and they want to squash you like a bug.
You start to creep up on them and they get freaked out and they want to squash you like a bug. Now, not for nothing, but as she says this, her chat barely moves, right? Let me remind people again. Sub count is nothing but an ego boost to the channel owner. I would love to reach 10K for my own satisfaction of getting there. But at the end of the day, your sub count doesn't matter. Majority of people, their sub count doesn't matter. What matters is your active participants, your memberships, and things such as that. Your actual sub count, I know people that have 1 million subs, they go live and they're lucky if they get 100 in a live chat. Sub count doesn't matter. Nobody's threatened by that. Yes, Copa, big time.
So they will start all kinds of crap to try to get you to leave, to destroy your reputation around YouTube. They will lie and slander on you. Yes, just around the corner.
They'll lie and slander on you. They'll do anything to get you to leave. Again, I don't think it has anything to do with your sub count. Your sub count went up because JR called you out.
Can't wait.
Yes, there is, Casa.
Jeff, are you willing to get up on panel with me? Because I need your help with something video and audio. Would you mind? Can you get up here? I would like, you're known as an expert.
Okay. I don't know why you're floating in the middle of the ocean right now, but whatever. She is an odd bird, but she's not a threat, right? Because again, 64 likes, 1.4K views. You go over here, her most viewed stream where she got, again, is over a phone call that you more than likely pieced together that JR had to call out. I'm sorry, Heather. I'm sorry. She is her worst enemy. She gets into this drama instead of covering cases with facts from Ali. Sub count can be bought. Organic engagement is what's important. Right. Well, I do believe her engagement is organic. I just believe that is not for the right reasons. Therefore, it's not going to be what you want. You can reach 10K, but if 5K people tuned in, for example, the other day, Brittany had her highest viewers, right? Over 1,000. Why is that? Because she has all of these people calling her out. So a lot of people tuned in to see what next foul, disgusting thing she would say. Kaza, I'm going to warn you one more time. I'm not new here. I'm not an idiot, okay? You were a newly created account. You are definitely trying to distract me. It's not going to work. Your comments do not need to be let out because they're not even of relevancy. You're saying sub counts are fake. They're not fake. Just stop. Like go back to trolling Brittany because I don't have time for you today. Utmost respect. So this is her most viewed, and
do we have a theory that we
her most thumbed up and her most comments, and most comments are based on JLR. No, your account is new. We can check your account. Your account is new. Crime community, but the pitch fighting is annoying. There's enough room for everyone. There is, but there's also harmful content like changing up an Amber Alert. That's harmful. Hey, Booberry, good morning. Huge problems in TC. They muddy everything, spread rumors for clicks and views. But I really believe she doesn't think what I really think is that, well, you can always unsub after that, Tara. is that she really doesn't think she's doing anything wrong in her mind. She really doesn't. She spreads misinformation that is dangerous, but her presence is hardly intimidating to her co-creators. Sonia D sent the emails over to MJ to prove CS was lying. We share Sonia's emails because she continued lying about wanting to put a wedge between MJ. So she's going to strike. Hey, Miss Leah. Hey, Miriam. She says she's considering striking you there. She knows what she's doing. She has been around a long time. Do you think so? Exactly. That's what I'm saying, Trish Green. I see how harmful that is. That is so harmful. And then to sit here and act like you're all about him. No, you're not.
Believe it's, pretty, of course. Can we get to where the body is, we think? That's why we keep getting shot.
Right there, you hear a noise, right? And it sounds like a mute button. It sounds like a click. You hear something disconnect there. And I don't mean disconnect like hanging up a phone, but you hear this weird noise. Thank you so much, Killshot. You're amazing. Of course she knew. One channel has doubled their subs in a week covering Sebastian, fake searching, driving around. Yep. Good luck striking something that's not yours. We shared Sonia's emails, ma'am.
or threatened,
See, says
and all kinds of problems and everything else. We know that we're in the right area. We threaten to leave. Do we know what happens? No. Do we have a theory that we believe is, the most reliable theory that we're pretty sure is what happened? Of course. Can we get to where the body is, we think?
Right there. Do you guys hear that? Put a 1 in the chat if you hear that. Right where he says, can we get, and then there's like a click noise, body is. I would love to as well. I would love to speak with him directly and hear what the original call really was. You guys all hear that, right? No. And she's now lying, saying he knows, but he clearly stated he did not know. And if he knew, she wouldn't have started out with the fact that it's legal for her to do. So a lot of people can hear that. Okay. One more time.
That we're pretty sure is what happened? Of course. Can we get to where the body is, we think? That's why we keep getting shot or threatened.
Can we get to where and there's like body is, we think? It is a BS move. And I want to know why. I want to hear the original call, Crime Sleuth, and I think we all do. That's what Michelle, it could be about a different case. He could have been speaking about Riley. He could have been speaking about any of the other cases. Oh, so he actually says he wasn't. And I believe that, Tracy. I believe that. Listen again. It sounds it.
Get to where the body is, we think? That's why we keep getting shot or threatened. Get to where the body is, we think? That's why we keep getting shot.
Can we get to where the body is, we think? That could have been about anybody. If he knew she was recording, she would have consent recorded. Right. If you're going to record something, you would say, hey, do you mind if I, go ahead and record this call? Can I have your permission? Can you go ahead and acknowledge that we are recording this call today? No, I have no idea what you're talking about, Tracy. Did they? Oh. Did they call it? I don't see it. I don't have Facebook, though, because of YouTube stalkers, so I can't see anything. Deets, can you come up and explain? I'm confused. Now, Tracy, you got me all like, wait, what am I missing here? What am I missing? I'm not sold on it being about the lawsuit, and it does someone fit the current search. They specifically said they pulled out because of threats. I do see how it could be something else. Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, OG. Well, she talked herself out of her lie that he consented to being recorded by saying she lives in a one-party state. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it was. I don't know for sure, Spudler. It sounds like she intertwined two different conversations there. She says he wasn't talking about the lawsuit. You were talking to him about it. That's why I would love for her to come on up. Hey, the Marine's daughter. I would love for her to come up and explain this because it doesn't make any sense. Four 414.
Of medical procedure, which
Oh, listen.
What?
Hold
The
on,
medical
Yeah.
procedure.
Hold on. That does not matter,
No.
right? Because this is just the poor me stuff to get people to listen. I'm sorry. That's
Yeah,
exactly
but
what it is.
that you
But
don't put that on anybody.
No, that's not cool
Right.
to put on
To
anyone.
blame me and
Do you guys want to know what's ironic about all this? My argument, my first fight with Brittany J goes all the way back to this. In the very beginning of my channel, it was my second live stream, and a chatter came in my live stream while I had a panel guest up, a male panel guest. It was upsetting to Melissa. I didn't fully understand why at the time. I'll be honest, I still don't fully understand at this time. But I do know that Brittany J went on to say that nobody has spoken to Melissa in 4 days. And if Melissa self-harmed and is no longer on this earth, it would be my fault. All because I allowed a chatter in my chat. I bullshit. I kid you not. At the time, I had my daughter who was going through teenage struggles. It was such a heavy thing to put on me. So people are wondering why me and Brittany J have so much animosity between us. That is why. That is exactly why. Yeah, I broke girl code, according to BJ. It was horrible. Anyway.
hold me responsible for you not your hot blood pressure being high and therefore you can't get shots.
Oh,
That's not on anybody but you. If
Okay.
you can't handle something, log off. But to
Facts.
blame somebody else and hold them accountable as if I am the reason for you having high blood pressure
Well-
and therefore you can't get your medical procedures is really fucked up.
Right.
That
And
is
it's not, it's
That is such a stupid thing to say and put on somebody else. What's up with that, crime sleuthing? I know you're watching, girl. Come on, come click a link. Let me understand what's going on. Hey, church. Also listen on call with you and MJ. Yes, I didn't even know she was on the call. And I ended the call with, I'll never fuck with you. I don't like you. I don't want to like you. I think you're shady. I think you want to be Melissa. I think you want to wear her skin. Yep. I want to know how she ties that together. So many times in her stream last night, she kept mentioning Melissa. She kept saying Melissa can't go without mentioning me, but she kept mentioning her. It was very ironic.
not just you, it's Deets. Deets is a vile
I'm
whatever
so
she
vile.
said.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. But listen, this is right
Let me
now
see if
more
I can get it
important
up.
because she took a picture that had been photoshopped
Yes.
or enhanced, let's say enhanced, of Sebastian with Santa Claus last year
Mm-hmm.
and did a video and
Pull it
goes,
up,
I'm
Diddy.
That's
okay,
great.
let's just show it because that
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't enjoy listening, Brittany, but I'm glad that you do. I'm not here to tell you not to. Is it under their... Why is everybody doing this now? Like, look. This is what he should look like now. The pictures they're showing are older, 25 minutes ago. That's not true. Right after that, I think at this point, he thinks, yeah, I should come up, share everything, total transparency, try to understand. I even told her I'd be kind. Yes, they did announce that they're not his glasses. Leave for work this morning and she was still alive, and the live started when I was going to bed, Granny. Wow. Wow. All right, let's see. Thank you so much, Lindsay. TBI special agents are joining investigators and deputies with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office and multiple trained search teams from surrounding counties and a ground search in Sumner County. Also, we have been made aware that altered versions of the TBI Amber Alert poster are being circulated throughout social media, indicating they have been verified. They have not. The poster that was developed and has been distributed through the TBI Missing Persons Unit is the only one included below in the comment section. That's embarrassing, crime sleuthing. At what point are you going to acknowledge that what you're doing is harmful? When TBI has to take time out to write that, when will you acknowledge that what you did was wrong? No more excuses, no more bullshit, no more stupid, naive, just tell the truth. What you did was fucked up. You had no business doing it, and own it. There's always like a justification. There's always, an excuse. There's always like, well, no, I didn't do this, but I did that. No. I mean, this is pretty damn sad that they have to do this. They made a post, how embarrassing for a normal human with empathy and compassion, and won't embarrass nor faze her. What I don't understand, I mean, I do understand. Is she trying to do like the whole like Molly and Betty and Dolly and JLR way of things? If she creates enough negative attention, it is attention. Is that what she's trying? Is that what you're going for, crime sleuthing? You know what? I feel like at this point she thinks, Sweller, that she's so hated by so many that she doesn't care to fix herself. You think she loves it? Yeah, I think so too. She's been this way, says Michael Long. No way. You think so too, Tori? So do I. I was just trying to help. Yeah. You think so too, Southern Gal? Yeah, OG Fish, I'm thinking that's what it is. Huh. Wow, that's bad. All right, let me go back over to here. The set is coming up right here. Let's see.
Yeah.
I think that's a good.
This is wild. This is wild. This is the wildest thing I have seen on YouTube. I am dangerous because I am the Illuminati and a fake bed and a lionfish and all the things. I am all the things.
Did she say a lionfish? Did you say a lionfish?
This is gonna freak you out because I've been like, we've all been like a little numb for about the 3 hours you've been gone. Hold on. This was put out.
Hey, Patricia.
2 hours ago.
Mm-hmm.
Ready?
Hi guys, welcome back to my channel. So this is a new confirmed photo of Sebastian Rogers, so I wanted to put it out. I went ahead and updated the Amber Alert thing on my own.
Imagine the fucking audacity it takes to nonchalantly state that you went ahead on your own doing and updated an Amber Alert. How fucking entitled do you have to be? That is just mind-boggling bullshit. It is still up on her channel. I played it off of her channel. Yeah, it's still up. Let me see something too, because unbelievable. Oh, she doesn't have it. All right. Fake missing kids poster. She doesn't have the authority. This is unbelievable.
This is a more full-size view of the photo.
And am I right or am I wrong? Was she also on panel with Brittany? Put a 1 in the chat if you saw that. Recent missing people case and screenshots of BHB were all over the comments of her getting all kinds of info wrong. Is she always super inaccurate? Yes. I do think it's as big of a deal, Cocktail Dress, and I'll tell you why. Because it is an official document. It is a missing child. We're not talking about she updated, somebody's Tinder profile. We are talking about she literally took it upon herself to change an official document, an official Amber Alert. It is a big deal. And yes, there's people have done worse, but that doesn't take away what she's done. These in our panel did a remarkable job cleaning up CS lies and rumors. A surprise to see her back over there at BJ, but she was on her panel the other night. That's the one I want. That's the one I want. Because I knew she was leaning that way but they're going to hate bond with each other over the so-called mean girls, I thought BJ and CS hate each other. Right. She does. Okay. I thought so. That's interesting. TBI made a comment on it. They sure did. They sure did. We have been made aware that altered versions of the TBI Amber Alert poster are being circulated throughout social media, indicating they have been verified. They have not. The poster that was developed and has been distributed through the TBI Missing Persons Unit is the one included below in the comment section. Hey, Carrie. And putting out edited audio. Right, this is a missing kid. And again, all this does is add and make this case a bigger circus. Yeah, when TBI has to take time out of their busy day and they have to put out a statement because a YouTuber thought she was entitled to go ahead and switch up an Amber Alert, Lord, that's messy. I wish, Spudler, but that's not how people operate. You would think making any changes to an Amber Alert poster would be considered as tampered with an investigation. It could be, Thor. It could be. It should be. Just like it should be when people turn around and they make up fake stories. Which takes me over to the fact that here's my thing, and this is what I hate what YouTube is doing right now. YouTube has vilified the Proudfoots, right? Now, listen, there's been inconsistencies. I don't like them myself. I don't have to like them. I am very sympathetic towards what they're going through, but I do find some of the things they are saying and doing concerning, okay? And then you have Seth over here. If Chris or Katie smile, if they laugh, if they do anything, they are torn apart and they are vilified. But then you got Seth, the father, sitting on a panel making inappropriate jokes and nobody says a word because the internet has done that. YouTube has officially made these two the bad guys and this guy the hero. And it drives me nuts. The family should be working together right now. They shouldn't have YouTubers coming in. And let's talk about that. How many of you co-parent? Who the hell says that co-parenting is weird? Why is it weird that Chris speaks with Seth after 7 years of being in Sebastian's life? It is weird that those two communicate. Men usually do that. Like man to man talk, right? I couldn't believe that anybody would try to make that anything like that's weird. That's this, that's that. No. Spoke about how he treated his kid. I believe the stepdad is evil. I don't like the fact that the ex came out. Sorry. I know I'm with the minority here, but I don't like the fact that his ex came out. I don't think it was appropriate. I think the timing was crappy. There is no way to verify anything of what she said. Nobody wants to question anything she said because she is a victim. What she said was so severe and sad that nobody's going to question it. But I don't think it's right. I've co-parented just fine for 8 years now. We're actually closer now than we were together. Because I heard somebody make a statement that because their current kid's father doesn't speak to their older 3 kids' father, that is weird that Seth and Chris speak. Like, you don't even, it's not like they're in your care. So why would your current boyfriend speak to him? It just doesn't make sense. They tear the family apart and put them against each other for content drama. That's what I'm seeing, just Samantha, and it's working. The ex is biased custody case. Seth said because Katie doesn't always answer, so he talked to Chris. There's nothing wrong with that. My mom talks to my stepmom pretty much daily. All us kids are grown. Right. There's nothing wrong with that. It's healthy co-parenting. I couldn't agree more, Trish. And some of the ones that are judging the parenting of the Proudfoots have zero room to judge parenting. All she had to do was post the photo on a community post and say, hey, here's a photo of Sebastian without glasses. That's it. I couldn't believe the chat was wanting to send her money. I know. I agree. Talk about the photo evidence of the bruises Seth left on Sebastian after a beating. Where's that? Where's the photo evidence of that, Trish? Because I seen photo evidence of Summer Wells with bruising, and it turned out people just messed with the photo. It's weird to me that people think it's weird that they can co-parent, right? Well, and that's what I wrote on here. Like, listen, is this a board game of who done it? Or is this an actual missing child? In this case, all combined, like Voltron. I don't like it. Right, not over the Amber Alert. I speak to my kid's stepmother. What is the ex statement is going to do to help the problem right now, which is the poor missing child? The ex just gave YouTubers more content. That's it. Yes, thank you, Grist and Biscuits. I was just showing that. Actually, it's on the screen right now. Thank you. Right, kids get bruises. And since Seth and Katie's divorce record has been out there for a couple weeks now. Okay, so Seth reported. Oh, you're saying Seth actually beat Sebastian and left bruises. Do you have that, Trish, or know where I can find that? Why isn't that being spoken about? If we're going to turn around and we're going to pull apart everything Chris Proudfoot has done, then yeah, I think that's important. They all work together like a family should. After you two got involved, that's how it usually works, Booberry. We had Easter law. My daughter-in-law's divorced parents. Co-parenting is best for the kids, even when they're adults. Yep. I believe I heard he had, I'm sure. Listen, kids get bruises, man. They get bruises. I know, Pixie, and they do it. Continues to go over the interviews. Thank you, Trish. That's interesting. And here's my thing, Stevie. I guarantee people are going to say, well, she could write whatever she wants in there, right? Yeah, just like Chris's ex can say whatever she wants. Doesn't make it true. The school called CPS on Seth. So the school was not called on Chris? I said doo-doo. Wait, I am so confused now. Beachy Keen, isn't that so funny? Some of these people cry that they're being harassed and You know, when people talk about their parenting, they're suddenly talking about their kids and da da da. Don't you love that? But then when it comes to these cases, they have no problem doing that themselves to others. It's at the very end of my part 2 deep dive on Sebastian. You'll see me bring up the documents. Oh, deets. Why isn't that being spoken about more? I know why. Because it doesn't fit the narrative. Oh, you got this timestamp too. Part 2 of the deep dive towards the very end. Oh, Lordy. Thank you so much, Dees, for the work you're doing. I appreciate you allowing me to use your streams. This is
His
interesting.
parents. This was 8 years of school to meet his teacher before the making the were due to had already. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present anytime that Seth were due to talk with them.
All right, wait. Ooh, whoa, whoa, whoa. This is interesting. Hold on. Wait a minute. Since returning from deployment in December, I've witnessed multiple events from Seth. I've seen him hit Sebastian in the head, neck, and back. I witnessed him, when taking his anger out, Sebastian grab him with both hands, lift his entire body up, slam him down, then proceed to beat him. He has on many cases whipped him with a belt, not paying attention to where he was hitting because he was so angry. Why isn't this being spoken about? What up, Lippy? Where's all these people out that are putting Seth on a pedestal? My neighbor informed me that during my duty days, they have seen Sebastian on multiple occasions coming outside the house crying and looking for his dad because he had been gone for long periods of time and didn't know where he was. They told me they have told my son to go outside and lock the door when that occurred. Go inside and lock the door. Seth will on a regular basis just walk into the living room and get naked, not caring that Sebastian's in the area and sees this. On several occasions, when Sebastian expressed stress or anxiety about our separation or his daddy's anger, he would respond by telling Sebastian that this is all because mommy doesn't want to love daddy anymore. What? Hold up. I am mind blown. Wait a minute. You know what? Wasn't it stated that Sebastian was going to live with the father? And nobody thought maybe that'd be a reason why this boy would run away? Because he comes on the screen, he acts like he's the perfect father? Because it just so happens that Chris Proudfoot is an arrogant prick, so it makes it easy to dislike him? Oh, anybody else mind blown right now? Put a 1 in the chat if you're a bit mind blown. Ooh. By the second week of school, the teachers had already requested that the principal be present anytime that Seth were due to him making them uncomfortable. Seth made the school uncomfortable. When we went to the school to meet his teacher before the school year he started, we had just finished explaining about Sebastian's diagnosis and about the fluid on his brain, and he did something to irritate his father, who then responded by hitting him in the head in front of his teacher. When I addressed him about it and told him he cannot do that and cannot keep doing that because it is wrong, he told me it wasn't that hard and he is fine, and people need to stop telling him how to raise his son. He made a joke the other day during a stream where he said that beating around the bush is why he has Sebastian, why he has a son. If Chris Proudfoot made a sexual joke at this time, people would be tearing him apart. Apart. I am baffled by this. Of course, this is being covered up. We can't have Father of the Year here. Actually, not always. Talks about his son in loving ways too. And so have Chris and Katie. But nobody pays attention to that because it doesn't fit the narrative. I don't know, Shorty. I don't know. Just like when it comes to Chris Proudfoot's ex-wife, nobody knows. There is his side as well. Of course. All right. I don't know. I think cracking is Edgar. I think it'd be very interesting. It's very interesting that she states that the school was aware, that the school knew. I don't know. Because if you when both of them speak about Sebastian, both sets of parents, hey Kit, they always say, if he was bad that day, they don't speak about him and positive affirmations. I still do too. Now I have a weird fight about all of them. And nobody else is speaking about it. Sorry, AMAC. Sorry. All right, let's continue. I found out when I took the restraining order to the school that they had contacted CPS 1 week prior. Wasn't Steph saying he wasn't aware of any CPS calls? The social worker and myself have seen behaviors from my son, such as waking up screaming and kicking in the middle of the night with terrors. Fear of making a mistake for fear that daddy will beat him. He had an accident at school where he wet his pants and was terrified for daddy to find out. He is displaying aggressive behaviors that mirror what his father says and does. I reached out to his doctor and am requesting assistance with therapy for PTSD and light of the child abuse and to help my son recover from this. I've spoken to his doctor and a referral is placed for therapy to start as soon as possible to help him with this transition and to cope and recover from the trauma that he has been through. She sure knows how to pick them, huh? Teachers and neighbors cite as witnesses on her paperwork. That's not on the Facebook listing, but I've seen the unredacted version. It's important to show his side as well for complete fairness. Oh, I agree. Absolutely agree, Deets. I'm just baffled that more people aren't speaking about this. I would like to speak to Seth about this, actually. Seth has been monitoring all of my phone calls and not allowing me to speak with anyone, including my family, without listening. And he has been monitoring every text and call that I make to patronize me and keep me from telling people exactly what he has been going on, hovering over every call that I make. Hey, Angel. I agree, Reese. On June 5th, 2016, Seth was very angry and belligerent. He stormed out of the house and got into the Chevy Cruze and peeled tires out of the parking lot. Approximately 30 minutes, give or take later, he came back pulling in, crooked and fast, jumped out of the car and ran inside the house, looking for his gun, saying that he was going to kill that blank. My neighbor was over at the time and took recording of him during that time. So there's video of this. I responded that if he took his gun and tried to kill someone, he would wind up in jail and that he could not do that. My neighbor went outside with him and spoke to him where he stated that someone followed him and threw a soda at the car. Soda was all over the outside and inside of the car. Hey, TJ. I want to speak to Seth. I've never wanted to speak to any parents in any missing children cases, but I would love to speak to Seth. Right. I was just about to say that, Tracy. Everybody's like, poor Nina. Let's send Nina money. We need to help Nina. Let's protect Nina. But nobody wants to speak on this? Where's everybody at? Oh my God. Woo. All right. Oh, I don't know. Is that the only paper? No, it's not. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And pulled him out of the car through the driver's side window and punched him in the face. He did nothing to provoke this and refused to make police report after being repeatedly advised to call the police and make an incident report. He did not have markings, but was exaggerating his limp for approximately 5 minutes before walking normal again. I've also received multiple complaints at various times throughout the past 4 to 6 months from neighbors that he makes them feel uncomfortable because he is standing out front, confronting everyone when they come home or watching them. My neighbor in unit is in the process of adopting, and they have persons come to their house as a regular basis. I called Seth approximately 1 month ago, confronting a gentleman because he parked in his spot and telling him he doesn't care who the F he is, and that if he does it again, he'll take action to have his car towed or beat his ass. This was a social worker there to check on their home, and he knew it. Attached are pictures of our son with marks. Where you all at? Where's everybody at? Well, they say as much. There's recording of him threatening to go ahead and grab his gun to shoot somebody. I don't know. There are groups out there to help him children if elite course fail to protect, not accusing us, which comes to mind. Right, so the teachers and neighbors are going to lie. So do I, London girl. I told her she was welcomed up. Trish, you know what? I have to partially agree with that. Oh my goodness. And again, he was set to go live there. Oh, look at this. This is how they got it. I submitted a Freedom of Information Act request for Katie and Steph's divorce, expecting it to say Katie was abusive towards Sebastian. I got something completely different. This is based on Katie's account. There's reason to believe it was because all the witnesses named in the full document. And there is actual photo evidence attached. Thank you so much, Mike. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yay, Casa. Come back as soon as you can. We'll miss you. Thank you, Mike. There are photos attached to this. Oh, Sebastian's neck. Oh. Well, that's my thing. Chris does have an alibi, does he not? I don't understand. I don't understand any of the hate that's going on. I mean, I get it because Chris is an arrogant POS, right? You listen to him, he's very military, he's very stern, he's very direct. Dare I even say, oh no, please don't feel dirty. I need your support. Come back. Dare I say, you distracted from what I was going to dare to say. So now I'm not going to dare to say it because you distracted me, you annoying fucking alt. What the hell was I going to say? Oh. Chris. Chris is very like me. Chris doesn't beat around the bush. He doesn't play games. He's not going to, coddle you and speak softly to adjust your feelings. He's not, he's more abrasive. And I'm like that. I don't play friendly to play friendly. If I don't like you, you're going to know I don't like you. If I have something to say, I'm going to say it. And that automatically gives people like us a bad rap as being assholes. But then you got others that say things like, oh, Trish, I love you so much. Thank you so much. Thank y'all in the chat. I love y'all. Y'all the only reason I can do this full time. Y'all mean the world. And it's fake. It's fake. Would you rather know how somebody feels up front, or do you want the fake, phony, baby angel bullshit? Come on. Right. They're not used to an assertive man. They're not used to a man that takes charge. Listen, I'm old fashioned. The man speaks, the woman, whatever. I'm not saying women can't speak. That's asinine. But I understand absolutely why Chris is doing majority of the speaking. He's the man of the household. Now, I'm not saying there's not inconsistencies when it comes to him. Okay? But for fuck's sake, he's the only one that legitimately has like a solid alibi. And then you got Seth over there leading people to believe that Sebastian is somewhere within a homeless encampment being taken care of. Me too, Michelle. I rather straight up know if you like me or you don't. We can still proceed accordingly. It doesn't matter. But Seth works at a prison. Well, oh my goodness. Wow, Deeds, thank you for finding this. Thank you for sharing this with us. I'm baffled. I guess that was not it. What is this? Okay, so now this is Seth's portion. Thank you, Deets. Unlike others, Deets is very fair. She'll give both sides. I appreciate that. Sebastian was not his child. His mother should speak. I disagree. Listen, when it comes to step parents and whatever, it is up to the parents to decide how they are going to raise that child. It is not up to the public's opinion. If they decided, Katie and Seth, if they decided that Chris was allowed to reprimand and discipline Seth, if they decided that Chris is stepdad, that he is dad, who are we to say otherwise? I'll tell you how it's different. Because everybody is so focused on dirtying up Chris and Katie that Seth is over here making sexual jokes on a fucking panel and nobody blinks an eye. I mean, I get your sentiments, Samantha. I do. I get your sentiments, but this is important. This is very important. And the ex-wife had no like papers or anything to show otherwise. Right, Trish, that's what I mean. I mean, at what point did we stop saying like step parents don't have a right to parent? I don't know. I think it's up to the family. Okay. Everyone in relationship is allowed to parent, but assault is assault, period. I'm tired of this hitting kids shit. It's fucking assault, period. Well, it depends what type of hitting you're considering assault. I mean, what kind of discipline? Is a spank on the butt assault? I don't know. All right, so this one's harder to read. Let's see. These did a good job, I'm sure. Oh, so here we go. What actually happened on this day is that I was having a difficult time with our son. He refused to do anything I asked of him. I asked him to clean his room, and he replied no. And that he didn't have to listen to me or do anything I asked him to do. And he told me I should apologize to him for asking him to clean his room. Does that even sound logical? You should apologize to me for asking me to clean my room. That doesn't even sound like something a kid would do. Do you have proof of this, Casa? Because I'm going to need proof of your claims. All right, so he says you should apologize to me. It doesn't even make sense. I attempted to appropriately discipline him by sternly telling him that under no circumstance should he ever speak to any adult, let alone his mother or father, the way he spoke to me. After this, Sebastian ran downstairs to Katie, jumped in her lap, and started saying he hated me and that he wished I would leave and never come back. After Sebastian seemed to calm down a bit, Katie got up from the chair she was in and walked outside, and Sebastian approached me and told me he loved me and wanted to live with me after all. What do you guys think? Oh, Lordy. After this incident, I was very upset, but I was never violent anyway. Our neighbor was in the house and she said something about being uncomfortable. I told our neighbor I was going to just get some coffee and go outside to be alone. When I did, our neighbor followed me outside and asked me what was wrong. I told her how I was feeling and asked her to just let me calm down and compose myself. At no point did I act violently towards her or anyone else in the house, and I never yelled at Katie because she wouldn't beat our son. Mm-mm. This is an official document. Yeah.
And verbally.
In her request for a DVRO, Katie claims that on August 22nd, 2016, I was being belligerent and yelling at her and our son. This is not true, and even if it was, it would not be the basis for a DVRO. What actually happened on this day was Katie and I were arguing about how we were going to proceed with our divorce. Our divorce had been filed and we were still residing in the same house, which created a tense situation. Although we argued, I never once acted violently and never once did I encourage her to beat our son, as she alleged in her pleadings. During our argument, I left the residence and slammed the door, but her claim that I broke the door is false. The door was already broken before I slammed it. Again, there was never any violence, nor was there any threat of violence. I was angry at our son that our son told her that I hit him. The truth is that I never put a hand on our son. Our son suffers from a rare condition called 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome. Among the symptoms he suffers from are instances of acting out, where he hits and bites himself out of frustration. He has been known to throw himself to the ground during these incidents. This is a very common thing for him, and others have witnessed him doing this. I have filed herewith declaration from some of these witnesses. Sebastian suffered an episode in which he hurt himself out of frustration. I had told him that day if he cleaned his room, he could go swimming. I asked him if his room was clean, and he replied that it wasn't. I told him he couldn't go swimming until it was. Sebastian reacted by flying into a rage, screaming and hitting himself, biting himself, and trying to throw himself on the floor. I reached out to catch him before he hit the door frame. At no time did I ever hit or display any violent actions to him at all. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. This is all interesting. I mean, you got to remember, and divorced people will say, the most they can. I don't know. It's just interesting. This is crazy. Right, right. I mean, do they? So, in her request for a DVRO, Katie claims that I yell and scream at her with balled fists and make a vague allegation that I do drugs. These are both untrue. As set forth above, we do argue because we are going through a divorce and live in the same house. Of course, things are stressful. However, I've never balled my fists at her and I never act violently towards her. The only drugs I've ever consumed are my medications as prescribed by my doctor. from 9 herniated disc in my back, a torn meniscus, I can't see, in my left knee, 3 tears in my right shoulder. I attend physical therapy as a result of these injuries. Well, can I ask a question? Didn't Seth say that he hurt his shoulder recently so he can no longer really continue in the search for Sebastian? Did anybody else hear that correctly? After the fundraiser goal was met? Yes. Put a 1 if you heard that. That because he hurt his shoulder, he would not be able to look any further. He would not be helping in the searches. He wants to. I'm not saying he doesn't want to. And that's what I'm getting at. Maybe his shoulder hurts from all the times he's on the phone on these panels, but I don't know. Okay. Furthermore, I find it ridiculous that Katie alleges she is in fear of me. Even if I was acting violently, which I was not, I would not be able to physically harm her due to my injuries. While I am in great physical pain, Katie, by contrast, is not only physically healthy, but as she is in the Navy and is part of her shipboard security force, she has received training in physical combat techniques. She has no fear of me. Right arm around like is his hurt shoulder. Got it. There's no sign of him leaving. Thank you, Jennifer. Right. I agree, Lacey Ann. Hell, the way that the world is after them right now, I wouldn't be out either. All right, so Katie's child custody order request. I find it disheartening that Katie alleges Sebastian has anything to fear from me. I've always been Sebastian's primary caregiver. As Katie is in the Navy and is stationed on board a ship, she works and is often deployed while I act as a stay-at-home dad. I care for Sebastian's day-to-day needs, and this is a continuous task, given his special needs due to his condition. I love it and embrace it, even though it can be troubling at times. Sebastian and I have built a special bond due to the fact that I am always home with him, taking care of him. He has no reason to fear me. I wonder at what point she stopped working on the boat. Oh. Exhibit A. What is that? Am I skipping? This was 4. All right. 5. Page 5. He's still searching in pain. I do believe that. I'm sorry, but I believe Katie and Seth love him without a doubt. I won't take that. I don't know, spiritual being. I would think they'd be done, but I don't know how long it takes. So Katie's real reasons for filing a restraining order request. I believe Katie only filed the request in order to gain a tactical advantage in our divorce, and specifically to get me kicked out of our marital residence. As stated above, our living situation was quite stressful as we were going through the divorce process while living together. However, I believe Katie knew she could not remove me from the home without staging a domestic violence incident. This was totally unnecessary, as I know that we cannot live together any longer, and I'm willing to move out of the court or without a court order to do so. Also, I know that she did not want me to have equal custody of Sebastian, as the DVRO is an attempt to ensure that I do not see our son. Looks like they're around 2016 from the dates that I'm receiving on the what they're stating, but I don't know for sure. Attorney's fees. Katie's request the court order me to pay her attorney's fees, but this is simply not possible. There is a vast discrepancy in income in this case. I have not worked in some time, as I have been a stay-at-home dad. Katie is an E5 in the Navy and earns substantial base pay and allowance as reflected in the leave infirmance statement. I can't see what that says. She earns significantly more than I do, as reflected in our income and expense declaration. For the reason that Katie's request for a DVRO is baseless, meritless, and unnecessary, I request the court deny her request to attorney fees and instead order her to pay attorney fees and costs associated with me having to defend myself. Thank you so much, Primify. That's really sweet of you. Well, here's the thing, Goldie. They're on the road. Are they like not allowed to eat? People made this big deal about them eating. Are they not supposed to eat? How did he expect? At this point, he was saying he wasn't working. He was a stay-at-home dad. All right, so down here we have conclusion. Katie and Sebastian have no reason to fear me. I've never harmed, harassed, or threatened them. Katie's request for a DVRO is simply a tactic she is using to try to get me kicked out of our marital residence and cease my contact with our son. I respectfully request the court deny her request in full. I also request something under Katie to pay any reasonable attorney fees to defend against her false accusations. Okay. This was very freaking interesting. And then there's a few photo evidence. He does not, as Dee says, he doesn't argue what the school stated. I don't know. It's all very interesting. What is Exhibit A? The door? I don't know. This is weird. Oh, hold on. You know, if you think about it, when it went with Chris Watts and Shanann Watts in that case, if the neighbor didn't have footage of Chris backing his truck up, which was unusual, and I think they had footage of unfortunately the girls and Shanann in the truck that we didn't get to see and obviously would never see. But if it wasn't for that, nobody would know what happened to Shanann and those girls. Summer Wells disappeared. Athena Strain, what have we learned from that case? It is easy to I don't know. Unfortunately, people disappear. What are we thinking? What do you guys think about what we just read? I don't know. None of it is backed by police reports, just like Nina's claims. It's hard when it comes to he said, she said, although Katie does have some witness signatures and photos and videos. That is not the case. It's a spectrum. I'm so sick of people coming on here saying, well, my child with autism does X, Y, and Z. Okay, then if your child has autism, you should know more than anybody that it is a spectrum. And even without the autism aspect of anything, all children develop at different levels. I'm so sick of people comparing what they deem to be normal or appropriate when there is no normal or appropriate. It drives me nuts. It drives me absolutely nuts. I don't know, but why am I not surprised, Jason? It's almost like been waiting for me. It's the most bizarre thing. Like, nobody even speaks with you people. This is... I never met somebody so weird like that. Nobody shares your polls. Nobody knew about your polls. My gosh, you make one little comment and the freak just loses his shit. I can't stand it. People convinced Heidi Browser went missing that Shane Curry was responsible. I know when I see his mama, that lady is numb and destroyed. Sorry, SoFlo mama. It just, I got a message and it just drives me nuts. Like, did anyone ask Seth if he sleepwalks? I did when I was a kid, and I would walk out the house to my yard. But there's not even a scent trail. It's just, everything's bizarre about this case. It's really sad that at the center of it is a lost boy right now. It breaks my heart. Right. Yeah, it is, Nina. Because I made one stupid comment. He follows me everywhere, and he seems to think like people care about your polls. Nobody cares. Forgetting that he's been missing for over a month now. There's a point when life must return to some resemblance of normalcy. That doesn't mean they're forgotten or guilty. Listen, they still have bills to pay, right? The world doesn't care what you were going through. You still have financial things to upkeep. They both said no. It's been stated many times Sebastian was diagnosed with autism just last year, and he is high functioning. If you met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person. They're all different. It doesn't make sense. People are determined to find him, so their job on YouTube is done. I agree. It would bring less chaos. Way less chaos. They weren't just being harassed, they were being threatened. I don't know. And it's not, and they had other people in their home. Their home wasn't empty. I can't stand it, Nina. It makes me sick. Like, I can absolutely promise I've never shared anybody's poll and said, go vote. I would never do that. I don't care. If I make a poll on my page, the poll's going to go in my favor. That's the way it works. The kid is running from both parents. Maybe. Why wonder? Now, Seth did give out some really interesting information. And the information was that basically he hired, I'm assuming he's saying he hired a PI, right? But he also had this big smile on his face, and he believes in his heart, and this might be a father's faith, but he believes in his heart that Sebastian is amongst homeless people, and they are taking care of him. Maybe. I don't know. Remember, her husband works out of town. Is it weird? Yes, but that doesn't make them guilty. Well, a lot of people are saying that, Sebastian was scared of Chris, and that's why he ran away. Chris wasn't home for a month. So why would he run away at that point? Thank you, Danny C. Why at that point would he run away? Wow, thank you so much. 27 months. Oh, my goodness. Day one. It's amazing. Thank you. What if he met up friends from school, someone he would date and ran off with them, and they are bad kids? He is hiding out. It happens all the time. Also, teens on the spectrum. His father's clutching at straws. And like I said, it could be a father's hope, I don't blame him for that. Remember, Harley Dilly could be a situation like that. Sebastian reminds me, look-wise, of a cross between Harley and Kyron. Why is it weird that he works out of town? My fiance get jobs offers out of town. I don't know what makes it weird. They said he had no friends. He was socially awkward. Hi, Titanium. PB&J, I can't believe like the nitpicking at anything and then saying if I shut up. Not until I shut up. I don't even speak. I can't stand it. he was that abusive, why was mom trading with him on custody? Well, because what was reported was 2016, right? How many years later is that? So now Sebastian's older, he's stronger. Maybe Seth has calmed down and got himself, anger management. I don't know. There could be any difference to it for all I know. I just find it weird that everybody is sharing around Chris Proudfoot's information, the person who wasn't even in the same location, but this isn't being brought out. Nobody's really paying attention to that. And I know why. Because Seth goes on panels, he gives good interviews, which brings in good views, so people don't want to step on his toes. And it is popular right now to hate the Proudfoots. The thing is, we don't have any good information to go on. Everything we think is speculation, and speculation's getting ridiculous. You can speculate without getting ridiculous. Chris's contract, he makes huge money, don't need crane operators everywhere, so you go where the work is. The whole thing's sad. And then you have Crime Slew then messing with an Amber Alert. That's what I'm saying, Lacey. There's healthy speculation, right? He likely got along with kids much older than him. That's very typical. Asperger's, their peers don't get them, so they gravitate towards older kids. Come on, Nellie, move. I believe he was lured, ran away with someone. He might have ran out afraid. He might have just left on his own doing. We don't know. I think the fact that Seth has faith, that he's amongst right, try time, and everybody's saying the other photos were old. Apparently the photo being rotated is from December. Seth seemed very confident that his child is a runaway. The police still have him as missing. The case has not transitioned into anything other. Everything's speculation at this point. Anything else, and that is wrong, because you have to think out the box to find him. I knew a girl who did that, left for months and thought she was getting married. Guy returned her after at least 6 months. What? That's sad and scary. Never thought of that, actually, because that would make him run out of the house without shoes. Maybe he had a nightmare. Right. So if he's found all parents are innocent, are creators going to apologize? No. And you know what else? I believe at this point, some creators don't want it solved because they are just basking in Sebastian content right now. Get off a school bus. Oh, yeah. Right in front of her driveway, right? Like within a matter of seconds. Who's to say he didn't meet someone online? Who's to say? Who's to say he didn't plan to have that person come meet him that weekend? I mean, there's so many possibilities. That's the sad part. We could spend all day speculating, but at the end of the day, the facts are the facts, and that's all there is to go off of. All this other unnecessary things, including the divorce papers, they are unnecessary. I mean, do they offer a little bit of insight? Yeah. You get an idea of like the hostility of the environment, of the relationship between the parents and Sebastian, but it doesn't mean any of them did anything to hurt him. Right. And then it came out that it was accidental, Nina, and there's no apology to be made. Nobody ever takes down the content or apologizes. No new info, but daily monetized content. Was it a normal pattern for Chris and Katie to be on the phone 3 hours? That's a good question. I don't know. I'm sure with him working out of town, yeah, they probably fell asleep on the phone normally together. Thank you so much, Jessa Mom. I appreciate you. Thank you. Sebastian's found then there's no more money for these creators that are milking this for monetary gain. I agree, Titanium. They said they threw his things away. They also said he took out the trash that evening. Maybe he went missing something and ran out to check the trash to see if they threw it away on him. That's a good one, Rainy Cat. Like he realized an item he cares for is missing, so he ran out to go check the trash at night? Maybe. And maybe somebody saw him and distracted him. I don't know. Who said she had a side piece, Blue? I haven't seen no side pieces come forward. She was on NC's research team, so there's that. Was she, Nina? I didn't know that. Anyway, Crime Sleuthin', are you listening? Because I'd love for you to come up on panel and talk to me a little bit about the phone call. Trev, have you asked Seth about the divorce records? Right, now she has a side piece. I don't know. I mean, where'd that come from? That woman works so much and goes to school and is a mother. I don't know. Nonsense. Wasn't he left alone at times at Seth's house? Maybe he did get online, had a friend. There's so much to speculate. Just saying. Right. Oh, you know what? We do. We got the spirit box. We sure do. Oh my goodness. I couldn't believe that either. You know, the internet thing that was last week's speculation. He ran away because he found out about mom's extra man. Listened to it all last week. I haven't paid any attention to any of that. Welcome back, Pointer Lover. Thank you. Hey, Leave It's Bieber. They said they threw away what? That was an old story. He mentioned it to me a little, but when I was in town there. Yeah, Trev, there's some interesting things in there in documents. But an autistic person went missing was found 3 years later safe. It is possible. We have to be positive until there's actual proof to state otherwise. Oh my gosh, Danny C. So Chris called her having an affair. This is just baffling. Hey, Miss Harmony. Hi, Grady. Based on past children runaways, I have my theory how he could go without scent. Very interested to hear that. 15 months, Miss L. Thank you so much. Until the police come out and say they've arrested the parents, all the speculation doesn't matter. If it comes out he ran away, you think these YouTubers are going to apologize to the parents? No. No, of course not. Yeah, you rewind a little bit back, you'll see some of it. You can take screenshots. They were interesting. I'm curious what Seth has to say about them. Sebastian found out about mom's affair. Woo! Kentucky, I think, made it all the way to Vegas, had been living there for years before finally going to police station and outing himself. Nobody apologizes for anything, especially to the parents. Of course not. Matter of fact, some of them double down, girl. Some of them double down. I see people that are literally using Ryan Upchurch to co-sign their bullshit. You're welcome to, Miss Harmony. Oh, I read them just now, Trev. It's still interesting. I have not, Pointer Lover. I'm guessing there's some type of relation. Well, Kim Holmes, that's like when people looked into all of Kylie Rodney's minor friends, all their socials, put out all their information, all their photos, all their, social media handles and all that. Oh, I know, right, Trev? Oh, my goodness. If we get there next, I'm telling you. Lord. Ryan Upchurch has been wilding out. He must have a new album coming. A new album, a new song, a concert coming up. That is the only time he ever does any of this type of stuff. My email is not your business. Well, I apologize for the harm this community has done to all the families that have experienced the loss. I'm sometimes so proud of these streets, other times deeply ashamed. I'm not saying I believe mom had a side piece, just throwing in a speculation jar because it was going around. Yeah, I think we should smash that jar. Ellie haven't said even the slightest negative thing about the parents, just positive. Yep. Ellie and Bigfoot involvement, I can't. Well, he must have another, or he wouldn't be doing all this. They said they've been cooperating. I mean, you name it. She's taken a lie detector. Now, listen, there are some inconsistencies. There are some inconsistencies when it comes to things that Chris has said, but did I tell you she does have a new one? Have you seen the videos of her and her dry begging? I think seeking people out in cases isn't cool. People disagree with me about situations where people come to you. I understand that. But I agree it's wrong to seek people out and contact them. I agree. I like Upchurch and Fled. He's definitely on a different level. Yeah, a level of money and high that us broke folks will never accomplish. Ever, ever. I can't believe he's still in an active lawsuit. He's still throwing out these allegations. Like, does he not have management? Matter of fact, they made a video years ago when he first started all this showing that him and his like managers were bragging how he's made like 3 million, I believe it was views off of trolling. I don't know. But you're trolling about teenagers that have passed. Here is Miss Harmony. Although it says the device is not connected yet, so let's give her a minute. All right, it is connected. Hello, Miss Harmony.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Can you hear me?
I can, yes. Can you hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah, I actually got a good connection today, even though we're storming up a storm here with lots of rain.
We are as well.
I appreciate that you were speaking about this. I didn't know about the divorce thing, but it was good to hear Seth's side. I don't know what the outcome was of that, but I can only assume the outcome was okay because of they came to an agreement that Seth would live with. That Sebastian would live with Seth. So would that be the outcome? Because that was dated 2016, correct?
It was, yeah. They have had healthy co-parenting since, obviously. Yeah, I agree.
Right. So that's probably all resolved then, right?
Oh, I would assume,
Hold on,
yeah.
I'm trying to see where my comments have gone. Oh, join chat. Okay, I see. Okay, I don't know a little bit about me. My background is extensive in domestic violence advocacy, and I'm now retired, but I at the last 3 years of my retirement, I worked with victim services intake outtake counselor. So I've heard millions of stories in all sorts of scenarios. And one thing I find very interesting when I was in victim services, you talk to everybody, you talk to the families, you listen to their side, and you hear everything come out. And the most important thing for me is when there's children involved, that they have a voice. And it's so important because, as we know, they become mixed in the middle of things. They become chattel. It becomes a real mess. I'm from Canada, so we implemented a bill, I think it was C-91, where children can get a voice. And it was going really well. However, it was funded for only 2 years at $5,000, and unfortunately, people didn't continue to fund it. So, which is really sad because it's very important that children get heard. That they have an official guardian. I don't know if you know what that is. Do you know what
I
an
do,
official
yes,
guardian is?
I do.
Okay, so just in case the audience doesn't know, official
You can
guardians
explain.
are, yeah, okay. So an official guardian is appointed uh, team for the children. So they may have a team of psychologists in there, attorneys of their own in there, and they go to sessions and they talk to the children. There's no leading done. So they're trained at how to conduct themselves while they are interviewing or with the children. There's all sorts of different things that are included in that, depending on the age of the child. It could be art therapy, so children can draw pictures. And a lot of times we discover through pictures, there might be some graphic ones. And so, they'll dig in. And if it gets to an extreme, they'll actually have detectives come in. So I don't know the nature of the dynamic, if they have any children's support for Seth at all. I'm not too sure. If you do know, that'd be great to know. Do you know if CPS was involved besides what we have been aware of about the belt situation? But do you know if Seth actually has his own appointed team?
Not that I heard of. Trev may know. He speaks on a personal level to the family,
Who?
but not that I Trev
I'm
Time,
sorry.
he's in the chat.
Oh, Trev Time. Is he the one that works on Summer Wells?
Yes, and he's been doing fantastic with
Oh,
Sebastian as well.
fantastic. You are so fantastic. Okay, maybe I'll look at the comments. Let me see if Trev happens to be aware of it. So I'll continue on with my
And I
new
did drop the
comment.
link if he'd like to come up if he
Okay,
knows.
sorry, I'm trying to get, yes. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to stick with the facts in this. I'm not involved in the case. I'm just one who wants to make sure that things get out. Like last night, I believe it was Dietz or somebody put out that creator had document a flyer. I have a pretty good, I'm on Twitter. And Twitter really is good for me because I get a lot of interactions. I'm following quite a few crime people, blah, 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 everybody. And so when I post something, it gets a lot of attention more than it would if I did on my community posts. Like, for example, when Riley disappeared, I had 10,000 people look at that post, right? So it was very late when I posted that. This is I explained it very simple. I just sort of said, this is the original photo, this is a document photo, and this is where the photo came from, because I heard that the mother said that was taken at Christmas time, and she didn't mind if people shared that picture of Seth, because she decided that when he was taking Santa Claus's picture to take the glasses off. But that's it. So that I woke up this morning and maybe had like 500 people who had just seen it or shared it, right? And not to share out the document or however you would pronounce it, or what that person did, right? I was pretty appalled by that. Anyway, so to continue on, children, when they sit down and they talk to me, they will, discuss the dynamics and what's going through, because this is their time to feel safe, their time to feel really comfortable about saying what they need to say. And, the truth comes out. And I've dealt with a lot of kids who have run away, have created problems. a lot of different dynamics in their mental health, from even high spectrum, as Sebastian, especially high spectrum. And I actually have an autistic high spectrum child and have seen some similarities of behaviors that maybe we've learned through what Seth does through my own son. So with Seth, okay, what I feel is Seth is at, if this is just my theory. I'm not saying it as facts. I'm just saying it as I'm trying to analyze how there was no scent tracked as we were
Miss
told,
Miss
unless
Harmony,
they are.
I do think you're confusing Seth with Sebastian.
I keep saying Seth. I'm
You
sorry.
do. That's okay.
I apologize. I'm being distracted by squirrels attacking my plants right now. They are going ballistic on my plants, and I just put the spring flowers in, and I'm so sorry, Sebastian.
No worries.
So,
Okay. We know.
I'm really bad with names. I'm really bad. So, where was I? So there are methods to madness, and children can be extremely clever. And I go to how is there no scent, and then I keep going back to how I know and remember how children vanished, and very similar, like, to Sebastian. And this is how I've kind of come up with it because of, stories from other children. And he, to me, I feel, perhaps maybe he wanted to get away. Like, that was it. Like, it sounds like it was a messy situation, even though maybe he was going to go to his dad's, which sounds maybe like a little better situation. But when kids are that age, he's 15, they don't want to be caught up in all of the entanglement. They just want to be a kid, do their thing. And when there is constant going on and on and on, it can get to them. And so to me, I feel that he had enough. He just had enough. And I'm hoping this is what I'm hoping. He had enough, and he decided to plan how to get away very clever, because they are really, really smart. We are all speculating, thinking that he can't possibly do this, but I, on opposite, think that he can. And so my thought is he might have planned everything, and to a point of it being very strategic. So he probably could have gathered what he needed in survival. So it's not impossible, because kids have told me this. He could have gotten, how sometimes there's lost clothing in schools in the bin. He could have gotten clothing from there. He could have gathered different clothing. He could have gathered different shoes. With his piggy bank, he could have made it appear that he only had, let's say, $15 in it, but maybe he had $50 in it. And then we go on. Okay, so how is there no scent? Well, I was looking at the house plans, and I don't know. My eyes kept on steering towards the back entrance, like more of the back entrance. And then I was looking at how everybody's been going on the streets and the maps and everything like that. And, you know, Seth went to school and he walked around. It wasn't like he wouldn't know if he is, let's just say, planning to get away, where the cameras were and how to dodge them. It is possible, because even though I have cameras all around my house, there's still blind spots, you know, on my cameras. Like you can go around the corner, lean against the corner or whatever. So I'm wondering, did he, you know, map everything out? And then the possibility, now I've actually had kids tell me how they've gone out, you know. Did he have a bike? Because if he had a bike, he would be getting on the bike and then he would be going his way. There would be no scent on the ground. The other thing is, did he place garbage bags down on the ground, and as he walked, pick up the garbage bags and put them in? There might not be a scent there. What's your thoughts on my thoughts?
Well, I mean, they're great thoughts and they explain how there'd be no scent, but I do believe if he had a bike, that would have been disclosed to us. As for like maybe putting paper bags on his feet, because he didn't leave with a pair of shoes on. And I think if he laid down trash bags, they would have been seen or found.
No, because they take them. He would take them. And as far as the bike, he could have hidden the bike and then brought the bike into the equation, or somewhere ditched the bike, walked out with something around his feet and got on the bike. Because if he's on a bike, he could go really far and no one's gonna notice somebody on a bike. I mean, I travel all the time. I see bikers. I don't even take notice of them, right?
Right. But but his parents haven't stated about having a bike, and he's not.
No, but he wouldn't tell them. If you're planning to run away, you will start your plan. It's just like women of domestic violence, you know, because
I
I've had to
understand the
just,
sentiments. Yeah. I
yeah.
get what you're saying. I mean, it offers a possibility to why there's no scent for sure.
Mhm. Because I mean, people have said, well, maybe he was carried out, maybe this, maybe that, but they've ruled them out as being any kind of foul play at all. So if there's no foul play, then you have to go, okay, so how is it possible that he left the house, got out of that house?
Right.
So to me, with a lot of the stories I've heard, you know, we don't know if you know, somebody was assisting him, you know, saying, okay, I'm going to get you out. I know kids will help kids. They will, and they'll be quiet about it. And I'm not too sure what the legal age is in the States for he's 15 now. Is it 16 that you can literally leave home?
It varies by state.
Can you leave home at 16?
No, I think at
Oh,
16
does
you're
it? Oh,
still
okay.
being run away. Yeah.
So when's this? Oh, really? Okay, because I think at 16 years old in Canada, I think if they want to go, they can go. I mean, it's not impossible. I've heard a curator who ran away at 14 and they just find their way, you know. I mean, we hear about runaways all the time and where they can go and where they can be taken care of. I mean, LA is a big, huge one. I don't know if it still is. And, you know, they're talking about the home camp, the homeless camp, you know, it's quite possible, you know, but I just think I don't know why I think about a bike. I'm pretty sure he knows how to ride a bike. Even if he didn't, he would be practicing on a bike. You know, I just wanted to, you know, bring my thoughts in about, you know, various topics that children have spoken to me.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. It's a very thoughtful thought process. It's just a wonder if they would have been aware that a bike was purchased or that he had a bike, or because in order for that to be the case, his scent would still be somewhere for wherever he went to get that bike, right?
Well, they wouldn't know. And a lot of kids buy things online and they use PO boxes. So,
Right, but there's FBI
you know,
investigation.
they can
No,
deliver it
because
to a PO box.
all their devices have been looked into and everything. If he ordered anything, they would have found that by now.
Well, if he's using a burner phone, you wouldn't. That wouldn't be tracked. You can order anything off Amazon. You don't have to even use your name. Like, you know, you can just say, I'm ordering it as a guest for a gift and send it to a post office box. So how would they know if he ordered anything?
Because they'd have that information on whatever device he ordered it off of. Like there's no way he had a burner phone because he wouldn't have access to get a burner phone. I don't know.
It's not impossible. These kids will do anything.
Yeah.
They'll use burner. I mean, I've heard it. You know, burner phones, ordering, planning, you know, getting away, having something set up in another location. I mean, I can only hope that if that's what he decided to do, he decided to do it because of the dynamics. And he just said, I've had enough. I just want to get away from all of this and live my life. You know, that would be a better outcome than the latter, you know?
Oh, absolutely. I agree. It certainly would be.
You know, it's difficult, you know. It's like the Summer Wells case, you know, she vanished, she disappeared, but children do disappear. They do go, and it might be a long time till we find out where they might be, or if they come forth or anything. I don't really know. We don't know if he is okay and has some way of being able to listen to what everything is. Like, that's why I posted, don't reveal where the searches are, because if they go to search A and they gridlock the whole thing, and he happens to know what's going on, let's just say, he can say, okay, that's cleared, I can go back there. You know what I mean? I know that they're recombing certain areas, I think, as of today, which is good. And we found out that the glasses did not match. I feel bad for Seth because he was 90% sure that they might be his. Yeah, I just, you know, hope there's a positive outcome. And I've just hope that people who are searching keep it low and not use it as a media source, like, you know, as we've seen and everything like that.
Oh, I agree. I agree.
So what's your thoughts? What's your thoughts? What do you think might have happened?
You know what? I honestly, this is one where I haven't sat down and thought anything. It's just so sad and strange. I don't have a thought to it. Like, Katie passed the lie detector. Chris wasn't in town.
Oh, you're
I'm sure Seth has an alibi.
breaking up on me. I'm going to go back and chat and listen. I mean, that'll need to come up. If you have any questions you want to ask me,
I appreciate you.
Feel free.
Thank you. I will. Thank you so much for coming up.
Okay. Okay.
I think her internet's cutting in and out. Yeah, it is.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Okay. I tried, Lacey. So I don't necessarily agree. I appreciate her sharing her insight, but I think it'd be impossible for him to have a burner phone, order from Amazon, hide a bike. I don't think it's that elaborate. I don't think Sebastian was that elaborate. The idea that he's safe somewhere sounds great. I know Seth is holding on to that faith. I wanted to talk Yeah, the internet was glitching and I don't think she could hear me too well. I wanted to delve deeper into what is going on with Brittany, but there's so much with crime sleuthing, and then we came across the divorce papers that took up most of it. Unfortunately, I have to go get cat food. My daughter has prom coming up, and that is oh so stressful and oh so fun. Oh, so yeah, I am going to end it on that note. Listen, the facts are the facts in this case, and so far there's not many facts to offer. Let's just keep our faith and our hope that Sebastian is out there safely somewhere, that he is looking or trying to find his way back home. I think maybe simply something scared him. I don't know. The focus needs to remain on Sebastian, and I don't know. I don't know about all these ideas, and Pretty Eye, if he had a bike and the bike was gone, we would know about it. You know what I mean? So I don't know. That was a stretch, but I do appreciate Miss Harmony's insight into helping and dealing with DV and children and all of those things. I think that is fantastic. I'm sure in most cases, teenagers that are having difficulties, I don't know if they normally report to somebody that they are planning to run away. I've never experienced it. I just kind of thought they run and hide as they do. But I'm hoping that, something good comes from all of this. Thank you, KNS. Thank you all for being here. Oh, really? See, Miss Harmony, I think if Sebastian had one, though, they would have, by going through all the devices and neighborhood cameras and all that, I think they would know that. I think at this point, every bit of everything going on within that home and even neighborhood has been disclosed. So I think at like a postal office would have said, hey, we had a young boy here that opened up a PO box. Like, it is too far spread at this point to be anything other. Although I wishful thinking, I'll go with it. 15 more thumbs. We're not at 200 thumbs up with 400 people watching. Come on, hit the thumbs up, people. Don't be sleepy on the thumbs up. Let's hit the thumbs up. And more internet access than the parents claim knew of. I don't know, but I will say while he was at his father's, he had freedom of internet. Why would the Proudfoots make themselves look more controlling than they were? I don't know. I'm not here to add to further. All right, come on up, Beats. I need you to explain. I got a few minutes for you. I was just running for the hills. I was running here. I mean, and at school are literally everywhere. Thank you, Gary. Hey, Deeds.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
I can, yes.
Sorry, he was a little booger getting down this morning for his morning nap, but
Oh.
I know you've been all around since you were talking about what went down with crime sleuthing, but and somebody sent me the timestamp. It wasn't 4:14, it was 4:18 is where we like lay it out for Melissa Jade. So what we basically did is yesterday in my live that I got, genital bombed on.
Did you?
Yeah. We had to shut it down and then fire up a new one. But someone, it was Eve, True Crime with Eve came in and she's like, hey, dudes, I noticed this on Crime Sleuthing's video. And she sent me some screenshots of how the times weren't lining up. And, she was kind of thinking that they were edited. And so we just kind of started digging into it live there. It happened very organically. She came in with this information. We started looking at it. Then we started listening to the audio again, listening to what she played on multiple channels. We were told she went and talked on Brittany J. She went and talked on Queen Bee. She went and talked on Justin Pearls. So we started listening to all of those clips, hearing what she said. She released more audio on Brittany's. She released more audio on Justin's. So we took that in, and then Tracy was talking with Todd Terrell. the guy that she was supposed to, that the audio is Todd Terrell. He's from the United Cajun Navy. So she had reached out to him, was talking to him. We got the screenshots. He sent her the screenshots of his and Crime Sleuth's messages. They weren't
Ooh.
they weren't lining up at all with what she was saying. His focus was prime. He thought he was going on her channel to talk about the difference between the United Cajun Navy and the Cajun Navy, which is what JLR had put out. He had put out that the United Cajun Navy were scammers because of a name change and a lawsuit in 2016. That's actually the Cajun Navy, not these guys. And so he was under the impression that that's what they were going on to talk about. There was a name of one person that her and Todd had spoken about. It's not JLR, it's someone else. And I guess in the phone conversation, he had asked her not to mention it. He saw a clip, I don't know if it was her trailer or something, and she mentioned that name. And he's like, hey, I asked you not to mention this name, and you did. So she sends him a StreamYard link at like, I can't remember off the top of my head, like 6 in the afternoon or evening, or maybe earlier than that, saying, hey, can you come a little before 7? And he comments to her before 7. They're both in Central Time Zone. He comments to her at like 6:48, no, I won't be coming. So all that happened before her live even started. So then she gets an hour into her live and says, oh, he's seen the chat and he's not coming up now. That's not true. He had said it before then. And we just started slow walking through the messages, what he was saying, and he just kept saying, like, the proof is all there in the messages, blah, blah,
Wait.
blah.
So she lied that he backed out of coming up when in all actuality it wasn't even time for him to come up yet?
Right. I have the screenshots.
Girl.
Yeah. It's at 6, I think, I'd have to scroll out of the app a minute to see it, but I'm pretty sure it's at like 6:38. It's before 7. And her live was set to start at 7 because that's what she says to him, come a little before 7. So, so he kept telling Tracy, it's all there in the text messages. It's all there in the text messages. So we're looking at them and then we're listening to the audio and then it hits and we see like Jenny noticed that she's bouncing around when she's playing these clips for these people on the panel. It's like an 8-minute audio message that she has and she skips like the first 7 seconds, plays a portion. Then she goes to like 3 something. She'll stop at 3 something. And then she skips ahead to like 5 something. So there's like a minute and a half she skips in the center and she never plays after like 5:30. So she's playing portions of it. I don't know if it's edited or not, but she's playing portions of it. And we're like, why is she not playing these middle portions? Why won't she put out the whole audio? And as we're listening to it, I've got Tracy texting me about his messages and the UCN stuff and it just dawned on me. We had read out last week when JLR first came out saying they were the Cajun Navy and the lawsuit and stuff. We had dug into it and we had taken the time to read through all the lawsuit stuff that the United Cajun Navy was a part of, the Cajun Navy was a part of, all that information. It all started over this one search and rescue situation with the Sea Corps Power Group. Now, this was a rig, like an oil refinery rig type thing, off the coast of Louisiana that, I don't know if capsize is the right word, but the rig went down and there was several people inside the rig that needed rescued. The search and rescue efforts were dealing with some horrible weather and they didn't get in there in time to save a lot of lives. It ended up capsizing and flipping over and there were people trapped in a specific location of the rig. And it took them weeks to plan out their search and rescue. And then when they were getting ready to go in and do the search and rescue, let me back up. So they had dug a trench around the rig to keep it from moving on the ocean floor so that the rig would not move anywhere because they thought they knew exactly where some of these people were inside the rig. But Hurricane Ida hit and it filled that trench up with sediment. So then they had to redo their whole game plan of how they were going to go in and rescue these, recover these bodies is actually the more appropriate term. One of the fathers of one of the missing persons got very frustrated because when Hurricane Ida hit, all of the search and rescue efforts from all the teams went towards that immediately, you know, the boats and people's lives that they could save right then and there. And unfortunately, the Sea Corps power situation got put on the back burner. So that father got very mad, and it started this big situation between the members of the United Cajun Navy, and that's what caused the split. So when he's talking about the father in this audio, he's talking about the father of the Sea Corps power group. And then when that clicked, I remembered they talked about in one of the articles and in the court documents about they knew where the body was and they couldn't go in and get the body.
Wow.
So that audio that we hear, he's not talking about Sebastian. And we also learned this from Crime Sleuth because she went on Queen B's panel, she went on Brittany J's panel. She told all of these people the same thing. We weren't even talking about Sebastian. I didn't even ask him about Sebastian. We were talking about search and rescue stuff, and he just drops this bomb in there because
Oh
it
my
wasn't
goodness.
about Sebastian. It wasn't about Sebastian at all. It was about the situation that took place between the United Cajun Navy and the Cajun Navy and what led into the split, what led into the name changes, etc. It was about explaining all of that. And she had given us all the clues, but when people took that little bit and ran with it as something, I think she wanted it to be that.
She wanted us to hear it that way. That is how she
Mhm.
presented it.
Yep. Oh,
And then
absolutely.
she also claimed they weren't there to speak on Sebastian, JLR, whatever. Here, the screenshot right here. Include that in the video. Say it's always a pleasure to expose people like JLR. But now she's kissing JLR's ass and all his subscribers' asses in her comment section. So as suspected, she clicked together
And I
that
have a
phone call and
and I
then
have a
contacted TBI
I
falsely
don't
over it.
I don't know. Well, I don't know if she clipped it together, but I do know that when she's
Mm.
playing it on these other panels, she's leaving out specific portions. And it's my belief that those specific portions probably make it very clear, put it into full context that it's about the Sea Corps power group and not Sebastian at all. But she herself, like I said, she's the one who told us. She went from panel to panel saying, we weren't even talking about Sebastian. I never asked him about Sebastian. We were talking about search and rescue efforts, and we were talking about the UCN and Cajun Navy stuff. And so that's why I don't believe it's about Sebastian at all. I believe it's about that situation. I dropped it in my live chat. I don't know if you could
Wow.
see the chat. Like I dropped the links to the lawsuit and to the article that I was reading all this from. And that's where it talks specifically about the dad of Scott Dapsett. He was the man that was trapped in the rig. They knew where his body was and they couldn't go in and get his body, and it caused a lot of issues. And that, I think, is what he was talking about in that audio.
But what an asshole, knowing how everybody was going to perceive that, especially when she added in a little tidbit about, I contacted TBI, as recommended, I contacted TBI. And the whole time she's fucking fabricating it off a missing child.
There's parts in there. Someone came into my chat and they're like, well, he's talking about being stalked and harassed. That's in the lawsuit too. That, in fact, it's in the lawsuit. It's talking about cyber stalking and harassment because they felt like Scott's dad was cyber stalking them online and putting messages here, there, and everywhere. Then it became like a cyber stalking issue from the other men that split and became the Cajun Navy. Like it's all part of that, and it's all in all those news articles and that lawsuit and everything. And it just took us, 4 hours to get there, but we got there.
And then if you look at what she writes in this text, she literally says, hello, Todd, how are you today? I found a whole bunch on those Cajun Navy people, slimy, vindictive indeed. Why can't people research before putting out info? I'm glad we spoke, and I'm looking forward to putting out the truth and defending your great group. Fuck you! You actually caused them more harm by and then she's going to claim, well, I never said it was about Sebastian. I just said I was contacting TBI. She's going to play that stupid game she played.
Why? She also said on, I don't know if it was Queen's or Brittany's, but she said on one of their panels that she had sent it to Seth and the TBI. Why the hell would you send this to Seth if you're later saying that
It wasn't about Sebastian.
Come on. Why would you even bother with
you
that
make
stuff?
panel. Oh my goodness. She makes her panel whoring off this phone call that she sliced and sliced and misrepresented with her name all over it. Says that she sent it to TBI and Sebastian's father. And then that lady, I came across some lady's page that has Seth on there. And she was saying to Steph, did you hear that Todd from Cajun Navy said they know where Sebastian's body is? So
Yeah,
he's
I
being,
played that last night. That was heartbreaking. He heard that online.
and the way she
Uh,
even said it though, Dees, was so cringe. Like she made it so nonchalant and like, like you're
she
telling his father.
Stevie says, but she also said that she wanted to talk about the search for Sebastian and where they had searched and stuff, to be fair. Stevie, she did. But in the screenshots of their conversation, that's not what is discussed. And in fact, he even says back to her, we were only going to discuss, like he's very specific in what they were going to discuss, which is the UCN and the CN stuff. He was under the impression that that's all they were going to be discussing. And like I said, the name that she mentioned in the trailer or whatever it was that she had put out before, it's not JLR, it's not a name any of us know. It's something to do with that C-Corp power situation in those lawsuits. And so he just felt, I'm guessing he felt betrayed because she mentioned that name, and he asked, specifically said, I don't want this person mentioned for whatever reasons. I don't know the reasons behind it.
That is literally so slimy.
Yeah. And then last night it became, get this. So she says, I'm not, they're just doing this to me because they want me to put out the full audio. I'm like, I don't need to hear the full audio. Then she says, I've already transcribed it. So maybe I'll put out the transcript. Why would you put out the transcript of it instead of just the audio? Come on, ma'am. I was born at night, but it wasn't last night. Like,
we know what she's doing. She's going to try to ride off the views from this phone call. And this is what I said at the beginning. Is she trying to take the steps that any attention is attention, good or bad? Because there's no way she thinks what she's doing is okay. There's no way she. This is unbelievable.
mm-hmm. It is wild. It was wild once it clicked. And if we would not have taken the time, like, oh my gosh, what, 2.5 weeks ago to read through all that lawsuit shit, it would have never clicked in my brain. But I remembered specifically about the situation with Scott Dapsett because it was a pretty big deal. The father was heartbroken, and it is the father being upset about where his son was and them not putting, he didn't feel like they were putting in the adequate time and effort after they had raised almost $500,000 for search and rescue relief. That the whole thing with the father is what caused, not that he caused the split, but the whole situation, it caused it all to boil up and explode. And that's what led to the split. That's what led to the lawsuit. So when I remembered that part where he talks about in the article, it's like a year later review of the whole situation is what the article is. And he talks about them knowing where his son was and not being able to go in and get him. That's when it clicked for me. Like, that's exactly what he said in that audio. So
unbelievable. So she intentionally and purposefully put out and misrepresented that phone call for clicks and views.
Well, and here's another thing we caught too. So she said on her live as we were listening to it, the original one where she puts out the audio, she says, I wasn't going to put this out, but since he came up, or since he said, I don't remember exactly what she said. She later put it on me and said I said that, but I didn't. It came out of her own damn mouth.
Yeah, she literally said, I recorded this call, and for those who are unaware, I live in a one-party state, and I wasn't going to do this, but since he backed out, so basically you did it to blackmail him.
And then she plays she already had it edited. So you're telling me you already had it edited. Well, then we find she said on another panel that she recorded that call right before her live is what she said, that he had called right before her live and she recorded it. So you're telling me that he called right before the live and you had the time to edit it, go on the live and do all the other stuff, because she spent like an hour talking about the Cajun Navy versus the United Cajun Navy situation. And then she gets to that portion. So where did you find the time to do that editing is my question.
And Brooklyn says she doubled down last night still on her channel that he absolutely was talking about Sebastian. She's still saying it.
Which is crazy because in the clips that I played from Queen Bee's panel, and B. Tim is kind of grilling her on it, and she says that we weren't even talking about Sebastian. I wasn't even mentioning Sebastian. And he just brings it in there. And it's like, well, then why? it just makes a lot more sense that it's about the lawsuit than it is about Sebastian with everything she said. When you go and listen, like I
Come
said,
on,
if you
Crime
guys
Sleuth.
listen from like 418 on, from everything we play all the clips of her, all the audio of her, from everything that came from her own mouth, from the text messages that I received from their text messages, their communications, and the audio that we can hear that she has played, it makes a hell of a lot more sense that it's about the C-Core Power Group than it is about Sebastian.
So I'm pretty sure she's watching. She did make a post, and it's ironic. Some people need to step away from the abyss. Whoever fights monsters should see to it that in the process he does not become a monster. When you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. So I'm very familiar with the quote. Matter of fact, you do become the monster when you fight the monster. But are you either acknowledging that you are the monster right now, Crime Sleuthin'?
I think
Or
she's calling me the monster, but look, I just like to get to the truth of things. That's all it is. And it's not like this, oh my gosh, targeting crime sleuthing like she claims. This was brought to me in the middle of
oh
my
my gosh,
life,
wait for this
completely.
one. Look at this. This latest attack is just content for drama queens using every excuse they can think of to come at me and other creators, to discredit me due to a personal obsessive vendetta and drum up views and money for themselves. But oh my God, using a missing child to do it is revolting. That's what you've done.
Isn't this wild? I don't even feel crazy anymore after all the shit she did last night. Hearing this today, I'm just like shaking my head. Ma'am, do you want me to cash out app you the $15 in super chats I got last night? Like, it's definitely not about money for me. Spent a hell of a lot more time on this than I should have. It's just when people bring you things, they bring you pieces of a puzzle. Naturally, you want to put the puzzle together. You want to try to understand what the truth is. I think anybody does that. That's
This
all
is
this was.
unbelievable. She
That's
goes on to
wild.
say, I never said the poster was verified. I said the photo was confirmed. Despite not having to, I acquiesced to their ridiculous demands to take it down in the interest of putting the focus where it should be, on the missing child. Damage done. I pulled the video, remade it, and reposted, and they are still clutching their faux pearls and having fake coronaries, whatever. Where do they take
Bit
nominations for Emmys? None of it matters. Keeping his face out there matters. It matters when TBI has to clarify that what you did was wrong. It matters.
Bit. I just want to say, I am clutching my real pearls, Crime Sleuth, and that was insane what you did with the flyer. I have never seen anyone do that in all of true crime. We had so many. I asked, there were so many
It gets better.
true crime creators that I don't even know in my chat last night. They don't get along. I asked them all. No one has ever seen somebody edit the
Girl, it
official
gets
Amber
better.
Alert.
It gets better. Stop this immature hate and focus on Sebastian Rogers. To the person who actually had the audacity to contact TBI and bother them while they were working hard to find Sebastian for such a non-issue and lie to them, shame on you. Isn't that what you did with your fake fucking recording? That you led everybody to believe that they stated they knew where his body was? And
There
you
are
contacted TBI over that, knowing that you were falsely representing that phone call, and you have nerve to say it about anybody else?
So
Wait,
someone came into my live last night and said that they did contact TBI about the flyer. I did not encourage that. That's not something I would have done. In fact, I do believe we stated don't contact TBI with this stuff, but that person felt like they needed to, and they did. They showed me the proof of it, and now we have the post from the TBI. So she came into my channel. She's like, "Go tattle on me. They're not going to give a damn."
no,
Yeah,
they gave a damn.
they
They addressed it.
clearly do give a damn. It's not right to do. It's
But
not
she's
right
telling
to
that
do.
don't waste TBI's time. You wasted their time, allegedly, by your own words, by contacting them over your phone call with Todd that you misrepresented.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
hmm
It wasn't fake, Brantley, but it was misrepresented. It was not about Sebastian. And she allowed
Right.
everybody to believe it was about him.
Yeah. In my opinion, it's about which he did say. So actually, there's a screenshot on my live. I don't know if you can scroll through to find it. It'll be one of the ones near the end. Tracy emailed him and said, "Holy shit, you're not talking about Sebastian. You're talking about the lawsuit with C-Corp Power Group." And he
Yep, I just
comments
showed it.
back, exactly. And then there was another comment. No, keep going. It's a tall, skinny one. It's
Oh,
after that. Yeah. I put it up. Yeah, it's
Okay,
after.
after
Keep.
the,
There it is. There it is.
we good. Oh my God, you're referring to the former lawsuit, not Sebastian. Exactly. This evil woman. So she knew that's what you said. She clipped it to portray it as you met Sebastian's body. Exactly. And you're talking about wasting TVI's time and taking the focus off of Sebastian? The audacity.
Yeah, I was mind blown by yesterday. It was a lot. Like, holy cow! I've never seen anything like this. I don't even.
Oh my
I can't
goodness.
even think of a. Oh, and then she accused me. Get this. This is so funny. Then she goes live. She starts accusing me of MJ of being the cause of all of her health issues. Blah blah blah. But then she says that she knows me from the Sophie Long case. Like what? I wasn't
But
around during it. Like that. I was under my real name in Facebook groups. No, I didn't know anything about that case at all. I just know that there's a bunch of people on YouTube that fight about it. But I don't know anything about that case. But she said I was mad at her because she supported the father and I supported the mother. I don't even know who to support in that situation because everything I've heard about it on YouTube, it seems like a very messy custody battle, and so therefore it's not a
she was
case.
involved
So
in that. She
she
was
was,
messy in the
yeah.
Buffalo case.
So it was wild. It was a wild night.
There was quite a few people in the Michael Long case. It was the
Mm-hmm.
Glare, Queen Bee,
Yeah.
that girl. There's quite a few of them that
There
were
was
involved.
there was a lot in my chat that were like, "No, you weren't." And one even said that she got ran out of the Facebook groups, that Crime Sleuthing got ran out of the Facebook groups during the Sophie Long case. I don't know if that's true or not. That's just what someone in the chat said.
She's welcome to take a link. I made it very clear several times. I'm not part of the mean girl clique. I quite frankly don't even get along with MJ. I don't care for MJ, my personal experiences due to Brittany J. But I won't treat Crime Sleuthing any differently. But for her to claim that this is a hate campaign and that you're spearheading it, it's just not factual. It's not true. It is calling out your behaviors as people do on here when they make these type of behaviors. I mean, she said the same thing that Brittany J was being unfairly targeted for being racist. Really? That's unfair? I mean, it's like delusional to always think that you were the victim. There are cases and situations where people are victims. I'm not going to lie, I felt bad for Crime Sleuthing after I believe it was the first stream you guys did, because I thought I could understand her YouTube math and I thought she was being misunderstood. That was 12 and deeper, and I realized, like, how you guys were right. I was wrong. I felt bad for her nonetheless.
Well,
But we get
I felt bad for her after the first one too, and her and I even emailed about that, like, because she had sent me extra pictures that nobody else had, or that she didn't want me to share, and I was like, this just isn't making sense to me. Well, then someone mentions a number to her, and she starts accusing me of sharing. I had shared it with Melissa or something. At that point, I had not spoken with Melissa offline, off platform. So
right.
like I had never emailed her, I'd never contacted her on Facebook, text, nothing. So there was no way for me to have done this. And she got nasty to me in email, like nasty. I'm like, I don't know what you want me to, I can't prove a negative. Like, I don't know how to show you I didn't send her something I didn't send her.
Right.
And then the next stream is where more of the truth began to unravel, and she mentions these numbers herself, and now she's even claiming like I didn't show her how to walk through her backstage properly. Like, ma'am, you're the one who told me how to get to the certain spots on my backstage as I was showing it all to everyone. You're the one who like was yelling, click the little bumps, click the little bumps. Do you remember that? Like, you're the one who knew exactly how to get to where you wanted me to show you. So I don't know why she now is saying I didn't teach her something. I don't know. That's a wild situation, but
Well, it's funny because I did just check my email and she did email me. And I won't read it. I won't show it. I will say to accuse me of exploiting this child and saying
Oh,
I
yeah.
need a piece of the fake outrage content pie. No,
Mm.
my outrage, or it's not even outrage. My disgust at what you did is serious. There's no
And
fake nothing here. You are welcome to come up on panel. And the only person
And I'll get down. I'll get down. So if she wants to come up and chit chat with you, I'm happy to get down. Like
Yeah, if she feels
that's
uncomfortable
the
to go up
thing.
here.
Like you said, you don't get along with MJ. There's a lot of creators that will come up on panel together in our chat and like I know
Differences
that there are
aside.
several. Put their differences aside and get to the truth. And that's all that was getting to the truth of that situation. The first night it went down,
Absolutely.
like I said, where I felt really bad. It was actually on my birthday. I felt really bad for her because there was a lot of things happening and I knew nothing
That's the
about
one
that
I felt
Kara
bad.
situation. I knew nothing about that Kara situation. Afterwards, when I was given a lot more information and the next stream, like I knew a lot more and I didn't feel quite so bad. And the more and
That's
more this
exactly how I felt.
unravels, then seeing her try to go in between MJ and Sonya and Brat during that situation, which is how she came up the other day because we were talking about the Brat situation that MJ exposed. Well, then Sonya made a video. I've never spoken with Sonya before, but I clicked on her Brat video and then saw her newest one, which was about crime sleuth, and come to find out she was trying to create a wedge between MJ and Sonya and Brat and what they were exposing over there. It's just mind blowing how all of that just organically exposed itself. But there's that saying, the truth will always come out in the wash.
Absolutely. If it doesn't
Always
get you in
come
the
out.
wash, it'll get you in the rinse, right?
Yep. Oh,
And that's
it's just my
and
world.
to clarify, I don't have current issues with Melissa. I don't currently dislike Melissa. It was Brittany that fed a lot of that. That is where our original fallout took place. Me and Melissa tried to work things out, and just different things, different whatever. But still, when it comes to things like this, I have no problem at all being adults and being in a chat, because at the end of the day, the only person that is exploiting a case, a child, for drama, views, and money is you, crime sleuthing. You intentionally misled everybody on that phone call in which you blackmailed a man, a company, because he wouldn't come up on your panel. Um, Lose my email and stay away from me, she said. Okay.
But is she the one to email you? Like that's so
Email,
wild. She does that. Like she's the one to send the emails, and then
if they're
but
much the other day too.
calling everyone else child exploiters, which is what she did to everyone in my live yesterday, to me and everyone else up there on panel, what she's doing to you now, doesn't negate. Like you can claim that all you want. It doesn't negate what was exposed and who the real exploiter of the situation was.
Right.
It just doesn't.
I didn't edit an Amber Alert. Did you?
No, I sure as
No.
hell didn't.
I sure as hell
I
didn't.
didn't I didn't get called out by TBI, did you?
Nope. TBI didn't have
Yeah.
to confront anything I said or did. I don't have Nage and KV people, I'm not slandering them.
No. Eve did uncover some more stuff, but I don't fully understand what she sent me. I don't know if she wants to talk about that. That was hella interesting too, but
I was trying to follow a little bit of what she was saying about the actual recording part. In Crime Sleuth, and I've been very polite to you. See, even right here, when I was live, I believe, was it Easter morning? I had time to kill, and we came across all this taking place. And I said, she even put her name all over the phone call. And she said, yeah, I did. So people would be directed to my channel for the source. Right. You used a tampered phone call to drive traction to your channel, in which you celebrated last night that you're on your way to 10K. And it's because JLR called you out. And JLR's people in the chat, but I bet they'd love to see the comment of you saying exposing people like JLR is important. No, she's in my email. You can comment here. You're not blocked. I won't let you get attacked. Here's Miss Eve. Let me fix my layout to add you in. Hey, Eve, you're up. I just have to fix it.
Can you hear me okay?
We can, yes.
Yep.
Boy, oh boy, did I find some interesting information.
Oh, shit.
You remember that whole probate debacle with the money being held up when she did the pledge?
I do, yeah.
Well, what she was saying wasn't entirely true. And it's actually public record, and I went and viewed what was actually going on in that case. And
Lord have mercy.
there's some similar patterns in the probate as well.
Similar how? What do you mean?
Well, there was threats to an ex-lawyer who dropped her if she didn't hand over, case information, that she was going to complain to the bar. She was trying to basically be lawyer and act like she knew more than the lawyer, specifically by copying, pasting in different fonts, legal terms, to win her argument in an email, which
She's
is why
pulling a
she got
Betty.
dropped.
She's pulling a Betty.
Yeah. But that's just the very small snippet of the big potato. So basically, her probate is because of her own doing as to why it's being held up. That's all I'll say. But it's wild. It's a wild journey reading all of that stuff.
Wow. See, and I'll be honest, I actually felt sympathetic towards her in that situation too, because I'm like,
Oh, for sure. I had to go through that with my in-laws. It was not a process like what she's going through, but I am sympathetic to dealing with the state, dealing with the estate and the probate and all that situation. It was
well, and I actually felt bad
exhausting.
for the fact that she pledged or whatever, and then was made to, verbally unpledge or whatever it was. I felt bad for all of that, right? I
She
mean, I'm
was
just
made to verbally unpledge?
that's what I was hearing and seeing, that it was stated like unless she did it some certain way.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's all took place on
Well, her
another.
friend Yaya thinks that she shouldn't give a dime. And she will be no longer be her friend if she fulfills the pledge. But
Well, let me ask you
that's
a
okay, I
question,
guess.
Eve. And let's be realistic here, because I understand the pledge is towards a victim, and I have utmost respect for that. But if the
Mhm.
same people you made the pledge to were going around and having these streams where they were exposing you, would you keep that pledge? Honestly,
I probably wouldn't, just
I
honestly. I don't
wouldn't.
know if I don't, well, I don't know. I probably would have just paid the day. Wouldn't have made a pledge.
Yeah,
I would have just given money. So I
I
guess
was
I
gonna
can't
say
answer fairly.
I wouldn't be in that predicament. I can promise you that. If I make a
Right,
pledge, I have the money ready to go, right?
right,
Mhm. Yeah.
right. Like
But I
normal
do
people,
understand, like it's too late now. Just
right? Like damage is done
Mhm.
type of thing. Keep your
yeah,
money type
cut
of
your
thing.
ties, move on.
Right. But you're right. Like but that's where I feel like crime sleuthing tries too hard to kind of be like a fit in, right? Like, oh, I pledge 1,000 to the victim, 1,000 that you don't have. I get she thought she was going to get it, but why even pledge
You,
what you
you,
like? Why? It's
you,
just
you brought up a great thing, or a great point though, Granny. Apparently, she did this whole stream calling me, MJ, a bunch of other people mean girls, and she calls out Tia from Decipher Podcast, alleging that like the whole thing was a scam, like that all the money that I had raised on my channel wasn't going for what it was supposed to be going for, blah blah blah, all this stuff. I never once even addressed any of that. I never
right.
even spoke on it, did a rebuttal on it or anything. So nothing, I'm not targeting you or using you for content or anything. Everything that has came on my channel about this situation has happened organically through people like Eve yesterday popping in and saying, hey, did you notice this on that video? And just digging in a little further. Or like the Sonia email situation happened from listening to her video and then her coming in and saying, Crime Sleuthing was lying more on it, and Sonia wanting to come in and correct that misinformation, get to the truth of the matter because she didn't want her being lied on. And so
Right.
I never even addressed her trying to call out Tia. Tia handled that on her channel and everything, but I never even addressed it or brought it. I don't think any of the people that donated the money towards that victim care at all what was being alleged afterwards. Like it wasn't about her, it wasn't about her pledge. It was they saw a moment and they fulfilled that need.
Well, I'll be honest. I was using her today for content because I don't like what she did the other day. What she did with the phone call and what she did with the uh Amber Alert. But
Mm-hmm.
this is what I can't stand about people like that. So Crime Sleuthing had no problem pledging 1,000 to this cause so long as she was part of the circle. And the minute she's kicked out of the circle, now she's going to expose that is not what is meant to be, right? Now, like,
Right.
why didn't you do that before offering up $1,000 that you didn't have? Why didn't you deep search everything then? Everything Crime Sleuthing has put out has been out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's a great point. Like, why after other people raised money for the situation, and I don't know. I just listened to Tia's portion of it where they clear up the misinformation, and they said like she had went after the gal who found him. Like they went after her father and things like that. I don't know how much of that actually went down, but they lay out exactly what everything was for, where they sent the money over to her. And
They
like I
showed
said,
all of it.
I didn't agree to taking in those cash apps until I got an email with some proof about what was going down on that situation from someone I highly trust. So it's not like it was a light thing. And all the ones that donated, I know the ones who donated, they're posted there. So I don't think anybody there is upset with that situation at all.
Well, that's all that matters. If the people
Yeah.
that donated felt comfortable and they feel comfortable with where their money went, it is what it
Yeah.
is. But the discrepancies that she did bring up, they did take place. I mean, he did,
Yeah.
do the things that she said he did. That all did happen. Matter of
Mhm.
fact, he was at the Danilo Cavalcante case when the hunt
Was
for
he?
the escaped convict. He was there, and at that point, Dolly actually used him for money because Dolly's like, "Do you need anything?" And he was like, "Oh, I could use cigarettes." And Dolly's like getting $50 super chats and cash apps, and then he's like, "Oh, I'll bring you a pack tomorrow." And then Dolly went home.
Mm-mm-mm. I'll bring you a pack. Do you think he got him a pack of cigarettes
No, he
earlier?
didn't get him a pack of
Oh my
cigarettes. I was there. He
gosh.
didn't. But it was funny because all these people were donating money for him that he never
Mhm.
got. But my point being, again, people donated. They donated out of the kindness of their heart.
Yeah.
And the fact that she pledged before even looking into the situation, you're just showing everybody how you'll do the research when it's fitting to your narrative. Like you didn't care to research before making a pledge. And here it's being held up because of her own doing.
Bendy's comment is she hit the nail on the head there. Even if she didn't call TBI, the way the audio was played caused others to call them. That in itself is a problem. Exactly.
And if somebody else did this similar stuff that she's doing, she has and would scream from the rooftops the error of your ways. Like that's what really gets me
Mhm.
is the hypocrisy of it all. You know,
You're
she
right.
she said that I was editing stuff from a person that's a suspect in a missing child's case. That is huge to do that. And never proved it. Won't admit she was wrong, but that's what she does. She takes
Well,
something away from you by accusing you of something, running with it, and saying, "Look, I can do it right." But
yeah,
it's
like
catching up to her.
she always tries to be on the controversial side of things, right? She's always trying to debunk another creator instead of just doing the work. Like why what was I about to say when it came to you in that situation? Oh, like the math, like the whole like YouTube took back their super chats. That doesn't happen. Why not just come out this place and say, listen, I looked at predicted revenue, which is not the same as the revenue I've received. It was my mistake. She just won't even own that. She still wants to
I
share videos.
still I don't know what YouTube did in that situation. She sent a screenshot of a deduction of money from that live and an amount. And she did claim that it was from the super chats being retracted. However, I have been sent multiple images of people whose super chats have went through and was charged to their bank account. So I don't know what happened in that situation. I don't know where that screenshot came from, but that is what she shared. But I also have proof that their super chats went through and were paid. So
Wait, was it just a negative next to like the number?
yeah.
Yeah, that happens every time. I can show you that's how my thing looks too.
Right. Same.
Really?
Yes, literally. I mean, I'll pull it up for you. Right, I've argued this with Brittany J at Christmas time when she kept showing that was proof that they withdrew, that they took the money away. I'm like, no, they always look like that.
Let me see.
Yep.
If you don't mind. I mean, you don't have to
Absolutely
show it
I
to
mean,
everyone.
as an accountant, that's what happens. That's proof that it was paid out
out
typically.
to you.
I mean, that's just the normal accounting procedure when you see like stuff in a bank statement or something that's being withdrawn. So it makes sense.
Yep. Uh, let me show you. I actually literally took a screenshot to debunk Brittany on this. I'm like, that's the way it looks, you fibber.
Yeah.
It is always a negative, and that means it was paid out to you. I'm going to
Oh
show
my
you.
God. See, we've done like 10 plus hours on this. I'm really interested in seeing this. No one mentioned something like that.
I'm going to go to a previous year. I don't want everybody seeing exactly what I'm making from YouTube, but all right, I'll do it this way. So my earnings, right? It will say like what the earnings are, and then it says negative dash, 47872. That's how they do it. Yeah, if you lose monetization, right? Absolutely.
Right.
You
Yeah.
don't get it back. Here, let me pull up the original
Yeah, she
screenshot.
didn't lose monetization. She showed what she had. She sent all these things over. No one asked for them. She sent all these things. Well, no, people did ask for them. I did not ask for them. She sent them all over as proof of what she was alleging, and she showed the money she received for the 2 months. So she wasn't demonetized or anything. Sorry, I got the hiccups.
I mean, listen, while you're pulling that up, but I read that she was bullying a lawyer that she owes money to and wrote out detailed reasons why she doesn't owe this amount for the work that this lawyer did on her probate case. It's the same pattern as you're seeing right now. It's the same thing.
Oh, I see you sent me an email. Hang on.
Wow. So, okay, that's interesting. So she's literally suing them.
No, she's just refusing to pay. And the court already said pay. But she's like, well, here's why I shouldn't. And it's like, okay, I see that this is not the first time you've done this, nor will it be the last, where you cry foul and you're the victim again of your own doing. I mean, she was the one that tried to basically get, what is it called? Basically appropriated the estate as like the one that makes the decisions. But it wasn't her call because the will says her sister
The
was
executor, you mean? The
Yeah,
executor of the
but her
estate.
sister in the will was already, the will states that the sister was the one to manage all of it. Well, the reason why the courts decided otherwise at the time was because they thought the will was torn in half, and therefore that was a valid reason to suggest it was wrong after he passed. I mean, like, this is a very bad situation. This is something that I think she has done for a very long time.
Do you see on the
Okay,
screen
so
here?
I see what you're saying here. That's not like what she sent.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a little different. You'd have to go back to that stream. I put it up on the screen. It's actually from inside the graph, like the graph where you see the super chats that you take in and stuff.
In your studio?
In your studio. And I'd never seen a negative in that spot where she shows it. But I see what you're saying there.
Okay, because that's how it works on that end.
That makes sense.
A negative and supers.
Where she shows the negative, it's like inside the graph, but it's hard to tell it because it's in such a tiny little cropped photo to know like what screen it comes from exactly.
Oh. If I go over to my learn more screen, okay. I don't see any negative sign for me on this.
Right. What Bendy said, what Crime Sleuth sent was from the studio, not from AdSense, correct?
Revenue sold.
But I've still seen the proof from 3 separate individuals that their super chats were charged and they paid them. So I don't know where the chargeback thing came from.
Did she lose monetization around that time? Hey, pretty.
No, because she did also share, because someone had asked that, and she also shared where she got paid for all those months. She did share those pictures as well. So I don't know what happened. She claims they just took it, but she shares that too. So I mean, she's correct. The money that shows up as the super chats didn't get paid to her either, but in the AdSense unless it's edited. Which is
Yeah,
what I'm not claiming that. That's what others around that situation feel like, that she has manipulated those images, and that's why they kept asking her to show her back screen. I had no dog in that fight whatsoever. It just all happened to go down on my channel, so I facilitated showing all of the information. I don't know if she edited it or not. I just say she's correct. Like, she shows the spot where she took in X amount of dollars. She shows that negative sign, and then she shows her AdSense stuff where she did not receive the full amount of what the super chats would have added up to. But then there became like an issue later on where there was a super thanks given under that video, a very large super thanks, and allegations of that person sent the wrong amount. She had to send it back, and I could totally see that happening. They sent like a $500 super thanks, and maybe they only meant to send like a $50 or a $5 or something, and so
right.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I
But
tried.
that's
I'm
it.
clicking everything. So I've never even really looked in this part of it. I don't know how she would get a negative, but I mean, let's say she did. Okay. And I understood that situation. Like, if that's how it really went down, she still tried to help her. Then she started questioning where that money was going with that lady too. So it's like, after she gets like called out on something, she then tries to debunk whoever. The same thing with what are the podcast ladies? Dash, Tia.
Yeah, Tia. Yeah.
After she gets called out by them, now she wants to debunk them. Like, why?
I don't know. Yeah. So messy. Oh, my brain scrambled from it all.
It is a lot. It is a lot to understand. But I just found it hysterical that she's emailing and not, just come up and converse like an adult. I'm not being nasty to you.
Yeah. I'm gonna go ahead and hop down. I just wanted to come up and explain what we came to last night. I know it's a lot, it's a 6-hour stream, but if people want to hear that, it's at the 4-hour, 18-minute mark where we kind of just slow walk it through. But it's all basically what I just told you here, except it also includes we include playing through all the audio clips on separate channels, all of her own words, all of I read off the text messages between her and Todd, read the articles that we went through, show the lawsuit, that sort of stuff. And in my opinion, that's exactly what Todd was talking about. Like he said back to Tracy, when she asked, wait, she was talking about the lawsuit, or you were talking about the lawsuit, not Sebastian. And he said exactly. So, and it would be nice to hear from him and have him clear it up, but I also understand why he's jaded by YouTubers. So
I mean,
get it.
and even the way she approached him was like, I'm on your team. I'm on your side. I'm here to help clear your name. These people are horrible, what they're doing to you. And then she disparages them. She records this phone call, misrepresents it. And you want to talk about exploiting a child? That is literally what you did, crime sleuthing. And the fact that you were still pointing fingers as being bullied instead of accepting and acknowledging that you're the one who wasted TBI's time twice. You're the one that are playing games when it comes to Sebastian and his case. And you're the one that muddied up the waters and then went swimming all through them, proud of yourself. But she made her way to 3 panels in one night, bragging about this falsely represented phone call.
I don't think it was in one night. I think she did Britt's and Justin's in one night, and then Queen Bee's was the next day. When I think
panels.
So the clip that I got, I think Voices was like explaining it to the panel, and she got very fresh because where the clip starts for me, she hops, like Voices gets down so that Crime Sleuthing can come up and explain it, and she says like Voices explained it all wrong. So I think she just kind of went up there to clarify that. But then B Tim did a good job of grilling her and getting the facts out of her. I didn't even listen to the full clip, just half of it, but
did
it sounds like
get it wrong?
He would. I don't know. I don't know what she had said before that, honestly. Like I said, my clip starts when Crime Sleuthing hops up there, so I have no clue how Voices explained it, but she tried to walk through it, and they did a good job of holding her feet to the fire on it.
Well, and then she says something different on her own live versus the other panels that she's hopping on. And we're gonna check that. So I don't know
what did she change, Eve?
I believe it was about saying that it was about
Sebastian
Sebastian's
again.
case for, yeah, right.
Yep.
But there was one other thing that I can't think of right now.
So she went on these
Oh,
panels.
that he knew that he was being
Oh,
recorded.
yes, that was the big thing. She said on Green Bee's panel, because B-Tim asked her, did he know he was being recorded? Did he give permission? And she said, of course he knew he was being recorded. I tell everybody that I'm having these conversations with that they're being recorded. And I have a screenshot on my live where he says that he did not know he never gave anyone permission to record him, was his exact words.
We got a
Oh.
special guest. Hey, Crime Sleuthin'.
I'm happy to hop down so you can
Please
converse with
do.
Granny. Yep, no problem.
Eve,
Please
get
do.
the fuck off of here. Who the hell are you to go real life on somebody?
Are you
Get
talking
out
to
and go away. Eve, you disgusting piece of shit. Lying about my dead father. What is wrong with you? You just lied about my dead father.
I did not lie about that.
Yes, you did. You
No,
just
I
read
didn't.
off details of my private probate case and lied
You said to go
about
look it
them.
up. You told everyone to go look it up.
Are you
If you-
serious right now? And then you
Go
get
back
out
to
here and
Deets
go,
Live.
you lied about that probate case. You do not know all the facts about this probate case. Get off this
Okay.
panel. I want to talk to Granny.
Oh, really?
Yes,
Granny,
ma'am.
do you want me to get down?
do you really need her to get down, Crime Sleuthin'?
I will. Either you pick. Who do you want up here? I don't care. Just let me know.
Well, if you're going to jump down, if she stays up, then I'd rather get some questions out of you if you don't mind.
No, you know what? I will let her explain her side, and I'll jump
Thank
down.
you. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Granny.
So what is going on?
I just
I
want
know
you
it's
to
upsetting. Take a deep breath. I'm not going to attack you. I'm not going to yell at you. I know it's been a lot. Commenters, no name calling.
I want to address the probate thing first because that is greatly upsetting. I don't know how she got my full legal name. She would have had to get that to look up my information. She would have had to get that. She's going to spread that information around. But she did just lie about the probate. She did. I'm in the probate. I am the executor of the estate. I would know. I have every document, including when I was talking about the fake will. Yeah. You know, my sister, who is not my father's daughter, she was a stepdaughter. She presented a fake will to the court. I had to pay $5,000 out of pocket to pay for an expert to examine that will and prove that it was a copy, not an original will. I'm like, whew, okay. We found his original will, but it was torn up. He didn't want that will anymore because it had certain things in it that my sister was going to have, but he found out, we all found out, it was proven and shown that she had gone into the house when he wasn't there and stole a fortune out of the safe and all my mom's jewelry.
Mm.
The weekend that she passed, Daddy stayed with us because he didn't want to be alone. And she still had a key. We all had a key to home, you know, for emergencies. She went out there and stole a whole bunch of stuff. All of my mom's chocolate diamonds, almost all of her coin collection, and a bunch of cash out of the safe.
Wow.
Because we all knew how to access the safe for emergencies because that's where all the, you know, will and everything was. She went out there and helped herself to everything. My sister just bought a house about 2 months ago, a $500,000 house, half in cash.
From the
Her
safe.
job, yeah. Oh, yeah. We know that's where it came from.
But to be fair, Eve didn't disclose all of that. All Eve said is that you're looking to have your attorney fees dismissed.
I'm sorry, my dogs just ran up. The weekly alarm thing that happens at noon just happened and they're freaking out and ran outside. What?
I'm saying Eve didn't disclose all of that. All she said was that you were seeking to not pay the attorney fees.
Okay, and I did. If you go back to my email that I sent to Tia,
Did you show that?
she showed? Right. She showed a part,
Oh,
but she
Tia
never
showed
read it. Remember? She never read it.
I don't pay Tia much attention. I don't like her.
Okay.
So.
I had sent her that email in November and explained most of this in the email. I didn't go into great detail. I'm having to right now because Eve just lied about my family. My sister she is on her 8th husband right now. 8th. She left her last husband because he has Parkinson's, and it was embarrassing for her to go out in public with him anymore. She's disgusting. The whole family disowned her long ago. So after my dad died, she presented a completely fake will, tried to get her hands on the money.
Right.
So that was what stopped everything, having to go through all of that. And then on top of that, when you go through probate, I had never gone through this before. I trusted my attorney. You're supposed to trust your attorney. I told her, I don't know anything. You tell me what to do and I'll do it. And I did everything she told me to do. Right at in September, August, in August, it came time to get everything ready to list the house. And I'm working on getting, like, what am I going to do here with personal property? She told me that in the state of Oklahoma, if the person is deemed to be intestate, because he tore up his will, then all the property and money has to be liquidated and then split amongst the heirs. That nobody can keep anything, not even sentimental items. Like I was wanting to keep my dad's little baby boots that were bronzed and a few other things, just for sentimental value. She was like, "Oh no, you can't keep any of that." I'm like,
right,
oh,
it all has to stay with the property.
But that's not true in the state of Oklahoma. I found out that's true.
That's where the arguing.
That's where it started. I'm like, why is she doing this? Then she said, well, okay, so it's time to list the house. She presented some documents to the court, and it is proven. She added my other siblings' signatures onto notaries, Oklahoma notaries, although they all live out of state. So they were forged.
The attorney did that?
The attorney did that. It is on the court record. I will send it to you so you can go ahead and look at it and see exactly what I'm talking about, because Eve just lied. So she presented fake notaries to the court, and that was turned over to the Bar Association, and they are bringing her before a tribunal, is what they call it, with the Bar Association. It's a huge no-no. She's responsible for what her paralegals and notaries and everything do. She's ultimately responsible. She knew that those people on those documents didn't even live here and were never before that notary, but she still did it anyway. So she's going to be in trouble for that. That's on her. Then I had to pay another $4,000 out of pocket for a new attorney. That was rough. So within, a couple of months' time, my husband and I had to come up with an extra $9,000 after spending $14,000 for his funeral. It's been rough financially, and then, paying the bills and things out of pocket. So when it came time to put the house up for sale, this attorney was trying to force me and coerce me into signing an auction contract to just auction everything. I agreed to meet with the guy. He came out. He seemed perfectly pleasant, like a little Santa dude. But when he was explaining the commissions, I know this is boring for some people, but it is important. He was explaining the commission rates, and he was like, it's 15% commission for vehicles and boats and things. And then I believe he said 25. No, I'm sorry. 7% for the house and land, 15% for vehicles and boats, RVs, things like that, things that had wheels, right? And then 35% for everything else, personal property. And I took that back to my siblings, and I'm like, because the decisions are all mine, but I didn't make any decisions without consulting with my siblings and my nephews who are on it as well. My nephews are getting my sister's share because she is deceased, so they get her share. We all decided unanimously, we're not going auction. That's just too much. Way too much commission. We'll just handle it ourselves. We'll sign, with a regular realtor. So I did that. When my attorney found out, she was pissed. She sent me a slew of horribly unprofessional screaming emails. I told you to sign the auction contract. It was bad. So, and then she quit. I found out the very next day that she would have gotten a 25% cut of the estate if she had gotten me to sign the auction contract. So that's why she was so pissed and quit. The kicker is she still had almost $19,000 cash of my dad's.
The attorney did?
Yes. She had tricked me in the beginning and told me that until I was appointed personal representative in documents that I couldn't keep any of the cash in the safe. And we'd spent some along the way. There was still almost $19,000 left. So I asked her to give me the money so I could get it in an estate account and carry on with probate. And she said no. She decided to go to the courthouse and submit a bill for just under $2,000 of what was left of the estate money. And the judge let her have it. Let her have it all.
She took her
$2,000 for the estate.
So she took her what she deemed to be her dues that were owed out of the estate.
Yep.
And that wasn't the agreement?
That was not the agreement. It was in our contract that she was supposed to be paid a distribution with everybody else, you know. The order that it's supposed to be is funeral expenses or last expenses, like last illnesses, things like that. My dad didn't have any. But then would be funeral expenses. And then after that, then you divide it out amongst everybody. And then you divide out, like, let's say her bill's $15,000 and there's me, my brother, my sister, my two nephews, there's 5 of us. So you would take that $15,000 for the attorney, divide it by 5 and take that little bit out of each person's share. That's how it was supposed to be. But she quit because I wouldn't sign the auction contract and kept everything, left us with $2,000 for the estate. The very estate, like 2 weeks later, I had to spend $1,000 of it for my dad's property taxes. That left us with $1,000. That's gone. Now I'm having to pay the bills and everything out of pocket.
But
no, that is her. See right here. This is proof that Eve is an idiot. The lawyer told you to put everything in an IOLTA account and you thought you knew better. It is her IOLTA. Do you not know what an IOLTA account is? It is the attorney's. I'm talking to Eve, sorry.
No, I know. I'm just saying I have no idea what it means.
An IOLTA account is a special account that an attorney has to like separate. Like you'll have, you know how you'll have your bank account and then you'll have like different savings accounts under it?
Right.
For us, well, theirs is kind of like that. They'll have their main bank account and then they'll have all these bank accounts underneath it. Those are each IOLTA accounts. All client money has to go into an IOLTA account. So she put my dad's money in an IOLTA account for a few months. She was paying the monthly bills and things out of that.
Mm-hmm.
I found out later she didn't even pay all the bills and some of them went to collections. So we had to pay those out of pocket as well because you can't leave an estate with any money owed. So all of that's going to have to be dealt with at distribution. You know, all the money that we've paid out of pocket, we get that back up front and then we divide the rest. But her fees was supposed to come out at the end. It was in.
But you fired her.
No, she quit. I didn't fire her. She quit.
Well, she quit. So at that point, she's going to take her payments and cut ties with you.
Yeah. Well, the judgment, and that's what I'm saying. She shouldn't have done that. But the judge let her do it. It is what it is. We're dealing with it, you know?
Right, I get that. And quite frankly, I guess that only ties into the part because on these, you did tell anybody to go ahead and look it up. But I get being frustrated that Eve actually looked it up. I personally wouldn't have. I'm not that invested, but there is some strong hostility between you and Eve. I can understand why she looked it up. Do I agree with it?
No. Who looks it up? Don't lie about it. That's all I'm asking. People can't look at these legal documents, and not everything in the case is even on the case file.
Well,
only the pleadings and stuff are on the case file. All my emails with the attorney and everything else was behind the scenes. None of that's on there.
Right.
So to be fair, I don't know what she's talking about.
She kind of does because she said similar to what you just said. Basically, you're upset at the way the attorney took her pay and you want her to reimburse it, right?
I'm not asking you for her to reimburse me.
Oh, I forget what Eve said, but basically it came down to you were having issues with the
No, Eve got up here and
attorney.
said something about that I had like contested a will torn up, but I don't remember specifically what she said. I was listening and it
Either
was
did
not
I, to be
true.
honest.
That's all I know is what she was saying on here was not true. That's all I know. You can go back and listen to it. It's not true.
Yeah, I'd have to listen because I don't remember it verbatim either.
I don't either. I try really hard not to listen to her.
Yeah. So part of the problem is though you do indulge too much of your personal business. It's YouTube's ugly. Like everything you just said will be used against you at a later time.
I'm used to it. But the point is, I had to briefly summarize these things to Tia in an email. She knew these things. She knew what was going on. I tried to tell her just briefly what was going on. We were going through a hell of a lot right at the same time. All of it hit at once. And there was nothing I could do about it. I didn't give a flip about YouTube during that time.
No, I get
in total panic mode. Just all that mattered was my family.
Right.
And taking care of my dad's estate. That's all that mattered for a while. And now we're right there. We're almost done. I'm just,
It's a lot to go through, and I'm with you. I wouldn't have considered YouTube at the time either. And I certainly wouldn't hold, my pledge. I would withdraw my pledge at that point. So I understand all of that. But as far as this phone call goes, was he speaking about Sebastian or not?
Yes, ma'am.
He was.
So I sent an email. I'm going to refresh my email. Hang on just a moment here.
Okay.
I need to read this. I need to read this other email real quick. It's a short one. Okay. I haven't gotten an email back yet. I emailed JLR, and if you want, I can forward it to you, or I can read it. I just simply asked him for permission to play the whole phone call, because in the phone call, we were trashing him. Both of us were. He started telling me stuff, and I told him about an experience where I called him out.
Right.
On something that he had put out on his channel that was false, and I proved it. The video is still on my channel. He had put up some fake footage on the Idaho 4 case, and I called him out on it. And I told this guy about it on the phone call. But we know JLR is litigious and will come after you. He'll send his people after you. I don't want to play it unless he's okay with it, or I don't know what to do. So I simply emailed JLR and told him what was going on and asked, people are demanding that I release the whole phone call. I described what happened in the phone call. I had the transcript, but because I was like, I want to make sure, after I heard those allegations, I went back and listened several times and looked at my other calls and texts. This man never one time mentioned any other lawsuit. Ever, ever, ever. We only ever talked about JLR, the JLR slandering him with that screenshot that he'd sent me. That's what we were talking about, not a lawsuit. We're talking about that screenshot.
At what point did you email JLR? Before your stream or after?
This morning at 5:35 a.m.
Okay.
Because I want to go ahead and just put out the damn phone call, but because I don't want to piss off JLR. The only part in it that I care about, I said I'd happily release the call, but frankly, at the beginning, he was talking crap about you. He told me about the screenshot attached here saying,
I can call JLR right now and ask him if he's okay with it. You're not going to get an email back. Do you want me to send him a message?
You go right ahead. That's fine.
All right. And you basically just want his permission. You want him to know that there is some shit talk about him in the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
And
I said, I don't want to put this out there since I learned that he was lying about JLR and lying about all that. And I already had to apologize to you once. And I shouldn't have said what I said in the call.
Okay.
That's what I said in the email. I mean, it's a long email. I can forward it to you so you can see. I described all of the phone call in order, what happened in the call.
From Cajun Navy. Unfortunately, in the beginning of it, you participated in shit talk about him, right? Pretty much.
Yeah, let me forward the email to him, and you'll be able to kind of understand a little more of the order.
This way, I could know how to phrase it to him when I ask him. But he's not going to care.
Yeah.
He's not going to care. I'm telling you, he'll want to know more about what Todd said. If anything, he'll listen in because he wants to hear what Todd said. He's not going to be worried about you. His eyes are on Todd.
Well, see, I asked him in the email that I sent, I'm like, do you want me to send you? I said, I'm not sure what to do. I'm wondering if I could send you the whole call so you can listen to it privately, then let me know if you're okay with me releasing it as is, or are you okay with me going ahead now and releasing it? If I released it, I would include a statement that at the time of the call, I didn't know that he was not telling the truth about you. But in it, I also kind of outlined in order everything that we spoke about in the phone call. I just forwarded that to you. Okay. There was never in any of our calls or texts, lawsuit never came up anywhere.
So what was that part then when he says about the body? Because
that came out of the blue. It came completely out of the blue. If you read the email, I kind of explained the order in which it happened. It came after his comments about being followed and stuff. He told me there was fake accounts that were responsible for all the hate that they were getting. He told me how much money they've made. He started talking about the current search. He stated that they had to pull out because of threats, but haven't really pulled out. They're still searching, but just not telling everyone what they're doing. He said, we are on to something. That is why we are getting followed. That's why we're getting threatened. And then he said it again. That's why we're getting threatened, told to leave. Then he said, we think we know where the body is. You've seen this part, right? They know they're in the right area, but they know they are, not past tense, they are in the correct area, but can't get access. And then he said, we believe we know where he is at, not talking about a lawsuit. We believe we know where he is at, but we just can't get to him. Present tense, not some lawsuit. He said it twice, 2 different ways. Not talking about any lawsuit. Then he said, the issue is law enforcement no longer wants to work with us. And he said he didn't blame them because law enforcement was also getting threats. That's what he told me. The only past that we ever discussed was about the screenshot that I forwarded to you as well that he had sent me. He sent me that, and then we briefly talked about it. The beginning of the phone call, by the way, it wasn't the beginning of the phone call. That's just when I started recording. We first started talking about there was an allegation that they did the stolen valor, right? On Riley. At the beginning of the phone call for just a couple minutes, we were talking about that. And he was telling me that they were part of the search, that they were part of helping to find him. So they deserved credit for that. And that they were there with the father, Riley's father, at the river's edge.
Are you planning on going on Lycan's channel?
He invited me.
For what?
I don't know them, but
yeah, they're no good, and I can't imagine why he'd invite you. He has nothing to do with anything that's going on, other than a semi-association to me. So I mean, yeah, Lacey, that's comical. I just can't believe that. That's funny.
Where did I just leave off? Sorry.
I was steer clear from that one, but yeah, what a fucking weirdo. That's what I'm saying, Melissa Bell. For what? Like, for what? Because he sees there's an association to what I'm doing, and he's a fucking stalker. That's bizarre as fuck. That is so bizarre. Well, the information's out there. He has no credibility. I have no idea why anybody would go on his panel. Thank you, Tia, for
People
mentioning
are saying
that.
the same bullshit about me, and that's not true. It's the same crap. I guess everybody has a group of haters that go around and just say a bunch of bullshit about him just to dissuade people, discredit them.
No, dude, this guy is a woman abusing piece of shit. Go check out Unsupervised Maniac's video. Look up his history. Unfortunately, he is removed from YouTube, so you're not going to find much, but there's plenty out there of him telling people to unalive themselves, of him posting revenge porn, of him deep faking people into looking like current drug addicts to the point where people are contacting CPS thinking there's a relapse going on. He is an unbelievable piece of shit, but I digress. I'm sorry. It took me off guard. I've received a message about it. It's irrelevant to the conversation at hand. I just found it comical that he would even, what a loser. Right. Did you do any research? He has nothing. Yeah. Unbelievable.
Where did I leave
Brittany's
off?
one of the people that called him out when he said women enjoy being RAPED'd. So anyway, it wouldn't help you, but you do what you do. It was such a random thing to see that I was like, wait a minute, why would he even email you and ask you to come on or anything like that? It just blew my mind a little bit, to be honest. Okay,
I
so
don't know any of these people. Where did I just leave off?
yeah, I apologize. So you're saying the call had nothing. So did you say differently on Justin's by chance?
No, I saw where somebody was playing, like I had said, implying that I had sent this phone call and stuff over to Seth. I never did that. I never wanted his email myself. I would have forwarded it, but I wasn't trying to like get in touch with him or anything like that. Everybody in chat, if you look at the chat, was telling me that this information needed to go to TBI and to Seth so they could check it out. Not that anybody believed him. I didn't really believe him, but it was concerning enough that I wanted to talk about it. I was like, why? I wanted to ask him, why would you say that? He actually called me the next morning and I wouldn't let him get a word out. I'm like, no, buddy, you're not going to, no, you need to explain to me what you were talking about. Why did you say that? And he's like, well, you're probably recording me again. I said, yes, sir. Tell me what you were talking about when you said that.
And did he say like I was talking about something different?
Yeah, he didn't tell me. He just hung up at that point. I said, just tell me what you were talking about. And he hung up. And of course, I recorded that too.
Because
there's not one text, not one word in any of our phone calls in which any lawsuit was discussed. None of them.
Because he did have prior lawsuits where the father was upset that they couldn't get to his son's body. So it makes sense in that context.
I was completely unaware of any of that. But it was not any part of any of our discussion at all. None of it.
But it makes, so if the conversation is JLR and JLR's lawsuit, right? If that's the conversation.
No. Do you see the screenshot that I sent you?
Let me see.
It talks about an arrest in 2016. Okay. In this phone call, he said that at the beginning. I did play that over on, I think it was JLR's, where he said, this is this group, they're slandering me, they're making, whatever he said at the beginning of the call. I don't have the transcript in front of me, but that's what we were talking about. He said that that JLR was slandering him and had him confused with this other group. And I even showed that screenshot on my live because he convinced me that it was true. He said, look at the screenshot, look at the screenshot. It's talking about Cajun Navy 2016, and we're United Cajun Navy. He's got us confused, and he's slandering me, and he's lying about me. That's all we talked about. That's as far as our discussion went. Was just about they're slandering me, they're lying. Right.
Okay. And then the conversation progresses into what next?
He switched it over. I just sent it to you in email. A summary of the phone call.
Could he have been speaking about Riley?
No.
Well, because
he was talking in present tense. At the very beginning, we were done with that. We only talked about Riley for just a couple of minutes at the very beginning. And a couple of times the calls would drop. He'd have to call back. He was outside and in and out of his vehicle. So there was like 3 or 4 phone calls like right in a row where the call would drop and he'd have to call back, or I'd call him back, like right in a row. So it wasn't just one phone call. It was 2 or 3 right together. But once he started talking about, like, I realized I needed to start recording. And I was like, okay, I'm going to start recording. But I wasn't recording for anything other than like, I was like, I need to document this because we're going to be discussing this. I said, what I always say to everybody, I'm going to be taking notes on this so that if I have follow-up questions, I can ask you questions while we're, live. He said, okay. He's lying when he said, oh, I didn't know it was being recorded. But let's just take that off the table and completely assume that that's not true. Let's assume that I'm lying, that I wouldn't do what I've always done on every damn interview and tell them that I'm recording and taking notes. Let's just take that off the table. Any other person that I've ever talked to will tell you I say that in a phone call. But let's assume I didn't with this guy, a very important person in the case. I completely forgot to tell him, right? Which is not true. In the state of Oklahoma, I didn't even have to. We don't have to. But I did. I still did. He's lying.
See, I'll be honest. I know JR would not be angry if the call is played. I know he wanted, because he's not going to focus on you and what you said. He wants to know what Todd said. Just from personal
That's why I
experience.
played. Well, that's why I played like, I'm going to have to probably drop down. I don't know.
Because of Nanya? You don't get along with her?
I don't know. I don't want any, what I've done with
she's not mean. She's not here to attack you or anything. Nanya's one of the very few people that don't do that. I promise you. She won it.
Okay.
No, I would have no reason to attack you. I don't really know you like that.
Okay,
Even the people who I do know, I don't attack. I just had some questions that I guess just from listening to you right now describe it that kind of are confusing me. So have you played the part of your phone call where you ask him directly about Sebastian, and right behind that his answer is the body answers? Have you played that on any panels, whether it be your live stream or anybody else's?
Well, I don't think we're going to be able to do this. I didn't say I asked him anything about Sebastian. I have specifically said that I did not ask him anything about Sebastian.
So then he just voluntarily. So what you're saying when you're talking about, hold on, let me ask. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. So because it's kind of all over the place. So I'm just trying to understand it. So when he is talking about the body can't be like, they can't get to it and they're receiving threats and all that stuff, right? You're saying that's about Sebastian, but how could it be about Sebastian if you did not ask anything about Sebastian?
Because he was talking about the current search.
Which is the search for Sebastian, right?
Correct.
So then you did discuss.
Can you read the summary? No.
You want me to read that out loud?
The part where I summarized the phone call.
So I'm going to go back to my original question. So have you already played the part where you ask a question about the current search, which is about Sebastian, and he answers right behind that? He answers talking about the body and the threats that he's getting. Have you already played that out loud, whether it be on your stream or anybody else's?
The last thing that we talked about before he volunteered this information was the stuff about JLR. He immediately shifted himself without any questions asked whatsoever into talking about the search.
Okay, so I'm going to go back.
Any question.
Have you played the part, right? So you're having a conversation with him, right? If I'm understanding it correctly, you're having a conversation with him, right? You're asking him questions. He's answering the questions. You go from there. And then he just immediately jumps into this other area and he's discussing something completely different, which is the current search, which is about Sebastian. What I'm asking is, have you played whatever the conversation was prior to him bringing that up? Have you played that on a live stream?
I keep trying to answer this, and I don't know what's so difficult to understand. I did not ask him any question which led him into discussing these things. He changed the topic himself into the current search without me asking him anything. The last thing that we were just talking about was JLR. That's the part that I don't want to play.
Because here's what's
JLR again.
Yeah, JLR won't get pissed at you. I sent him a text.
Did you see his post and stuff?
I did. And that's because what was being stated about him, he felt like he was being called the liar when it comes to Cajun Navy.
Right. And that's what we were talking about in this phone call for like 2 or 3 minutes. We were talking about JLR. He was telling me stuff, and then I answered back with what I had put on my channel about him a long time ago, where I made the video about him. And I already apologized to him. I've got enough freaking hate coming me. So I'm giving JLR an opportunity to tell me, okay, yeah, go ahead and release it. I don't care. I'll ignore that part, or send it to me. Let me look at it. So I would rather give him an opportunity to avoid that hate.
So their phone call starts off with, they're talking about.
Well, I'm curious, what was the purpose? Because I've heard her say 2 different purposes for the phone call. So what was your point of reaching out to them and having them on your, to speaking with them or having them on your channel originally?
Where have I ever said that I had more than one purpose of talking?
Oh, well, that's why I'm asking you. I've heard you say one thing on your channel and then another thing on another panel. So that's why I'm asking you to clarify.
Though. I haven't. The only thing that I wanted to talk to him about was the search.
So when you get on the phone with him, your original intention is just to talk about.
Let me correct myself. When he sent me the screenshot, I originally reached out to him about the search. That's it. He's the one that brought in the JLR and slander stuff.
Okay.
So
you originally reached out to him to get information about the search that they were currently doing at that point in time.
Yes.
Your conversation via text with him are about the current search, correct?
Let me look back at our text. Hang on. Oop, hang on. There we go.
This has to be the creepiest and funniest thing I've ever seen. So obviously my stalker is watching my stream. He sees me go and read Crime Sleuthen's post, which is what he always does. He always goes to a channel after I speak about them, and kindly or not, comments underneath. If you'd like to come on my panel sometime, explain. I can also give you various information on people going at you currently if you'd like. Does anybody have the slightest idea how fucking creepy this guy is? How this has been going on for 2 years now? This man-child following me around, crying, claiming that he's leaving the internet. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. It blows my mind. Blows my fucking mind.
I know it's hard. I would just ignore it.
Oh, Nanya, it's so much harder than you know.
I get it.
Okay, so I had called the main number, I suppose, for United Cajun Navy and left a message. I don't remember what I said on that voicemail. It was something, I don't know.
Okay.
Call me back, blah, blah, blah. If they'd like to talk to me, I had questions about the search, whatever. So Todd reached out by text or called, and I actually missed it, and he left a voicemail.
Okay.
Hang on just 1 second. One moment. Okay, I can play the voicemail, the original one, where I had left my voicemail, and I don't have that. But
okay,
this was him calling me back.
All right, let me.
How do I get your visual voicemail to back up? It's gonna have to play the end of it and then start over. Hang on.
Miss Debbie, this is Todd Terrell.
Okay, here we go.
President of the United Cajun Navy. I was just returning your call.
Hang on. It's not. It's missing the beginning of it again. Hang on. I don't want to play somebody's personal cell phone number.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
As he called me back from his cell. Hold on. Where's my speaker? I'm just want to make sure you can hear this.
Yes, Miss Debbie. This is Todd Terrell, President of the United Cajun Navy. I was just returning your call. Give me a call when you get a chance. 225.
Okay. All right. Okay. So that's just him calling you back. Okay.
Voicemail.
So definitely that's confirmation that you all, had an exchange. So then you guys end up connecting.
We had 2
And
phone calls to begin with.
okay, so hold on. I'm trying to understand how this happens. So the first
Mhm.
time finally you get on the phone, the first time. How long
Mhm.
is that conversation the first time?
Not long. I believe it was. Let me see something here. That's one bad thing about the text-free app, and I can show you. It does not give you that information. So I use text-free.
Well, maybe just an
So
estimate. It was
it was
hours long, it was minutes
maybe
long.
10, 15 minutes.
Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Okay. So it's maybe 10 or 15 minutes
I don't
long.
really know.
That is not the conversation that these clips that you have put out or recordings that you have put out. That's not where that's not where they came from, right? Not that phone call.
I don't remember. I think the first one was shorter, and then it dropped, and then he called back or I called him back, and then we picked up.
Okay.
The
All right.
total conversation that I had with him was probably, so that in my head, I'm thinking like, how long did I really talk to him that day? The total was probably about 15-ish minutes.
Okay,
And
so
it
the
dropped.
multiple conversations all kind of happen around the same time. It's just the phone call dropped, and that's why there was more than one conversation. It wasn't
Right.
like you were talking to each other over a couple of days, right?
No, that's not what I said.
No. I know. I'm just clarifying.
Okay.
I'm not
No, I
saying you're
talked to him
saying
the
that. I'm trying to
first
understand.
day. We were texting as well, back and forth. He was in the phone call. He told me about this person that got arrested and blah, blah, blah. And he was asking me to put this information out. I didn't quite catch on the call who he was talking about. So I asked him. He sent me some more information by text. Said, got it, and then he said, okay, we're going to talk tomorrow. He sent me that screenshot, the JLR screenshot that I forwarded over to Granny. And then he said, that's the right CNN doing wrong, LOL, post that, LOL. He was wanting me to share that screenshot, and I didn't do it.
Okay,
And then
so
we were, after this time, he was telling me, we're talking about, setting up the interview and stuff, and I needed a photo of him to use
and
for
these
like
are all
thumbnail.
via text. This is not
This
via the
is text,
phone
right?
conversation. This is the text.
Yeah, I'm just skimming through our
Okay.
text where he
And
told me,
in
this is
those
the ones
text
that need to
messages, what
go.
does he think that he's coming on your panel for the interview? What is his like? What do you think he thought? Well, I know you can't speak to his thoughts, but like, what in your conversation, what does it seem like he's coming on your panel for?
Everything that we talked about on the phone. I told him that.
So the search stuff, the JLR stuff, the United Cajun Navy stuff, all of that combined is what you were bringing him on for?
Yeah, just he wanted to clear his name. I said this on my live when he skipped out. I was like, he wanted to come up and clear his name. He said that, he's being slandered. These things aren't true, blah, blah, blah. And he sent me all these, links and information. And, he told me things. He gave me names and dates and told me there was a general to look up. I have all these notes, and I'm like, I wanted to talk to him about that.
Okay.
He never
So-
once ever mentioned anything about any lawsuit ever in any of our calls or texts.
Well, I mean, honestly, when you have like sleuthing in your name, I would hope that you do your own sleuthing to actually go and like look up the agency and look up, anything like it's not hard to type in their name, and the lawsuit is one of the first things that come. The lawsuit and their protective orders that they filed for, which did get declined, but those are the two main things that pop up when you type in their company name outside of their website. Like, so did you not do any research on them before you even got to that point?
No, he said he said that the information out there about him was false, and he wanted me to focus on his story, what he wanted told.
Well, no,
He
I
gave
understand
me
that, but
he
you
gave me
still
specific
have.
things to look up, and I'll tell you what he said to look up.
Okay, so the only
He told
thing that
me
you were willing to look into
was what
as
he
the
asked me
internet
to,
sleuth was only what he told you to go look at?
because the point was it was supposed to be his time for his story And
For
these
his
are the
truth.
things that for his truth, right? I wasn't there to try to debunk him. I wasn't there
Right.
to try to do
I
anything but
mean,
give him
but to me,
his
it's
take.
like they won that lawsuit, right? So like, why wouldn't like that still is part of his
Well, then
story
why
because
didn't he bring it up? Why didn't he
that's where
bring it
the
up to
whole
me?
like cyber stalking and cyber harassment and all that kind of stuff came into play was
Okay.
during the time of that lawsuit, and that would defend his story at that point in time
And
if research was done.
So if that's true, why did he not ever mention it to me?
Well, we don't know if he did or not.
He didn't. He
I mean,
never, ever mentions to me.
But the bad part
However,
about that, though, honestly, Crime Sleuthin, right now, is we don't know that. We only have your word for it. And honestly, I'm just being honest, from our little bit of interactions, your word doesn't really carry a lot of weight in my
because
mind.
the other
That's all.
things have been twisted. The other things about me have been twisted. I have been lied about repeatedly. I know me. I
So
know
to be
me.
fair,
So it's whatever.
I've seen receipts of things, right?
But you
And
know,
I've
you
been on a
saw
panel
twisted
with you where like
information.
you've gotten caught in lies
No, I have
right then
not.
and there.
No, I have not.
You
I
you
really
have,
haven't. Things
but
got
we can agree
twisted
to
on
disagree
panels.
on that. I'm totally
Granny,
fine
I'm
with
gonna
that.
go.
Yeah, I'm totally
So
fine
you
with
can.
agreeing to disagree on that. But okay, so the first phone call that you did with him, that was not recorded,
Granny,
correct?
you've got my email. I'm gonna go ahead and go. I wanted to come up and speak with you.
Well, but I'm curious though, but why
Nanya
do you
can
go every time somebody questions you? That's
no,
confusing.
because this is not what this is. This is different than what I wanted to do. So, hon, I'm gonna go ahead.
Well,
and
you
go.
wanted to be able to only say one side of
No, I
things that
wanted
is
to
not the
speak with.
truth.
I wanted to speak with Granny, but that's okay. This is not going at all. I have already been with you on a panel, and I'm not gonna do this again.
Well,
Yeah, see, and
I'm gonna have to.
I'm not being disrespectful
Did
at
you
all.
hear
I'm
back from
asking you
JLR?
questions, and I understand
Let me
that
check.
when you do tell so many lies, it is hard
See,
to
this is
keep
what
up
I'm
with
talking
what
about.
lie you told. I get that
I will
completely.
talk to you later. I'll just
Well,
wait to hear
wait,
from
Crime
JLR
Sleuthin.
then.
Don't leave. Don't leave. Okay, just let's calm it down a little bit. And in the summary of the phone call, at one part, it was speaking about Riley, right? And the guys, you said his phone calls were being disconnected. They were kind of, it was, coming and going. Could he have came back and picked up at that part?
No, I know what we talked about, and I don't care what anybody else says. I have the phone call. I am just.
No, I get it. I get what you're saying.
I'm not okay with how things are going. I appreciate you trying, but I'm going to have to handle this on my own. You were saying you were able to reach JLR and you haven't heard back from him? Because I've already said to him in email, I'm happy to play it. I don't want to play that part that is additional BS about JLR, which would bring me more hate. I don't freaking want that.
But what with the JLR part? I mean, I think the part
I'm not
that
answering
I don't
any
think
more
anybody
questions
really
from
cares
her.
about the
Not.
JLR part. I think people care about the fact, like, do you know, maybe you're not aware, but do you know that the clip you played
All
on
right,
your
Granny,
live
I'll see you
stream
later.
about the body was played for Seth during a live stream? Like, he found out about that clip during a live stream?
During my live stream, I was told that that portion of the call was already sent to Seth. And if he wanted to hear the whole thing, I said, no, you tell him it's not true. For one thing, he was supposed to have already been told, according to people in my live chat. I said, if he wants the whole thing, let me know.
So you have no remorse at the fact that that was the first time he heard that his body was actually found? Like, he's a parent.
I'm not doing this like this. I'm just not.
All right, Nanya. I understand your sentiments.
She's been over on Deets doing this BS all day. She believes everything that's already been put out over there. I came over here to try to, put out my side, but this is not how it's going to happen.
No, I understand. And listen,
I'll hop down, Granny.
Thank you, Nanya.
Thank you.
I appreciate you. Thank you. And listen, for people that don't understand, JR is a scary person to have conflict with. It is not unreasonable to be fearful of JLR. Many people are fearful of JLR. If you get on his bad side, I mean, we see what he can do. So that is understandable that after him already kind of pinpointing her, if he's going to hear this and get angry at her again, I totally understand what she's saying there. I'm waiting to hear back. Personally, I don't think he's the type that, I think since you've already apologized and understood that you were misguided, I don't think he's the type to further. He has bigger fish to fry.
I'm not doing it. I want to give
without
him
his permission,
an
I totally get it.
opportunity. Right. I only sent that at 5:30 this morning. If somebody else has a way of getting a hold of him and letting him know, hey, she needs to hear from you, then that's fine. if somebody
Yeah.
wants to help. But the only reason that I did not play that portion of the call was because of that part of the conversation. No other conversation took place during that time. All day today over on Deets, she was like, oh, there was some other conversation about the lawsuit. And Melissa Jade, like, oh, that's what she's hiding, allegedly. They always add allegedly to the end of an accusation. And as we know, people always remember the accusation. They never remember the correction or the retraction.
Right. No, that's true. People do tend to focus on the accusation first and foremost. I totally agree with that. And you corrected what was spoken badly about JR. We get that. I guess I don't understand how that quickly in your stream did you realize that Todd was the POS, if you will?
Because I was getting a lot of texts and emails starting to happen. I wish I had, if I could do it over again, I would have gone onto my channel and said, done a live video and said, hey, this guy, wants to, interview, what do you think? Do you have any questions for him? Blah, blah, blah. I bet you right then I would have gotten the same, response.
Right.
And all the information. Then I would have been like, whoa, bad idea.
Okay. It's just like you didn't have that heads up prior.
I did not know. He was very, very, very convincing to me. He is a very smooth talker.
They usually are, to be honest.
He was absolutely adamant to me in the text. That's the right CNN doing wrong, LOL. Post that, LOL. He just wanted me to start posting negative things. And I wasn't going to do that. I'm like, I want to do an interview. I want to talk with you, not do all this drama stuff.
The negative things he wanted posted were going to be about JLR
and the one that's on his screenshot there that you have. It says Cajun Navy 2016.
Oh, that
about getting arrested. He said that
Okay.
JLR had him confused with that guy. He's like, sent me the name of the actual 2 people who were involved in that, and the one that got arrested. And I'm not going to say him on the air, but
right.
He sent me 2 names, and he said I can read this part. He said they're confused about me being the bad one. That's what he told me. But then as soon as I had him, getting ready to come up, and I started talking about him, they're like, oh, no, and started sending me stuff.
So was
I wish I would have done it before.
Was JLR correct in that statement then? Or JLR didn't make the statement, it was a chatter. Were they correct about that statement? It was him?
I don't think that I know enough to even say that at this point. I am honestly very confused, and I'm not doing well right now. So I'm not using it as an excuse. I'm just saying,
I get it.
I don't know if you've dealt with pain, but when your pain level's up, it causes your blood pressure to go up, and you just don't think super, super clearly. You just don't. I'm doing my very, very best. I have all of the text messages, and anyway, you
got a lot of people tearing apart your every word, which ironically is what is happening to the Proudfoots right now. And it's very hard as a creator. I've been there. One by the person I found your channel through my channel today, where they take every little thing you say and they try to make it something it's not, because they already have this negative outlook. I understand what you're saying. I understand how you're even a little hesitant to say anything because somebody's going to take it and twist it and run with it. Been there, done that. I know what you're saying. Is it possible for me to is JLR live? Is it possible for would you feel comfortable allowing me to hear the phone call?
How would we be able to do that privately?
That's a good question.
Like without the live hearing it.
Right. On a private StreamYard. If you want to let me hold for a second, I can try calling JLR. Might get a faster response.
All right.
Give me 1 second. All right, he'll call right back. So that's a plus at least. He'll at least look at the message then. She told Tyler a message that she did all the research on both organizations, doesn't understand why nobody else researches. I think at that point.
Oh my God.
All right, he responded.
What did he say?
I'm typing back right now. Hold on.
Can you tell me what's being said?
Yeah, he just wrote back, "Hey, what's up?" And then I said, "Hey, I'm crime sleuthing on. We had a phone call with Todd. She's a little worried that you'll be angry what she said in the beginning before knowing he was lying to her."
Please let him know. I emailed him, ask him if he can take a look at that real quick. And at least respond, let me know if it's okay.
Okay. I can't stand it now that I've heard it, how it sounds.
Oh.
Why? Yeah, I didn't realize it's so loud. We're both like loud as hell.
Well, yeah, mine's my mic is super sensitive. I was making a video one night, and my husband was in there taking a shower, and he blew his nose in the shower like some guys sometimes do, and I'm just ignoring it, right, doing my thing, and I'm going back reviewing because I always watch the thing. I learned to slow down and watch your entire video yourself.
To hear all the background noises.
Yes, and I'm listening. I hear this in the background. I had to start all over. So, because my desk is, it's in my room in this corner, and then our bathroom's right in front of my desk.
And you don't realize how much a mic can pick up.
Yeah, so I can imagine it's probably really loud for the clicking keyboards.
Yeah, he said he's not looking to get into any drama. You want me to screenshot this, send it to you?
Can you read it and then do that?
Yeah, he said, "Hey, hope all is well. I'm not looking to get into any drama. I don't have a say in what a stranger can and cannot do. I won't." And basically, that's it. He doesn't care. He doesn't want any involvement in drama.
Did you tell him? What did you say about my email?
I didn't mention your email.
Okay.
I just wrote, "Perfect, thank you." She says she emailed you when you have a minute. The dude's so extremely busy.
Well,
I mean, he literally is teleporting across the country.
I know, but he has 15 seconds to go and do that real quick. I mean, letting him know,
but that's
look
what
at
I'm
it when
saying
you have a minute is more like it's not an immediate concern.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you, crime sleuthing. To be fair, you're not a concern for him. He doesn't give a shit. Is what I'm pretty much getting at. Listen,
it was a huge concern on the live, and I hadn't tagged JLR or anything. So
right, because at that point he felt like he was being slandered. Since then, you have apologized and made up for it, and he understands that, and he's doing his own thing. I've spoken to JLR enough. I know he's truly not into the drama like people think he is. He really just doesn't care.
Yeah, if you can send me that
I'll
stuff,
send you
that's great.
I promise you, I'm not lying to you. I would not lie to you. I tried to call him. Of course, he sends a text back. Hey, Titanium.
Hang on, let me mute myself while I'm talking.
It doesn't show his number. It just shows his name and then a funny photo I have for him. It doesn't show his number. Hey, Big Brick. I think I just sent it to you. Check my sent. That's not it.
Okay.
Did you get it?
I got something. Let's see.
His focus is on Cajun Navy. If anything, the phone call helps him. He's not focused on little old you. You know what I mean? And I get the fear. I get what you're saying about him the other day being upset, but
I don't see anything about email.
okay, hold on. Let me do it this way.
I mean, I think, I mean, based on this, it's not clear. You know what I mean? It's not clear that he's like, it's okay if she plays it. I'm not going to, you know, do anything. I'll ignore it. This isn't, I would rather just wait and speak with him whenever
Okay.
he has
He's not
time.
going to respond to
And,
you, but
yeah.
that's fine. So I guess we'll never hear the call because
I
he's not.
believe he has responded to me in the past.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, he's saying here he's not getting involved in drama. So I don't. I mean,
I have no problem going ahead and playing it as long as what happened before with, you know, his army doesn't happen again. I don't want that. And that's why I forwarded you my email to him. And that's all I need, just him to say, it's cool. Don't worry about it. You can play it. That's all I need him to say.
But that's what he's saying when he says I'm not getting involved with anyone else's drama. That's basically what he's saying.
It's really not, though. He just said he can't control what a stranger does.
He's saying, yeah, I don't have a say in what a stranger can and cannot do because you're seeking his permission to play a call. And he's like, I can't control if you play the call or not.
But I was asking his, never mind, it's fine.
I understand what you're saying. I mean, if you want to wait, see if you get a further response from him, that's fine. I get it.
You just sent me the same thing again.
Yeah, I did. I thought you were saying you didn't receive it at first. So I said, let me try it this way. So I
Oh, okay. All right. Well, if you wouldn't mind, I do appreciate you reaching out to him. If you wouldn't, if you have a chance, if you would please text him again and say, hey, she just wants confirmation. You just send her a quick email, say it's cool, play it, or it's cool, send it to me. You respond to her in some brief way, ASAP, so this can be addressed. I'd appreciate it. Something like that. And then if you have that contact with him, that's great. I have no problem playing it. I'm not going to kick the hornet's nest with JLR. I'm not going to do it. I already put out that false information, not knowing that it wasn't true. I don't want to do that again. And I don't know how to tell people that's the only thing that's in the phone call that I skipped over from that, in that little section. That's all we were talking about. There was nothing else. Never any discussion with him in text or phone call whatsoever about any lawsuit.
So just the only thing you clicked out was the very beginning of the call. The rest is in the total of the call.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, I'll be honest. JLR's a really busy guy. He's not somebody I'm going to bother again with this. He doesn't like his time wasted. He's very business oriented, if you know what I mean. So me bothering him with something like this is already an inconvenience to him. So I'll just wait to see if he responds back to your email on his own time, but I'm not going to bother him further and say, hey, can you go check your email and respond to this woman? He's not even the one that handles his emails. It's just a lot. JR's very to the point, you know what I mean? And he doesn't.
Right.
He doesn't do the drama.
That's why when you said you could text him, I was like, okay, tell him I emailed him. Please send me a response real quick. And anyway.
Yeah, well, that's why I wrote, she says she emailed you when you have a minute, because he's not, I mean, to be honest, Crime Sleuth, and this is a guy that's on the move. He doesn't care for this type of bullshit. He just doesn't.
Right. Well, I hope he'll send me a quick email. I mean, that's why I'm kind of hanging out for a few minutes. Maybe he would
go and take a look. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's around lunchtime.
JLR doesn't take a lunch. That guy's on the move 24/7. But I get it. I mean, I get it.
As soon as
that is honestly what it comes down to. He doesn't want to be bothered with it. Did you forward him the phone call by chance, or just the offer of the phone call?
I forwarded you the email that I sent to him. Did you
Right.
see it?
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not going to just lay a file on somebody, an attachment, no less, without their approval. And you can't email a file of that size anyway.
Okay. Well, I just wasn't sure because I just, like I said, I know he doesn't do like the whole back and forth thing.
Well, I think that I should probably follow that lead. Be done with stupid back and forth, because it really is stupid. Yeah, Avery calling the TBI and lying is why they said what they said. Avery is the DIY paint chick that used to be. She's had like 4 or 5, 6 names at least.
A history with Dolly.
Yes, the one with the.
Oh, is that this? Is that who called on you? This Avery here?
Yep. Okay. She admitted that she called TBI, but she lied to them. She told them that I was claiming that this poster thing was a new official verified poster. So that's why they said what they said. I never said that. I said that the photo was confirmed.
Yeah,
I think it was not altered or enhanced or run through a filter or anything like that. It is the actual one that's just him cropped out of it from the Santa.
But who confirmed
it was altered?
Who confirmed the photo?
I don't need to reveal that source. Not going to.
Well, I mean, that's true.
I saw it on a channel. And then I confirmed it on my own as well, because somebody sent it to me while I was not alive, and I'm pulling it up and I'm like, well, it looks like him, but this boy looks a little older than what we see on, the posters, because we were talking about like what he could look like without glasses on.
Yeah, I think it's a fantastic photo, but don't you think it would have been just as efficient to just put the photo out there and not place it over his already?
Have you seen that I already pulled down the video and the photo many hours ago?
Yeah, but unfortunately,
it doesn't matter what I do. See?
Well, no,
because everybody was going, take it down, take it down, take it down, do it right. So I did that, and it still doesn't matter.
Right, because unfortunately, there's things like this, right? This post here by Voices Behind the Wall with the same now changed Amber Alert, and she has Sebastian Rogers updates.
She's the one who, if she has a problem with that, she shouldn't be passing it on. If there's something wrong with it,
she thought there was an update. She didn't realize that it wasn't an official document. You can tell by
what does that say above it?
Sebastian updates.
You're falling for that right now? Did you not see her stream last night?
No, I don't watch her.
I have the whole thing screen recorded. She was restreaming me. And she knew already that was not an official poster that I had added the photo. She lying.
Right here, I guess she restreams you.
No. That's the wrong voices, hun.
Oh, that's the voices I'm talking about. This is Cher did this, and I don't think she realized.
Oh, I thought you were trying to see. People get that confused.
I know they always do. I know.
Okay, because you had it scrolled down. I couldn't see who it was.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Voices Behind the Wall.
I'll send her an email.
Yeah, because she wrote it like it's an actual update. So that's the problem when things like this happen, is there are people that take it as an actual update. Because, I mean, what were you thinking when you did it? I already acknowledged. I don't think you meant any harm by it, and I stand by that.
Efficiency. I was literally just efficiency.
Okay.
I didn't want to have to retype that all out on a new thing. I see a lot of people do that. There's some right now that have several different photos of him with all of that information on it and the seal and everything. They've created their entire new Amber Alert with all kinds of different photos and graphics and sparkles and whatever.
Who the hell has done that?
I've got screenshots, because I'm like, are you serious? People are going after me for doing this, for putting out the correct information, but nobody's saying anything about all these other people. I already got lots of screenshots.
If I knew who the other people were, I promise you I'd have a lot to say about it.
It's
because it's just the photo alone is a fantastic photo. It does show Sebastian almost looking like a different child, to be quite frank. I think it is very necessary to have that photo out there. I just think there's a way to do it.
Well, now look at my new one, and you see I did it differently.
You fixed it and did it the
Yes.
okay. I mean, that's fair
But
enough. It was
instead of
brought to
people
your
going, okay,
attention.
hey, you know what? She fixed it. She realizes,
That's
hey,
fair.
let's not do it that way. Let's fix it. Let's drop it, right? But instead, all these people, including you, have been live all day long talking about this bullshit that didn't need to be talked about when the focus should be on Sebastian.
Well, you do know that TBI had to make an update about it.
But they weren't talking about did you not hear what I said about Avery?
Well, I get that Avery
If-
called.
If they were this is part of the problem.
Well, take a breath.
All
I'm not arguing with
kinds
you.
of people have done way, way worse than I did. Okay, way worse than just putting a photo on there. They've created all entirely new Amber Alert photos with the seals and everything, their own flyers.
Right.
Move the seals around, like copied and pasted them all over the picture.
Well,
Have
you
it
should
looking just
give
like
us-
that, doing their own from scratch.
You should give us their names so they can be called out. Maybe they're smaller and people haven't seen them, or maybe, you know what I mean? But
I'm not gonna. No, I don't think so. Not
but
right now.
that's the whole whataboutism about
Because
things. Like,
do you see what has happened with me? My point in telling you that is we don't know who the hell that TBI was actually talking about, because there's a bunch of these out there that are way worse than the one I did, like glitter and hearts, and where you can't
But at
even read
least-
the information.
at least with glitter and hearts, you can tell that a creator did that. The way you presented it, it didn't look like an official document from TBI. And in hindsight,
There's
would you have
other
done
ones
differently?
There's other ones that look just like that with other different photos. People
I
pick their
understand
favorite
that.
photo and then repost the Amber Alert with their favorite photo. That wasn't the point of what I was doing. It was just efficiency, just getting this photo out there, because I was like, people have been asking, what does he look like without his glasses?
Right.
And
I
that's the
understand
whole
the
point, because this
sentiments.
kid does look quite different. I enlarged it. I put it next to the current photo, and I'm like, it's so hard to tell. Took us a little while to figure out that it was a Christmas photo, because we only had the crop one at this point.
Mhm.
And then somebody found the original. But, oh, it was a Christmas. He had the elf ears, because I was like, what is going on with the ear? You
Yeah,
can
no,
only see
it's
the
a
left one.
fantastic photo. And like I said, it is necessary. I think it offers a different vision of Sebastian that we don't have. I just don't know. I get you're saying others have done it, but I just don't know. Like, it going back, would you have done differently, or would you still have placed that photo up on top of there as if it was a new Amber Alert?
I would probably do it the way I did it the second time.
Right. Okay, so you've learned from it.
I have no problem. That's one thing that people don't understand. When I actually do something that's, quote unquote wrong, I will say, hey, here's what I've done wrong.
Well, to
I
be
am
fair, you do a
sorry.
lot of whataboutisms in between, though. Like, even right now, it took 5 minutes of, well, other people have done it. Instead of
you were
just saying, yeah, I
that
fucked up.
because you said even the TBI had to make a statement about it, like that was my fault, like it was because of, and I'm like, no. We have no clue what they were talking about. All I know for a fact is that I have the clip of Avery stating she called TBI and told them that I was claiming that it was a verified new TBI Amber Alert poster.
Right.
And
then
that is absolutely not what I ever said.
Right. And then they make a statement that they're aware of this new poster, and that is not factual. I mean, listen, we're crime sleuthers, right? We can put 1 and 2 together and acknowledge it was most likely over yours off of misinformation. I'll say that, because you didn't say it was a new Amber Alert. What you said was the photo was certified. The photo
right.
was
All
verified.
I said was the photo was confirmed.
Right.
New photo confirmed, and it was confirmed. But that's
right.
all
So you didn't
I
say
said.
it's a new. Right. So
then I
to be
redid
fair,
it, but that's the only reason I'm bringing up other people, because there's a bunch of these that are just like that one floating around with different photos, changing the words around on the Amber Alert and all that. That may or may not have had anything to do with me. Probably not, because she called late last night, right? They just put up, what is the date and time on that?
1 second.
Eliza, shut up.
The date and time is 52 minutes ago, and I received this 3 hours ago. So about 4 hours ago, they made this posting. Saying also, we have been made aware that an altered versions of the TBI Amber Alert poster are being circulated throughout social media, indicating they have been verified. They have not. So it's likely off of the phone call or several phone calls, likely based off the misunderstanding of the photo being verified, not the Amber Alert.
Do you see that they're saying plural versions?
Well, I
being
knew you were
passed
going to
around?
say that, but if you go down here, it says TBI Amber Alert poster are being circulated throughout.
Altered versions of the poster. Same thing. Versions, plural.
I'm going to have to respectfully disagree. I don't think they made that post because they saw these sparkly ones. I think it had everything to do with yours. Again, off of the fact that they believe that it was stated it was verified.
Then you need to
where
do
you
a little
verified
search
the
and look at
photo.
all the other ones that are just like that one
If you send them
that
to me, I
have
can.
false information.
I asked you for the names. I would love to
It
see
didn't.
who else
It
did
wasn't hard for me to find them. They're all over Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube.
Are they?
Yes. Way before I ever made the one that I had up for a very short time, by the way. Let's see. When did I put that video up? I had, does it give you a time when you upload a video or just the date?
Just the date. But I do think,
Damn.
like I said, you go and look at, other people were sharing it. Rather they were doing so to call it out or to point it out. I haven't seen anybody else share one to that magnitude.
Do you understand the point then?
No.
This is the group of Dietz and MJ and them that have pointed this out, put a big red flashing arrow on top of me for this, instead of pointing any fingers at anybody else doing anything. Just like
Right.
they sat there on that panel and let Laura oh, should I have called the mother of that murdered victim? Probably not. Was it in poor taste? Yeah, probably. Should I have done it? Nah.
Well, Voices isn't part
Honey,
of
come on.
Melissa and Dietz. I do get your sentiments. It's like, all right, so you give leeway to Laura, who reached out to the mother of a murder
It's
child.
hypocritical, that's all.
It's hypocritical. There are hypocritical. A lot of YouTube is hypocritical. I'll give you that.
So
But
let's see if they now come out and say, hey, look at this. There's all of these people doing it. Let's call them out. Let's see if they do that. Bet you they won't.
I would if you offered me the dang names.
It's out there. It took me just a few minutes to find them.
On Facebook, you said?
I said they're everywhere.
Well, I mean,
that are just
come
like
on.
the one I did, but even worse was what I'm saying. Not just the glittery pretty ones, but like literally remade, altered posters. And I've seen that in every damn case. And nobody gives a crap. Nobody cares.
I disagree. I've
well-
never seen anybody ever on my time on YouTube.
Well, then that's crazy
do
because
that.
I've seen them on Summer Wells. I've seen them on Michael Vaughn's. Nobody cares. If your child is missing, nobody cares. If my child goes missing, I don't give a crap how you put out her photo. Get it everywhere you can, on every poster that you want to alter, create, share, whatever. A child's parent doesn't care. The family doesn't care. Get their face out there. Talk about them. That's what it's about.
Would you agree, though, that when you put that along with the call where you have supposedly Todd saying they know where Sebastian's body is and Seth has to hear that, those two things together is like a double whammy?
Hey, I'm not so sure about the little clip, the little short clip that I've heard. I need that. What is that channel?
Yeah,
Information?
I came across it the other day, too. I'm not very familiar with them.
Well, what's the
Apparently, she's
channel?
like boots on the ground. If anybody knows the name of the channel, I can't even think of what the name is right now. I can
Wow.
go through and try to see it in my history.
Do you see the problem? I mean, somebody played a little teeny tiny clip.
No, they said
that's being accepted as fact.
It was your clip.
It was no, about what happened.
What
Like
do you
I
mean?
want a receipt on that.
Oh,
So
on the
I'm asking
father
with the
finding out?
channel. I would like to see the full thing for myself.
Okay. 1 second.
So-
I should have it in my history. Because Seth is up on the panel. Apparently, this woman's a local. She's boots on the ground. They're friendly with her. And Terry Lynn, that's it. And he was up on the panel, and she says, "Did you hear the clip where Todd is saying they found him?"
I heard the short clip. I would like to know the date and time. I want to look into it because I'm telling you on my live when I played that the portion of the call, I was told in chat that people in chat had contact with him and they were going to forward it to him. That it
Oh,
actually
okay.
in the chat, they said they had already sent it to him. So as of my live, he should have already received that. So that's really weird that he would be on a panel after that date and time,
This was 2 days ago.
you know. When was
Yeah.
mine?
This was 2 days ago.
Text letting me know that they're going to be flying up Texas.
And at this one,
So
of
she's
these,
reading from chat, right?
not at the point where she says it to him. I just don't know exactly
So
where.
he's questioned her. Do you think that Sebastian would trust a stranger from the community wall? That way you'll have that.
I think it's right after
and then I know
this.
someone just told me that they're going to they sent me a text letting me know that they're going to be flying up Texas. Sebastian. Seth, have you sat down with Katie and talked to her briefly about what could have happened to Sebastian? I think you already have done that, correct?
For 3 days, and she didn't.
Would you
What?
either
I
put
just
the link to this in the back chat or something? So
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because
Thank
I'm
you.
not sure of the timestamp, but he's only on for a short period of time. It had to be this one because it looks like the only one I clicked into. Oh, I'm sorry. Jill, thank you. And Josen, I'll click that in a second. Here's the stream. He's not on here for long, but I do know he didn't take it very serious from what I gathered. It was sad.
Andrew, from the internet. I don't think so.
No.
You're going in and out again. Hold on, just
Yeah, I don't know. Comes back up. They're asking about Roblox and oh, here. I seen somebody just make a comment.
no.
Lives down the street from
Right,
Dallas.
Art with the group of the vibe.
Look how the rumors go.
Like, have flashbacks of being
I'm gonna reach out to in Mississippi. Tell
the TV pastor for polygraph.
Well, I can see just looking at the actual stream, right, that it was on the 31st and mine was on the 30th.
Okay, so you're saying
So-
during your stream, people in your chat made him so basically you're saying he didn't find out by a live stream.
He shouldn't have, because you can go to my stream and look at the chat, and people who said that they actually know him in person said they had already sent it to him.
Okay.
Already.
All right.
So this
All
is
right, I
really
get it.
strange. That's all I'm saying. I'm like, if he wants the whole thing, somebody get me his email address somewhere I can get it to him. I wasn't trying to interview him or talk to him. He
Right,
does
he can
enough of
have the
that.
whole thing.
He can have
Okay.
the whole thing. I was just offering the whole thing. I've already sent it to TBI, but if he wants it, he can get it from them or reach out. I can get it to him.
Right.
I didn't want to send it to a third party to send
Now,
to
what-
him because I don't know these people. But
Cool, thank you. What I was saying more of is that this is how the information goes down the lane and why it's, sad, if you will, or difficult. Because it is a missing child and there are real people on the other side, which I know you're aware of. I don't think you're insensitive.
Mhm.
I don't think you're cruel. I don't think you did anything with cruel intent. I said that at the beginning. I'll say it again. Maybe just silly, but here's where it comes in.
My ass is down there.
Well, we plan on traveling again. It's obvious that they took those damn flyers down. Look, there's just some. That was on the kids' corral. Rangers doors. We have in and out of everything. Even Yogi had one. Just saying. So I'm not playing. And we were given permission.
To hang up
Color.
posters.
Let's see.
And then you said, and Todd basically said he knows where Sebastian is.
Yeah, they said that.
Oh, I skipped it.
yeah, go back
Here
a
it
bit.
is.
To draw, he didn't really like the color.
Let's see.
And then you said, and Todd basically said he knows where Sebastian is.
Yeah, they said that Todd knows where Sebastian is. Do you know anything about this?
Where is he
No, I
reading
don't.
that from? He sounds like he was reading that from somewhere.
Let me say, but he did just say, let me rewind it because the chat will come up. He did just say right there, no, I don't. When they said, do you know anything about this? He said, no, I don't. Let me see if I can get
Todd
Yeah, go back a
basically
little.
said he knows where Sebastian is.
I'll go back just a
Really
little bit
like
more
it.
so the
By
channel
law
update.
enforcement, by the way. We will.
Yeah.
I'm not playing. And we were given permission We were given permission to do that by law enforcement, by the way.
He liked to draw. He didn't really like the color.
Let's see.
And then you said, and Todd basically said he knows where Sebastian is.
Yeah, they said that Todd knows where Sebastian is. Do you know anything about this?
Can you
No, I
turn
don't.
on? Do you have closed caption?
No, I don't know how to find closed caption. Oh,
It's
wait,
in-
closed caption right here. This.
There.
Sorry, I was thinking
Yeah.
of the other thing. Okay. Let me rewind it back.
Thank you.
Because I don't see where anybody's saying it in chat, but somebody had to have said it for it to
Because I
happen.
think he said you said it. He said like the word "you" is what I'm saying.
Right,
So
he
I just
said
had to hear it.
Yeah,
So
he
I think
did.
she told him before the live or earlier. I don't know, but let's just see what he said.
Might have been a little further back here because he said, you said Todd.
By the way.
He liked to draw. He didn't really like the color.
How do I make it bigger?
Let's see.
The
And then you
little,
said, and Todd
if you go
basically
to where
said
the
he knows
CC
where
is, no, over
Sebastian
here,
is.
over here.
Yeah, they said that Todd
Go
knows
straight
where
over
Sebastian
from
is.
that to the square. Keep going, all
Okay.
the way over.
Oh.
No. All the way over, I said. All the way. The
All
last
the
one.
way. This one?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Well, I knew that, but I meant to make, how do I make this, the words
Oh,
bigger?
okay.
They're coming out tiny.
I have never seen closed caption in red.
Me
And then
neither.
you
That's
said,
weird.
and Todd basically said he knows where Sebastian is.
Yeah, they said that Todd knows where Sebastian is. Do you know anything about this?
No, I don't.
I can't
Todd
read
who?
that.
He said Todd who?
I'm believing that. Hold on. Let me make sure.
No, I don't, Emu.
Now somebody asked in the chat, and he said, no, I don't.
Todd from the Cajun Navy. I think they got it. Hold on. I think this is right. This is. Hold on. He said he did it in a clip and was being threatened. Hold on. I think I got that clip.
Okay, what is that timestamp,
Let me turn the
please?
Bluetooth.
It starts at 2:16.
2:16. Okay, I'm gonna go through here and turn
Yeah.
on my closed caption because mine is
Yeah, 'cause I
nice
know-
and big, black and white. So
I know. I've never seen closed captions so little like that. I don't know what that was.
it's really weird. Okay.
Anyway, I do appreciate your time. I get the sentiments of where you're coming from, feeling ganged up. Like I said, I did email you. I feel it. I don't like when a certain group always comes back to the same person. I've experienced it. I've done it to others. It doesn't feel good. I do think there are times, Crime Sleuth, that you make it hard for people. And I don't know if it's a pride thing. I don't know if it's
It
because
is frustration. I have
Frustration,
started
yeah.
to lashing back out because I'm tired of it. I ignored it for a long time. This isn't the first that these few people have been coming at me, but
Yeah.
somebody else who did stab me in the back got into their little circle of friends and everything ignited. Like literally, they were already, a little bit of gasoline going on, and then she came with a match, and it blew up at that point.
right. So you're
And
so basically it calmed down or wasn't as explosive until the friend that betrayed you kind of lit the flame and reignited the whole fire, making it worse.
Absolutely.
I get it.
Completely
And,
spreading just flat lies. Like if you go to my live that's titled, it says like boom on the thumbnail. Please watch that later. Go to just, I think it's an hour and 3 minutes. It's about an hour in. Look for where you can see my YouTube. I went ahead after that last thing over there on Queen Bees. I went ahead that night, fired up a live, and showed, somebody emailed me instructions on how to get to it. These people
Right.
wouldn't even tell me exactly how to do this because I was like, can I just show that live? Because I don't want to show everything. It's nobody's damn business. Oh no, you have to go here and you have to click this and you have to show your main page when you go into your studio. It shows everything. It shows too much information that does not need to be out there.
yeah, I
It's
would have
just-
showed
it's
my
nobody's
studio
damn
either.
business.
Right.
Exactly. Well, they were wanting me to show that. They weren't telling me that I could just show that live. So I did that myself on my live. And I added up all of the receipts. I added up exactly what was paid. And they're claiming that it was like I was supposedly, they kept changing it, right? They kept saying, oh, it's $75. No, it's $130. No, she owes her $75. $35. They kept changing it around. It's actually $11.
Wow.
$11.
Okay.
And I showed that with my full YouTube studio on my live. Not one of them has shut up about it since then. They're still claiming the exact same lie. The only reason that it was off by the $11 is that I don't really know. Maybe ad revenue, maybe the foreign currency that we were.
Well, that's what I said. I said, they do estimate it. It seems like maybe you estimate it, and then
yeah. Well, it was
that's not
just
the
a
same
very
amount.
As a creator, when we get a super chat or something, it doesn't necessarily show up for 24 to 48 hours in your YouTube studio.
Right.
It was the very next night when I was on a chat with her and I listed everything out. We went through the live together. I wrote them all down and then took the 30% off. And, we came up with the amount. I actually think that I was saying 280 on these other streams because that was what was in my head. But I hadn't gone back and watched my live because it happened in October. It was actually 240 if you go back and look at what I actually got.
Right.
So then I went back on my chats and verified. I'm not that snake that shares private messages, though.
No, and I get what you're saying.
Right. So I had to go back and look at it myself and see, oh, crap, that's what I said. This is what the amount was. Oh, here's the receipts. I had to figure it out on my own. I shouldn't have been put in that position because, again, Kara never, ever, ever to one soul said I owed her money. She was saying that I still owed her money before I paid her the other portion because that was true on that date and time, but it was put out there as if I still owed her that money. That's where one of the lies happened. This was she said that after I'd only paid her the 100.
And that's all been cleared up. The money has all been cleared up.
But they're still talking about it every day. They're still saying that I scammed Kara, that I didn't pay her. That is a lie. I paid her. She got the full money from me, and then she got the extra from the other person, and she got additional donations separately. I paid her in full for all of the cash apps and not cash apps. I don't know why I keep saying that. Super chats and super stickers.
Right.
I did exactly what I said I was going to do. All of the other stuff is just irrelevant. It was me trying to explain myself, and like you said I give too much information or whatever. It was me trying to be transparent, trying to tell everything.
Transparency is not always our friends. We learned that. Yeah.
So I have learned I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I don't need to prove anything to anybody. I'm trying to work with people and say, no, look, I'm not lying. This is what he said. He wasn't talking about no damn lawsuit. Never mentioned any lawsuit with me in any conversation whatsoever. I promise. There's no questions to him either. I didn't ask him any questions about Sebastian. I just didn't. He volunteered that.
I think when the call,
I
think if you get the permission you're looking for to bring out the call, I think that will settle a lot. If Todd did say that, and it was in reference to Sebastian, Todd should be held accountable. Unfortunately, as stated, as we just discussed, there is this track record that people have attached to you. So everything you do and say will be false. Right. And it will be side-eyed because of that. Again, I've experienced that. I know what it's like. And that's why I am sympathetic to you. But there are some things that you could do to make it easier on yourself as well. And I can talk to you in private about it if you like. Yeah. I know who you're dealing with. I know what it's like.
Have we not emailed quite a bit privately?
Yeah. Yeah, we have.
I have never shared any of that. And I would like your word right now that you will never share any of our private conversations.
I won't share any of your emails, any of our private conversations.
Thank you.
I won't.
Because other people who did say that to me, and I said, hey, look, this is going to be a private conversation. Please don't share any of this. They did it anyway.
Well, that's the way of YouTube. There's just so many people that are looking just to, and I'm not saying the backlash that you've gotten isn't warranted. Some of it is warranted. That's where I said you make it a little hard. Because
you hit 10K.
I did. Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Niece T. I'll speak to you further in private because I get it. the chat's like, but crime sleuthing has done shit. And listen, we've all done shit, but there is a point to be had. If we want people to do better, do we continue to berate them over the mistakes they've done? Right? She removed the whatchamacallit, the child alert. She, although it's still out there, she has removed it. You know, you're right. We can move on from that, right? Like, she fixed it. She tried it. She said she'll do better. She wouldn't have done it. Let's move forward from that. I think as far as the phone call goes, you're going to have some people on your ass for that, for sure. Wow, Jack, thank you so much. People are going to be waiting to hear from that, because unfortunately it did reach Steph's ears.
Well,
and it
like
wasn't,
I said, I'm giving JLR an opportunity to respond. If he does not, then I may just go and play it anyway.
because you got to do what's best for you.
Opportunity, because I think that's the right thing to do. Give him some time to respond. If he does not, then I'm going to probably have no choice. But I did send him that email, which I showed you, and asked, explained everything. I'm not wanting to put any gasoline on a fire. I just don't want to do that.
I listen, I get it.
So,
That's why I won't even text him further about it. He's just one of those people that you don't want to piss off. I understand what you're saying there, but you do have to, for your own integrity and your own, reputation, you can't really worry about JR's. There's not much he can do you that others haven't already, to be honest. The guy's a little more scarier than you think. He's not gonna soak his focus into you. He's after Todd. But somebody did make a point. It would be easier, crime sleuthing, if you did just kind of like instead of like when I said to you about the his photo, instead of saying, well, others have done it, why not just say, like, yeah, I fucked up, man. That I thought it would be in his best interest. I realize now how it could be harmful. I shouldn't have done that, and I'm sorry. It would get you further.
So if
I think it's because you're defensive.
That's a trap, though, as you have seen, even over on Queen Bee's channel, when I specifically verbally said the words that Tia wanted me to say in order for her to agree to back off and leave me alone. I said the words, even though I didn't want to, and I didn't legally have to. I still was trying, in the interest of peace, to get a resolution so we could all walk away and leave each other alone. I went ahead and said the stupid words that she wanted me to say. What did she do? 24 hours later, not maybe 20 hours later, she was over on Laura's panel saying all of the exact same crap all over again.
Well, all right. I get that. I do get that.
And then Dietz that same night was doing it again. Just because I shared a community post, a video with, and I was talking about the other friend that had backstabbed me in that. I wasn't talking about any of these other people.
Right.
But they're going to assume everything's about them. And they took that as an excuse to fire up about me again. I wasn't talking about him.
I get that, but I don't see how, like, admitting you made a mistake when it comes to adding his photo on there could be used against you. There are times where admitting to a fault can be used against you. I've had people do it. But I don't think this would have been one of those cases. I think worrying more about the victims, which you used to do, crime sleuthing, and I get it. The drama of it all, it weighs heavily than people believe. It does a real toll on you mentally, physically, all of that. But you used to be more focused on the victims. You used to be more careful. I don't know if it's listening to the drama. I don't know if you listen when people are talking about you. I don't know if you're letting it get to you, but you're kind of feeding into it at this point to your own detriment, if that makes sense.
Well, like I said, I ignored it for a long, long time, but I've gotten to the point where I'm just fed up.
I've gotten there.
That's why I made the second channel where I can address things off of my main channel.
Right.
As I need to be able to defend myself, but I don't want the drama on my channel. I do want to just focus on cases, awareness. That's all I care about.
No, I get that, but I guess what I'm saying is,
people tag me though, and then they'll have these streams and send hate to my channel. I have thousands of hate comments in my email.
Well, wait. That's where I'm saying, like, you could use that as an opportunity instead of having it turn to these hate comments. When they come over to your channel, you can show them, like, yeah, I made a mistake, but I'm doing better, or I apologize, I take accountability, instead of the whataboutisms, or instead of the whole, well, Dees did this and Tia did that, and Tia saying she discussed character that.
As somebody that's not in my shoes, you don't understand everything that's happened. And
I don't
I do
fully.
that on my channel. If you look at my community posts, that's where I address things. I have
Okay.
done that several times.
Right.
Anytime if
Or
I do
she already
something
says
that
she'll
is,
get down.
and I've even done a couple of retraction videos for information that I read wrong. I'll come right back since I find, here's just like media does. We are
Right.
supposed to be behaving like media. And
Right,
I
but
try my
media.
best to, or press, you know what I mean? We're supposed to be verifying information, not putting out salacious rumors and things like that. I do my very best. You will never find a victim attacked on my channel. I support the victims, the families, the survivors, the whole bit. I
No, I
don't
get
point
that.
fingers at parents and all that, like all these other channels do. I don't do those things. I do my very best to stick with the facts on the cases. And nobody gives me freaking credit for that.
But in this particular case, you have muddied up the waters a bit by changing the Amber Alert and then also putting out part of that phone call. Right?
See, that's a difference right there. That's just a difference of opinion. I would like.
It's the majority's opinion, though, and at that point,
No, it's actually not. I've got a whole bunch of emails, with the copies of what gets put on my YouTube channel, but I also have plenty of text messages and emails from my supporters. I have a lot of support as well.
Oh, well,
if I was feeling like the majority of my haters don't like me, I don't give a crap about that.
So that's what I was going to bring it back to.
Subscribers don't feel that way.
Right.
My subscribers understand. They have listened to me. They've heard me out. These other people won't hear me out. That's the problem.
That's why I was offering you a place to be heard out. But I think part of it also is, to be honest, is that you're placing everybody into like an MJ and D's category, where I can be honest, a lot of my chatters in here today, they don't know D's. They don't go over to MJ's. They don't know.
There she is. This is the Avery.
Cut up all this. Take a break and reflect on your own wrongdoings. That's maturity. That's what I did.
Wow. Did you really, Avery?
Thank you, Avery.
During that time when you told me, during that time when she told me she was taking a break and working on herself and focusing on her family, she was really running around YouTube as the name Crime Sleuthy, saying all kinds of ignorant and some racist things and some awful, vile things. I've got the videos. I'm not kidding you. I've got the videos. And then when I come back, this was right after my dad passed away. When I came back on YouTube, she changed her name back, or changed her name to something else, some DIY thing. Now she's this channel. She's been many channels and many names. I've changed my name one freaking time, and people won't shut the hell up about it. It's stupid. Literally changed my name one time over 2 years ago, and people still bring it up. Oh, she changes her name all the time. You know how they are.
Oh yeah, I do hear that a lot. I do.
This person, this Avery person, is in their circle now. This mean girl circle over there. That is a mean girl circle. The people that don't like me have all gathered over there. The people that have screwed me over, my friends who claim to be friends, who are now sharing private messages with each other. One of them actually had a text conversation with the mother that was in question on that stuff, right? I'm not trying to bring victims' names into this.
Right.
Had a conversation with her and screenshotted those messages and sent them out to these friends. After I know for a fact she would not want that, because back when I was being accused, of scamming and stuff, I went to her and asked permission to share just a couple of her messages. Like, can I show them this to show that, everything's good? She said, I'd really rather you not. I don't want any of my messages out there. So I didn't, and I never have, even though I totally could. It would help a lot for me. I'm taking the hit for my integrity because I'm not going to share private messages.
So basically what you're saying is, and listen, I'm not saying this is the case here, but this does happen. This happens where a group of people, for example, today, right, you made a post that seemed like it was geared at me. And right away, one of the people that are spearheading this anti-granny campaign is in your comment section for the first time ever, invite you over to a stream where you can bash me all night, right? So like that happens without a doubt. I just don't, and I get how you're feeling. Like,
who is this?
I don't know. I didn't even read it yet. You harassed me about a private convo with the detective. I have the screenshots. You came in my live and tried to stir trouble with a creator I respect. I've never heard the name before, so I'm not too sure. But But I'm just saying, in this particular situation, there are a lot of people that aren't tied into that group of people that are upset. And I don't think that's something you want to hear.
I've only talked to this person twice, so I'm aware of it.
Laura, she mentioned your name.
I don't know.
She mentioned your name one time. For the people that have been in my entirety of the stream, Crime Sleuthing already said if anybody else comes up, she will get down. But you are more than welcome to go live. She said one thing about your name. That was like an hour ago.
It's just an excuse for any of them to strike up a live. Oh God, she's talking shit about me. It's whatever.
I mean, you did
I
say
don't
something
care.
about Laura about contacting the mother or whatever. There was a bit back in the conversation. You already made it clear you wouldn't even let Nunya up here. I must have missed the 5 other times. I heard it once.
Yeah. This hasn't been about her.
I didn't feel like it was. Now, you have mentioned Tia Dash a lot.
I have a real issue with what she did, and I have every right to that opinion. She has twisted that around as if it was my fault, and I'm going to address that elsewhere. Yeah. Are you wanting to have somebody come up
I mean,
to talk to you?
if Tia would like to come up and you know, because she has asked to kind of ask you about what you've said.
Who, Tia?
Yeah.
Who were you just talking about? Sorry.
Tia had said
Oh, no,
before
I
that.
have absolutely nothing further to say to her. I am handling all of that another way. I'm going to go back to checking my emails and seeing if, JLR reaches back out. If he does, I'll just give him some time. I'm not really sure what's reasonable. What do you think is like a reasonable time to give him to respond? I mean, I know he's busy.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think he's going to respond.
Well, I mean, just a reasonable time for a busy person.
I would say 24 to 48 hours. But I know people want it sooner.
Well, that's not my problem. They're not owed anything. I'm telling you what was on the phone call, and I am not lying. I will probably show it one way or the other. I just want to give him a chance. So I am gonna go speak.
You don't want to speak to Amy really quick?
No, I don't. So
of course not.
I will send you some links though, Granny, so you can see what I'm talking about. It's true. It's all true. I was absolutely floored when I saw it. I was like, are you kidding me? You can sit here and lie though. You can sit here and lie though, Avi. I don't care.
Can you,
I am gonna go and
can you be an adult and just have a conversation?
Are you serious? After what I've seen from you in there, you couldn't come to me and have an adult conversation, but you jumped right into the hate chat. I was your friend when nobody else on this fucking platform would talk to you.
There was no hate.
I was your friend and stood up for you. And no. Let me speak for a moment. No,
hold on, let each other speak.
I'm speaking.
Turning in your flyer, me turning in your flyer to TBI had nothing to do with my personal feelings for you. I turned it in because you put the TBI seal on it.
I'm not having this. I'll just go on over to Lycans then.
Crime Sleuthing. That is such a little bitch move. First off, don't ever advertise that woman abuser on my panel ever.
I wanted a safe place to share my story, my truth. She is here and she's lying. She's the one that called TBI and lied, flat lied, and admitted
I did not
to TBI. This person right here is one of the worst. I was her friend and stood up for her and defended her and sat right by her when she went through horrendous stuff on YouTube, and she couldn't stand by me for one day, not one day. So screw you, Avery. Bye.
I know that's like blackmailing me. Like, oh, I'm going to go ahead. It's not going to do you any good. I told you guys, your camera. Oh, all right. I told you guys she wasn't going to stay up.
I know. Can you hear me? Do I even have? Okay, sorry. I have my earphones in.
That's after she knew everything. Leave It's Bieber tip. That's after, right? And then she's gonna like blackmail. Like, I'm just gonna run over to the woman beaten piece of shit because I just gave you 3 hours of my time and was beyond kind to you.
Granny, are you a granny?
Oh my gosh. Why did you come up under this name? I'm not a
Granny?
granny though, no.
Then why is your name Granny?
Because it's a clever name. I don't know.
Are you, well, I was going to say you were a gilf, but are you a MILF?
Sure. I'll take that.
I'm here to see some titties.
All right. You're not going to find them today when we're speaking about this.
Oh boy. Hi, Granny.
Hi.
I just want to say, when I turned her flyer in last night to TBI, it was not for any personal reasons of me disliking her. It was because she had the official TBI seal on the bottom of it, and I have genuine concerns about how that could alter or hinder the investigation and search for Sebastian. I didn't lie to TBI. I sent TBI the link to her channel and a screenshot of her flyer. So there is no lying. And I did it because it is wrong. You cannot just go and make a flyer and put, the TBI seal at the bottom. And I have the screenshot where she says, this is the new official verified flyer. I have the screenshot. You cannot do that. So it wasn't anything personal towards her. I didn't do it because I don't like her. I turned it in because it's wrong and I knew it was going to spread like wildfire. And I didn't want a flyer that is not official being shared because I would like Sebastian's to be found.
Yeah, I get it.
So I came in late to the stream. Why was my name brought up to begin with?
Oh gosh, I don't even.
I know,
to
3
even
hours
go all the
later,
way
I
back. I wouldn't
understand.
even know.
I'm just curious because I got a text, frankly, that was like, Crime Sleuthing's talking about you again. And I was like, we have not spoken about her. Did we go on Laura's? Yeah. And Laura can come up and I'm happy to discuss where, actually, that was rude. I apologize, Granny.
No,
I don't tell people to come up on your panel. That was rude. I apologize. I take that
No,
back.
no. I get exactly what you're saying. No worries at all. I understand.
I mean, I'm willing to speak with her publicly again, and I'm going to direct people. Like, it was very clear Laura thought we were shady on something and called us out. That was it. And I was like, okay, cool. Laura said, can you come up? I said, sure thing. We had a very nice conversation. I've never spoken to Laura before. And that was the end of it. And Laura wasn't talking about crime sleuthing. She was talking about us being shady with something that she didn't understand. Once I showed the proof, once I explained everything, we were done. This bitch keeps bringing everybody else up. And then the coup de grace, is she's going on someone else's place to discuss yet again further. I cannot with this woman. After she spends time with, nope. And whatever
I just
her
want to say one more thing, and then I'm going to hop down if I could.
Oh yeah,
sure.
The only other thing that I wanted to point out is about the super chats that were collected on her live for Kara. None of us who sent in super chats were refunded. And if YouTube had reversed that, we would have been refunded. And I had multiple people in my live last night who also super chatted. Some Glowbug super chatted 100. Summer Watson super chatted 50 and 19.99. Dago, we're talking hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Not a single one of us got a refund. And I reached out to YouTube and in the little chat where you can chat with them, and I asked them if the super chats were reversed, should we be expecting a refund? And they said, absolutely. We never got refunds, none of us.
Right.
So that's the only other thing, because that is us giving our hard-earned money in trust and in good faith, and then to be told that it was reversed, but it obviously wasn't because we weren't refunded. And again, it's not personal towards her, it's just facts.
I don't know what she thinks she's going to handle legally with me. But I listen, I encourage it because the proof is all out there. I encourage it. I'm looking forward to it. See
Well,
ya.
and that's
It was really hard to hear crime sleuthing calling Tia a scammer. That was really hard for me and a lot of other people to hear because they have done so much good for the Rachel Morin case. I mean,
Don't even say her name. Don't even say her name, Avery. I don't even want it brought up. Nothing disrespectful to you. I do not want it brought up.
I know. I know. I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying.
It was just very hard to hear because I know the work that you all put in. I mean, going as far as hand making blankets for Christmas. I know everything that you all put in. And then to hear her call you scammers to try to defend herself.
Well, she said she didn't call us scammers, but I did show that proof as well.
Yeah, she did. She most definitely did. And that's I think that's where the problem. And I like in my super
it's
chat.
the perpetual lies that have me. I don't care about anything else. Just stop lying about me. Stop lying, because every time you bring my name up, I'm going to show the proof. So please,
absolutely,
let's go to court. If you want to play this game, I'm not waiting until your inheritance comes.
Right.
I'm not in it for the money. I don't give a shit about your money. I'm in it because I want you to stop saying my name and calling us names and saying we didn't do things or did things that we didn't do, because I'm going to continue to put out the proof. And by the way, TBI is talking about you, crime sleuthing.
Oh, I know they are, because they emailed me back. And they told me that they were going to be issuing a statement. So I know that. Yeah.
Well, like with that, she wouldn't just accept that. Like, no, well, the timing and the coincidentally, she just wouldn't accept that. Yeah, possibly that's about. I mean, it is about you. She wouldn't take that. There's like she doesn't. I tried. I was trying to be so kind to her. I was trying to offer like leadway. Like, I get it. I get how you're feeling, but in some circumstances, you have to admit that you are causing this for yourself. And then look how she ends it. Like that right there, just. Oh my gosh, that pissed me off so badly. Like after 2 hours of me like literally coddling her and being so fucking nice to her, like you're gonna end it on some like weirdo threat shit. That's weird.
Actually, you know what?
I agreed with you so much, Granny, because I myself know what it is like you were saying, what it is like to be the center of attention. And like I said in my super chat, there just comes a time where you have to realize that you got yourself into this, just like I had to do. I had to step back and say, I got myself into this. I did some wrong things. Take a break, reflect. You have to admit what you've done wrong in order to move forward. And that is called maturity. There's nothing wrong with it. You apologize and you do better.
Right.
But if you cannot take that time to self-reflect and say, hey, you know what? I'm doing this to myself. And, I just need to take a break, because I did the same thing that she's doing. I was digging my own hole and I was making it worse and worse and worse for myself. And so I just really wish she would take my advice before she has a mental breakdown and just take a break.
Well, if it's affecting her health physically, I agree with that. And I do genuinely mean that. Like, I don't want
I genuinely do too. Yeah.
Affected. I don't want mental health affected. I certainly don't want physical. So
absolutely.
Just stop. And don't contact anyone's family anymore. That's it. That's all anybody's asking for. We're just like, cover the stories, but cover them
factually.
Cover them from afar.
Yes. This reaching out to every victim's family for every case to try to get inside information to boost your channel, it's not good.
Well, the slander is what we have a problem with.
That too, yeah.
And
if they reach out to you, to a creator, I think that's different. But it seems to be like a repeat thing with her, to be always reaching out to people, on the backside of things, and
well,
in
I'm sick and
everything
tired
that,
of the threats. I'm just sick and freaking
yeah,
tired of it.
yeah,
The
I
internet
know.
has everything. If I'm lying, then the entire chat can put out the lies that I've said
Hmm.
on, or point people in the right direction, I would say. But I haven't lied about anything with Crime Sleuth, and no one else has either. We've put out the proof.
Right.
I'm sorry you don't like that. I would hate that too. If I lied and I got caught, I would fucking hate that as well. That would suck.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's happened. That's happened to me, and that's why. I really wish that she would just take my advice and just take a break, because after a month or two, things become clearer, and you're able to reflect, and you're able to say, okay, I did this wrong. I did this wrong. I did this wrong. There's nothing wrong with saying that you did something wrong. There's nothing wrong with that. As
I've
long
said
as
I've done wrong. I've apologized for things that I've done that I'm not proud of.
Yeah,
I've
we all
apologized
have.
publicly. I've apologized privately. Doesn't mean
Yeah.
Granny and I have our own issues. I did something I have apologized for, have regretted it. I've admitted that. It wasn't not a proud moment at all.
Yeah,
that's no worry. Right.
We're not okay, but
you just move forward. You know what I mean? Like that's it.
Yep.
But with her,
I don't talk about you. I don't do lives about you. I don't discuss. It's just I can coexist in a chat with respect. I can be on your panel with respect. I'm housebroken. Like, I know the rules. I did it. We all screw up. I am not above screwing up. I've done it a million times. I'll do it again. I promise you, I will screw up again. And I promise you, when it's brought to my attention or I feel like I've really screwed up, I will address it.
That's all I was trying to do with her, is like, there are times where, like, yeah, I'm sure it is like a hate campaign that makes you feel this way, but there are times you have to own that some of it you did is wrong, and she just doesn't want to accept it.
And stop bringing up everyone else's name. Just stop.
And it's not just to gain, the respect and trust of others on YouTube, but it's for your own self-respect. For your own self-respect is why you need to do it. And I feel for her, because I've been there. I've done it, where you're so far in this hole, and the more you try to dig yourself out, you just make it worse and worse and worse. I've been there, and that's when it's time to just stop.
I was on Dietz's panel, and I said some things. It was so funny, because I said some things that I wasn't really proud of there, and I went to go apologize, like sincerely say something about like her health, and say, I really am sorry that you're going through this health. As I started to say the words, she jumped all over me, and I thought, okay, fuck it.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. Maybe she's so defensive, but she does. I mean, she's like, the way she just ended this here, all you did was just take a very constructive, nice conversation and wasted my fucking time. Because the way you would end getting off my panel because somebody came up you dislike just told me everything I need to know about you. You do dig your own holes. And that's all you did here. I was so fucking nice to her. That pissed me off so badly. Like a threat to me. Like, you're going to threaten me because I allow somebody up on panel?
Well, and Nunya, I thought, did an excellent job of simply, being completely neutral and asking questions. Those are the questions we all would like the answers to. I thought she did a great job asking.
Yep.
I didn't think there was anything provocative. I didn't think there was anything. It was like, okay, well, cool. Then just, can you answer this for me? Can you answer that for me? And it was constant.
Yeah, Granny's Watching definitely gave her a lot of leeway, and coddled her is the word, and she had ample opportunity.
You literally, she had your sympathy. Congratulations. You're about the only person who has the patience.
Yeah.
Well, because I can sympathize with her to an extent.
Yeah. Yeah, I can too. And that's why I just wish she would listen to me and do what I did and just take a break, self-reflect. You got to admit to your own wrongdoings in order to be a better person, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's in your personal life. That's what you have to do.
Yeah.
Brandy, I'm gonna hop down. Thank you for allowing
Yeah, I'm gonna
me to
wrap
come
it up.
Thanks for
I
allowing me to
appreciate
come
it.
up on your panel.
You're welcome. Of course. I'm sorry that all this keeps going. I do think when it comes to the Amber Alert, she did try to fix it. She said she'd do it differently. I think that can,
Yeah.
maybe be removed a little bit or not such a focal point. But like I said, she makes it hard for people, man. She makes it hard.
Well, look what it took
Congratulations
for
on
her to do
10K.
it.
That's quite the milestone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank
You're
you,
welcome.
ladies.
Oh, yeah.
Take care.
Congratulations on 10K.
Thank you, Avery. I appreciate it.
All right. Bye, guys.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up, guys. I felt like we made a little bit of progress. I guess towards the end, we didn't. I knew dropping the link was going to cause that. Believe it or not, I know what I'm doing. Rather people agree with what I'm doing or not. I'm not stupid. I'm not an idiot. I know how to converse with people. And there are times where I feel bad for crime sleuthing. There are times where I feel like she's getting a lot of dogpiling that I don't agree with. I've been there. I've been part of it. I've had it done to me. I've done it to others. But you make it hard when somebody treats you with so much respect and you literally like spit on me out the way of my door. That was something else, crime sleuth. And I don't understand what your purpose in that was. I don't know if that was your like fucking anger coming out to slate me, but it was a real fucked up move. And it really told me a lot. Matter of fact, I'm very discouraged by all of that. Anyway, I hope you all have a good day. I hope some answers were answered. I'm sure many weren't. Do what we could do, If you haven't, please hit the thumbs up. Thank you for being here. It's been an entirely long day, and I am out of here. I hope you all have a great day, and maybe see you guys later. Maybe I'll be live at 8.